There was a very bright and handsome young man wearing black, leather clothes standing on a flying sword. He looked different from other cultivators from Xueyu, which was very refreshing. The female disciple's eyes suddenly lit up and she shouted, "Senior apprentice brother is back." As for the second disciple, his face suddenly became gloomy, but that was replaced by a happy expression in a flash. Wang Lin could tell from the memories of the core formation cultivator that he really liked the eldest disciple. This eldest disciple had some blood relations with the core formation cultivator. The eldest disciple could just barely be considered a genius. It took him 100 years to reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage and was only one step away from the core formation stage. But according to the core formation cultivator's memories, the reason he liked this eldest disciple was because of the disciple's looks. He planned to marry his eldest disciple off to the female disciple of another late-stage core formation cultivator to form an alliance. After only a quick glimpse of this memory, Wang Lin no longer paid attention to it. The sword came close and arrived before the ice tower. The eldest disciple knelt on the ground and said, with a clear voice, "Disciple greets master. I was lucky and managed to find the hiding place of those 4 sect alliance remnants." Wang Lin's expression was calm, but this heart suddenly skipped a beat. He did remember seeing in the core formation cultivator's memory that he had sent his eldest disciple out, because Immortal reported to that they had seen someone that didn't look like they were from Xueyu. So the core formation cultivator sent out his eldest disciple to check up on this matter. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon in the past few years. No matter how powerful the remaining 4 sect alliance cultivators were, after years of being under this bizarre snow, they had all weakened greatly. Although this was the case, Xueyu couldn't be careless. Normally, when this type of thing happened, it would be reported to the Divine Temple of Ice and Snow. They would then send someone to deal with it. The temple was extremely keen on this. If the report was given today, they would send someone out tomorrow. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, then calmly said, "Lead the way." The eldest disciple was startled. When this happens, his master normally never deals with it personally. However, he knew not to ask, so he only nodded and led the way. The other 2 disciples looked at each other and followed behind. After all, their master was going personally. If they didn't go, then there might be trouble in the future. So they forced themselves to follow Wang Lin. The 4 of them formed a 4-point beam of light and flew into the distance. After a short while, the eldest disciple stopped. He pointed at a snowy mountain and said, "Disciple used the flying ice sculpture and personally saw that a person disappeared here. I believe they have a hiding place here." Wang Lin's divine sense swept the area. Although his expression was calm, his eyes became focused. "The 3 of you wait here." After leaving that order, Wang Lin flew forward. His divine sense found that below the snowy mountain there was a restriction, and inside it were 2 souls. One of them was only at the core formation stage, but the other one was very strange. Sometimes it was core formation, sometimes it was nascent soul, and sometimes it was even soul formation. This phenomenon had only one explanation, and that was this person's nascent soul and cultivation was about to scatter, meaning it was extremely unstable. Wang Lin's body landed on top of the snowy mountain and sank into the mountain. He was closing in on the restriction. He soon arrived at the restriction. As long as it was a restriction, he wasn't afraid of it. It took only one look to see through this restriction structure. He sent out 2 restriction rings. The 2 restrictions soon started to fuse. Wang Lin stepped through the restriction and went inside. As soon as he entered, he saw a sword move and more than 10 sword chis attacked him. Wang Lin's gaze was calm. His right hand seemed to randomly point in the air and he whispered, "Life." The life and death domain suddenly gathered on Wang Lin's fingertip. This gentle point contained the way of the heavens and was filled with mysteries. A gasp came from the swords. They then started to circle around Wang Lin's finger. The swords were emitting a light as they underwent a change. Now the spiritual energy they released was several times more powerful than before. However, the divine sense was completely erased by the power of the domain. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the terrified young man who was too scared to speak. Behind the young man sat an old man on an ice bed. This person's eyes were closed and his face changed between red and green. After a flick Wang Lin's finger, all of the swords suddenly fell to the ground with a ring. The young man regained his senses. His face was filled with grief and indignation. He clenched his fist and shouted, "You guys destroyed my home, and now you've chased us here. Do you guys have to kill us all? You will kill us today. But someday there will be someone who will destroy Xueyu." This person's voice was filled with resentment that was now engraved in his bones. After looking at the young man, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the old man. The young man blocked Wang Lin's view. He watched Wang Lin for a bit. Then, after pondering for a while, he suddenly knelt to the ground. He bit his lower lip hard until it bled and said with a bitter smile, "Please don't kill my master. Kill me instead. I am the Water Ink Sect's junior sect head. If you capture me and bring me back, you will definitely be rewarded. As long as you let my master go, then I'll willing to go with you. If you don't, you will only be able to get my corpse." Although Wang Lin's eyes were calm, his heart was slightly touched. He slowly looked at the young man and then at the old man. Then he slowly said, "Why do you want to exchange your life for your master's?" The young man was silent for a very long time before responding with a bitter smile. "Master could have left a long time ago if it wasn't for me dragging him down. It was all because he tried to save me." Huan Er, quickly get up. This person is not a Xueyu cultivator. The old man on the ice bed slowly opened his eyes. The young man was startled, but his eyes suddenly lit up and he became very excited. He ran to his master's side and said, "Master, you're awake." Wang Lin took a look at the old man. He clasped his hands and said, "Junior greets senior of the Water Ink Sect." The old man coughed a few times as the red and green colors on his face became even stronger. With Wang Lin's life and death domain, he could clearly see the heavy death aura around the old man. He was near his end. The old man raised his head. He looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Little friend, I'm too injured to greet you, so I hope you will forgive me. What has little friend come here for?" Wang Lin let out a sigh and said, "Senior's hiding place has been found by the cultivators of Xueyu, so it is best you leave now." With that, he pondered a little and then took out a bottle of pills. He pushed the bottle toward the bed. Senior's injury is too serious for this bottle of pills to cure, but it can at least ease the pain of losing your cultivation. This should allow Senior to leave this place. The world is big, so there might be other chances to recover your cultivation. The old man let out a faint smile. He didn't even look at the pill and said, "Little friend, I don't know what sect you are from, but if I wanted to leave, I could have left back then. Even now I can leave, even if it means speeding up the loss of my cultivation. But do you know why I haven't left?" Wang Lin pondered and then gently shook his head. "This is my home. I was born here, and when I die it will be here too." Although the old man's voice was soft, there was a hard to describe aura within it. Wang Lin looked at the person and no longer spoke. He clasped his hands and turned around to leave. His original plan here was not to kill but to give a helping hand. After all, he had spent more than 30 years in the Four-Sect Alliance and personally saw the invasion of the Xueyu cultivators. Although it was outside his power to change anything, he would still help when he could. The moment Wang Lin turned around to leave, the old man looked at the bottle of pills and sighed. His right hand suddenly moved and took out a fan with only 2 feathers remaining. "Little friend, I gift this treasure to you for the pills you've given me." After Wang Lin caught the fan, his expression changed. He had a deep impression of this fan. It was used by that woman when she was surrounded by the Four-Sect Alliance's killing formation. He remembered that after she died, this fan was taken away by a late-stage soul formation cultivator. He turned around and carefully looked at the old man. This person was one of the late-stage soul formation cultivators that was in the killing formation. All of the glory of the past was now a distant memory. Wang Lin left with a complicated state of mind. The 3 disciples all didn't dare to speak. They only silently followed him. Soon after Wang Lin left, the 2 came out of the snowy mountain and looked at the direction Wang Lin disappeared to before leaving. At the border, the old man hit the formation to create an opening. He split half of the pills with the young man. He then looked lovingly at the young man and said, "Go. You have to rely on yourself in the future because Master can't protect you anymore." The young man's eyes were filled with sadness, but before he could say anything, the old man waved his sleeves and pushed the young man through. Then the protection formation returned to normal. The young man stared at his master from the other side. His eyes were red and his voice cracked as he shouted, "Master!" The old man let out a laugh and swallowed all of the pills in the bottle. His spiritual energy rapidly climbed back to its peak, though it was just temporary. He waved his sleeves and his body moved. His target was the divine temple of snow and ice at the center of Xueyu. Even if he dies, he had to die in his home country. Even if he dies, he must die protecting his country. All of the glorious moments of the past had become distant memories. The one that falls in the fire must be that immortal phoenix. Even if it must burn its wings, it will still fly in the heavens. Closing one door is like loving a world. Memories of the past will now be forever distant. The sand in the wind no longer filled the space of dreams. The whimper of the powerful flute is now only an echo in the desolate land. Closing off one door is like cutting off one space in time. The glorious past only remains in the descent songs. Yesterday's song no longer resonate the same way. The whispering complaints can't find its matching music. Opening a window is like hugging a ray of sunlight. Today's dream became the future empire's hope. Even the ordinary you and me need to have exciting displays. Pursuit without regret to feel the might of the world. Opening a window is like welcoming a wave of spring wind. The burst of nothingness awaken what was once lost. The one that fell in the fire must be that immortal phoenix. Even if it must burn its wings, it will still fly in the heavens. The young man looked at his master's back as he left. A scene of the past entered his mind. He kowtowed to his master before clenching his fist and leaving. "I, Chun Huan, swear that I'll wipe out Xueyu." Wang Lin returned to the ice tower with a complicated state of mind. Although he had obtained a powerful treasure, he didn't feel happy. He only felt a sense of melancholy. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly gained another bit of insight of his life and death domain. What is life? What is death? This question echoed in Wang Lin's mind. The late-stage soul formation cultivator of the water ink sect used the last of his cultivation to fly up to the snow fairy statue at the divine temple of snow and ice. Like a moth flying toward a flame, he exploded on the statue, leaving behind a red mark that they couldn't get rid of. Along with him, several other soul formation cultivators were killed in this explosion. All the glory was now gone with the wind. In his death, he died at the right spot. His death awakened the 4-sect alliance cultivators that hadn't dared to show their faces. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. Throughout this year, Wang Lin kept thinking about the life and death domain, and he gradually gained more insight. His own being had undergone a transformation in this past year. Looking at a mountain as a mountain, looking at a river as a river. However, Wang Lin noticed that sometimes a mountain isn't mountain and a river isn't a river. It was as if there was another layer of fog blocking his eyes. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it. When he reached out, he couldn't touch it. This type of thing won't go away with time. He would need a sudden burst of insight to get past the fog. Autumn passed and spring came. 2 more years in this icy world passed. Wang Lin was able to make some progress regarding the creation of the ice sculpture puppets. These ice sculpture puppets relied on snow blood veins to maintain themselves. A puppet with 49 snow blood veins could achieve a core formation cultivator's power. To be as powerful as a nascent soul cultivator, one would need 81 snow blood veins, but with these ice sculptures, the more veins a puppet has, the harder it is to control. And if 2 veins touch, the ice sculpture will explode. Because of this, the difficulty increases exponentially with each additional snow blood vein. Thus, one can see how difficult putting 81 blood veins into an ice sculpture is. This is why there were so few nascent soul ice sculptures produced by Xueyu. In addition to this, the snow blood veins come from the icy snow tactic. Wang Lin was amazed by this technique. This icy snow tactic emphasizes refining the heart. This technique uses ice as the bones and snow as the heart to form an ice and snow soul to reach the state of a clear heart. It can be described as very mysterious and unstable. This is why Xueyu cultivators are all impulsive and have personalities that can change drastically on a dime. The goal was to follow their will and do as they pleased to refine their hearts to the point of being impenetrable to outside influences. The more Wang Lin studied this technique, the more clear he became about its true terror. This technique couldn't be considered a righteous path at all. It was definitely a side path. Wang Lin felt that this technique was very similar to the Six Desire Devil Lord's cultivation method. Wang Lin wasn't willing to practice this technique. He merely imitated it by changing the snow blood veins to pure blood veins. He used blood to work with his life and death domain to gain the ability to control the carvings. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had already stayed in this small city for 3 years. Adding on the 1 year he had spent traveling, 4 years had passed. Only 1 year left until 10 years was up. He could feel that the time for him to reach the soul formation stage was coming. He didn't know if he would trigger divine retribution when he reaches the soul formation stage. However, as he got closer to it, he realized that when he reaches the soul formation stage, it will create a disturbance that will alert everyone. So on this day, Wang Lin walked out of the ice tower and left. Before he left, Xueyu had sent out a decree for all core formation and above cultivators to gather at the temple to receive a Tao lecture. The reason was that one of the 13 cultivators that had gone to Suzuka had returned. He was the only person that had succeeded in reaching the soul transformation stage. As for whether only one of the 13 succeeded or if Suzuka had done something, it was not something for outsiders to know. Wang Lin silently left without anyone knowing. Even the core formation cultivator that Wang Lin had trapped had lost his memory and regained his original position. At the border of Xueyu, Wang Lin turned around and carefully looked at the land. Scenes of the past several decades passed through his mind as he let out a sigh and left. Wang Lin's goal was Zhao. He decided to reach the soul formation stage there. As for why Wang Lin was going to Zhao to break into the soul formation stage, one reason was that it was a remote location. The other reason was because he felt a longing for his home after talking to that late-stage soul formation cultivator from the Four-Sect Alliance. Everyone has a home. Does he have one? Zhao could be considered home, and there was a woman waiting for him on the other side of the Sea of Devils. That place could also be considered home. So he decided on Zhao to complete the cycle of being born there. Before he returned home, he went to the town to check on Denyo and saw that Denyo had opened up another ironworks shop. His wife was not young anymore, but she was clearly pregnant again. Wang Lin let out a smile as he looked at them. That new life was growing by the day. When he left a bit of spiritual energy inside Denyo's wife. That bit of spiritual energy could guarantee the mother's and daughter's safety. The new life was a girl. Denyo still didn't know that the Uncle Wang he had always wanted to see again had come to see him. Denyo's only regret at death was not that Xianxia was not here to see him off, but that he never got to see the uncle the Wang who had watched him grow up again. That mysterious person who opened a shop, who he always pulled customers for, and who managed to sell a carving for 10 pieces of gold. He gave those 2 wood carvings to his daughter and they became family heirlooms. Wang Lin flew toward Zhao. 40 years ago he walked the same road when he had just reached the nascent soul stage. Today he was going back through the same road, but this time he was about to reach the soul formation stage and was choosing a location to do so. The Wang Lin now and the Wang Lin then were as different as heaven and earth. He passed through one ancient transfer array after another. On this day, he was in a strange land where clouds filled the sky and rain began to fall. The rain began to fall harder and harder until it seemed like water was being poured down. Wang Lin looked at the sky. It had been a long time since he had seen rain this heavy. He couldn't help but think back to when he was in the same room with Zhang Hu back at the Hangyu sect. The rain poured while lightning and thunder fell from the sky. At this moment, rays of lightning flashed across the sky like silver snakes. They looked very beautiful. Wang Lin's body slowly landed on the ground. He didn't even use the technique to block the rain. Instead, he waved his hand at a nearby tree, and the leaves on the tree gathered to form a leaf umbrella. Wang Lin walked in this foreign land with his umbrella. He was only 2 ancient transfer arrays away from reaching Zhao. In an area 40,000 kilometers to the east was where the ancient transfer array was located. The sound of rushing rain filled the forest and gave the whole area a certain charm, especially the old temple in the distance. This temple was clearly deserted. Its original red paint was now dim and some parts were even damaged. Even the brass rings on the door had rusted. There are patches of green on the temple side. Wang Lin had not seen many temples in his life. Looking at the temple, Wang Lin walked inside. This was an ancient temple. There were no statues of gods inside. Only a half-petal praying pad. As he looked at the temple, he looked toward the door and then he returned to looking at the temple. Once he finished looking, he stood at the door and enjoyed the view of the rain. After a long time, shouts came from a distance. A few large men wearing rain cloaks came while yelling. This damn weather. Once it starts raining, it never stops. There is a temple ahead. Let's hide in there for a while. We can continue our travel once the rain lightens up. As they were talking, they saw Wang Lin inside the temple. They all paused and looked at each other before silently walking toward the temple. When they walked past Wang Lin, one of them took a step toward Wang Lin and seemed to have tried reaching toward him with his right hand for a gentle pat. However, another person from the group let out a grunt and pushed that person to stop him. That person turned his head and let out a snort before silently entering the temple. The 5 of them took off their rain cloaks, set up a fire, took out some food, and began to loudly chat with each other. However, every now and then, their gazes would turn to Wang Lin. Wang Lin gently shook his head. These 5 mortals had ruined the special mood of this night and wasted the atmosphere. He let out a sigh. Just as he raised his feet to leave, his gaze suddenly locked onto the forest in the distance. He saw a man with long hair wearing a thin robe taking big strides toward the temple. Although the man looked very slow, after taking one step, he was suddenly next to Wang Lin, walking into the temple. As he passed by Wang Lin, the man gasped and suddenly stopped. He carefully looked at Wang Lin, revealing his white teeth in a gentle smile, and said, "I didn't expect to meet a fellow cultivator in such a small temple. My name is Emoji. You are?" Wang Lin's expression was calm, but he was very alert. This person was very strange. There wasn't a sliver of spiritual energy in him, and he looked like a mortal at first glance. But how could a mortal see through his cultivation? Wang Lin calmly clasped his hands and replied, "I'm just someone from the mountains. No need for a name. Just call me Denyo." The large fellow looked at Wang Lin with a curious gaze and laughed. "Brother Denyo, why don't we sit down and talk in this rainy night?" Wang Lin faintly smiled and nodded before sitting cross-legged on the ground. He waved his right hand and a gourd of wine appeared. He took a drink. After the 4-sect alliance was destroyed, Wang Lin's stock of this fruit wine had decreased, so he drank it a lot less often now. That large fellow let out a laugh, sat down and said, "Brother Denyo's cultivation is really shocking. If I'm not seeing this wrong, you're close to obtaining your domain." Wang Lin's heart skipped a bit. He became even more cautious of this person. But on the outside, he just quietly chuckled and dodged the question. At this moment, one of the men next to the fire laughed loudly. "What in the world are you two talking about? We can't understand a word of what you are talking about. Obtaining your domain? Are you two crazy?" Emoji faintly smiled and said, "Sir, your use of the word crazy is excellent. If one isn't crazy, why would they try to understand something like the laws of the heavens? If one isn't crazy, why would they try to become an immortal? One must want something in order to obtain it. That is the truth." The man next to the fire frowned and scolded. "He really is crazy. I didn't understand a word." Emoji smiled and shook his head. He looked at Wang Lin and asked, "Did Brother Denyo understand?" Wang Lin let out a faint smile and said, "Your words are too mysterious. I don't understand, but I think the word crazy is not good. Instead, the word eat is better." Emoji's eyes lit up and he laughed. "Good. Eat is a very good word. If us cultivators lost the urge to eat, then how could we go down the right path and complete the Tao of the heavens?" Wang Lin took a drink and silently smiled. Emoji looked at Wang Lin. Then his eyes suddenly showed confusion, and then were filled with void. Wang Lin's eyes met his and his heart skipped a beat. He then quietly moved his hand over his bag of holding. After a long time, the confusion in Emoji's eyes slowly disappeared. Just now, where were we at? Wang Lin's brows furrowed as he stared at Emoji. At this moment, one of the men next to the fire, the one who had been listening in on them, laughed. He really is crazy, the man said. Emoji let out a sigh and smiled at Wang Lin. Forget it. Since I forgot, I forgot. My name is Emoji. What is your name? Wang Lin's brow furrowed even harder. After a while, he shook his head and let out a faint smile as he said, Dunyo. Emoji nodded. He looked at the rain outside and said, The rainy night is beautiful in its mood and endlessness. The plants silently absorb the water and the scent of death on them quietly disappears. This is the beauty of the rain and the taste of life. Wang Lin turned his head to look outside the shrine. The sound of the falling rain slow came inside and the sound of thunder would occasionally light up the outside for an instant. The fire inside the shrine flickered in the night, causing the shadows in the shrine to flicker as well. It was as if this was the border of life and death. The flickering of light seemed to also contain some hints of the life and death domain. Light is death, darkness is death. The flickering light represents the exchange between life and death. Wang Lin whispered, What is life? This question had confused him for a long time. Emoji withdrew his gaze. He pointed at the fire and faintly smiled. This fire is life. Wang Lin pondered as he looked at the flickering light and asked, Why? Emoji faintly smiled as he looked at the fire and said, I don't know why it is life, but I have constantly heard mortals say, live fire, so I think fire must be life. Crazy. This time, all of the men next to the fire looked at the two as if they were some strange creatures. This fire is life. Wang Lin felt like he had gained some clarity, but he still hadn't fully understood it. He remained silent for a moment and then asked, What is death? Just as Emoji was about to speak, his eyes were filled with confusion and void again. After a long time, he regained his senses and looked around in a daze. What were we talking about before? Without waiting for Wang Lin to speak, one of the men around the fire said, He just asked you what death was. Emoji looked at Wang Lin apologetically. He hesitated for a bit and said, I believe brother also knows what my name is. May I ask for your name? Just like before Wang Lin could respond, another man next to the fire responded, His name is Dunyo. Emoji's eyes became even more apologetic as he said, Ever since I obtained my domain, my memory has been a mess. I hope brother Dunyo can forgive me. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his heart was shocked. He hesitated for a bit before asking, What domain did brother Mo comprehend? Directly asking someone their domain was somewhat taboo, but Emoji didn't seem to mind. The confusion in his eyes became even stronger and he said, Forget domain. Hey, you haven't said what death is yet. Continue what you were saying, it was getting interesting. One of the men next to the fire hurried Emoji. The confusion in Emoji's eyes became even stronger as he said, What is death? Death is to die. If a person dies, then it is death, and if the heart dies, then it forgets. That is death. Wang Lin's heart shook. That sentence was like a gust that blew away a lot of the fog that had left him confused. Death was to die. If a person dies, it is death. If the heart dies, then it forgets. Emoji's confused eyes were filled with wisdom as he looked around before pointing at a puddle outside with this right hand. He muttered, The water falling in this puddle today is life. Tomorrow, when there is no water falling, then this puddle is death. Dead water is water without life and flow. Then his right hand casually pointed again, and this time it was on the men next to the fire. The void in his eyes became even stronger and he said, Today they can enjoy, be angry, be sad, or be happy. That is life. In the future, they won't be able to enjoy, be angry, be sad, or be happy, and that is death. His hand suddenly moved and pointed at a praying mat. He said, "This shrine was alive when the statue of the god was here. Now that it is without it, it is dead." Speaking of this, he stood up, pointed at the sky, and said, "These raindrops are born in the sky and die on the earth. What's in the middle is their life. I look at this rain not for the sky, earth, or the rain itself, but the raindrop's entire life. This cycle of life and death." Wang Lin was touched. He stood up and respectfully bowed toward Emoji. Emoji faintly smiled. He then took a step and left the shrine like a meteor. His faint voice came from the distance and said, "Brother Denyo, you either understand it or you don't know your limits." Wang Lin stared at the rain. After a long time he let out a smile. At this moment, the men around the fire were all confused. They felt like they understood a bit, but when they thought about it carefully, there seemed to be a layer of fog blocking their eyes. "Fellow brother, what did that person mean?" One of them couldn't help but ask. Everyone else's gazes turned toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin shook his head and said, "You guys won't understand." With that, he took a step and left the shrine. He walked in the rain and looked up. This raindrop was born in the sky. Then he looked at the ground. This raindrop dies on the earth. What's in between is the raindrop's entire life. This is life and death. Fire is life because it has life. This is what they mean by live fire. Death is to die. If a person dies, it is death. If the heart dies, then it forgets. Wang Lin was walking between the heavens and earth when he suddenly felt something in his heart. He managed to grasp a bit of the truth behind life and death. He originally needed one more year of cultivating his domain to reach the soul formation stage. However, his comprehension suddenly grew, and after a short while, he was already at the state to reach the soul formation stage. Could be said that at this moment, if Wang Lin wished to, he could immediately reach the soul formation stage. But this was obviously not the place to reach the soul formation stage. Wang Lin suppressed the urge to break through and flew even faster. "I believe Brother Mo's domain is heart's death, and this results in his memory loss. To forget everything, leaving only the Tao." Wang Lin took a deep breath. This Emoji was a genius. The insight he had gained in the shrine on that rainy night allowed Wang Lin's mentality to finally reach the level of soul formation. At this moment, he was worthy of reaching the soul formation stage and had the domain of a soul formation cultivator. The soul formation stage is where the strength of cultivators begin to vary greatly. This is because once cultivators reach the soul formation stage, their focus of cultivation changes from their bodies to their minds. Their basis is their understanding of the heavens, and their strength is how well they can control that power. The domain is the most important insight for cultivators above the soul formation stage. According to the difference in understanding of the heavens, the domains obtained are different too. In other words, there are countless domains out there, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a difference in strength between the domains. Although the domains are very close in strength when they reach their extremes, the starting points are very different and can definitely affect future cultivation. Therefore, at the soul formation stage, the strength of cultivators vary greatly. If one only obtains an ordinary domain, even though they are gods compared to nascent soul cultivators, they will be lagging behind among fellow soul formation cultivators. If Wang Lin really wanted to reach the soul formation stage quickly, he could have done it when he was able to carve the first statue of the White Cloud Sex soul formation cultivator. However, that domain was not something he had made himself. It was the same as following in someone else's footsteps. Even if he had reached the soul formation stage, he would find it very difficult to break through in the future, resulting in a very low chance of reaching the soul transformation stage. Since it was not a domain he had formed himself, it would be very difficult to even fully comprehend it, not to mention transcend it. In truth, there are two ways to reach the soul formation stage. The first method is to follow someone else's footsteps and copy their domain. This method is much easier than the second one, but the difficult part is that not many soul formation cultivators are willing to display their domain. Only peak nascent soul cultivators in large sects are given the privilege to see them. The second method is to completely rely on yourself to try to comprehend the heavens to find your own domain. This method is very difficult. It requires a lot of perseverance and luck to succeed, But once you have found your own domain, you will be much stronger than those that went with the first method. In general, only those who can't obtain their own domain after trying for a long time choose the first method. After all, there is a huge difference in power between the two methods. This gap is something that is almost impossible to close, whether it is at the start or far in the future. However, not many people can comprehend their own domain, so a majority of cultivators choose the first method. This is why some soul formation cultivators are killed and others can live on peacefully. The messenger back in Zhao chose the first method, which is why he decided to run after seeing Wang Lin's magic treasure. However, nothing is absolute, as there are cultivators who choose the first method who manage to break through to the soul transformation stage, but there are simply too few of these people, and they are very weak among soul transformation cultivators. Thus, the people who choose the first method focus on obtaining pills to raise their cultivation level. But how could pills that contain celestial spiritual energy be so easy to obtain? Wang Lin flew in the rain until he arrived at the ancient transfer array. The transfer array lit up and his body disappeared. This time, Wang Lin didn't stop at all and used his full speed to move to the next transfer array. 1 month later, waves of spiritual energy shot up in a valley at the edge of Zhao. As the spiritual energy disappeared, a young man walked out. It was Wang Lin. Looking at the land before him, Wang Lin felt a burst of melancholy. Zhao wasn't very big. With just his divine sense, he was easily able to see everything that was happening. After Wang Lin's killing spree, the cultivators of Zhao had weakened greatly, especially with the deaths of several late-stage nascent soul cultivators. This was a huge blow to Zhao. In these past few decades, all of the sect's doors were closed. Among the cultivators of Zhao, rumors of Wang Lin were still being spread even now. Countless cultivators were still terrified by the stories, and those that saw Wang Lin would still wake up in the middle of the night covered in cold sweat. As for the Heavens Tower in the middle of Zhao, it was still empty. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin flew toward where the former Hung Yu sect was, which was now the Shen Dao sect's home. He entered the cultivation world here, so he will reach the soul formation stage here too. When his figure appeared outside of the Shen Dao sect, he saw white fog covering the entire sect. Even the little passage up the mountain was blocked. The Shen Dao sect had long closed its doors and no longer communicated with the outside. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Instead of making a commotion to force people to come out, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the back mountain of the Shen Dao sect. The back mountain where he went through 4 years of closed-door cultivation was still there. There were a few cultivators around, but their expressions were very lethargic and depressed. How could they notice Wang Lin's presence? Wang Lin found the cave he had cultivated in back then and walked into it. There was no one inside the cave. Once Wang Lin went inside, the rock at the entrance slowly fell. Wang Lin sat cross-legged inside the cave and examined its interior. Familiar memories entered his mind. He let out a sigh and began to cultivate. 10 days later, Wang Lin finished tuning his body. His hand formed a seal and he pressed it on his stomach. The color of his face changed between red and green and his body soon split into two. His original body came out of his avatar with a head of white hair over his shoulders, a grin, and a purple star that released an evil light. This original body's cultivation level was still at the late stage of core formation. His G realm hadn't evolved, so his original body's cultivation level still couldn't improve. Even though he could boost his G realm to the nascent soul level when he was fused together with his avatar, there were still limitations and drawbacks, so it was not a long-term solution. As for his avatar, it was about to reach the soul formation stage. After fusing with his original body, this avatar's one flaw of only having 30 years to live disappeared, so now it was no different from his original body. At this moment, he was about to reach the soul formation stage, and if he was still fused with his original body, it would interfere with the process of breaking through. Wang Lin began to ponder. If his original body's cultivation stayed the same, then there would be too many drawbacks. He had already started to consider this matter several years ago but couldn't make a decision. However, his understanding of the life and death domain had increased greatly, especially after the event at the shrine. His hesitant heart finally made a decision. His original body couldn't walk the same path as his avatar, so the G realm had to be separated from it. The road of the ancient god was the path that the original body should have walked. Wang Lin pondered for a little while before both of his bodies sat down. Both bodies formed seals with their hands, causing green smoke to slowly surround them. The first thing he needed to do was shatter the cultivation of his original body. Slivers of spiritual energy spread out from the original body. There were traces of pain on the original body's face, but he was determined to continue. Finally, drops of blood oozed out of the original body's pores. This red liquid didn't stick to the body. It formed beads of blood around it. Gradually, the number of these beads of blood increased. The original body's face became even more pale and his cultivation level started to drop from the late stage of core formation. 10 days later, the original body looked older and his cultivation level had dropped to early stage core formation. The beads of blood had already formed a red ring around the original body. Then, with a crisp crackling sound, the original body's core shattered and turned into even more powerful spiritual energy that raged through his body like a group of runaway horses. Just at this moment, the avatar's eyes lit up and it pointed a finger at the original body's brow. The spiritual energy inside the original body seemed to have found a release point and poured out from the brow. This spiritual power gathered at the avatar's finger. Soon, all of the spiritual energy condensed into a silver liquid. The original body suddenly grew much weaker, but its eyes were still calm. Then, slivers of spiritual energy came from the original body's flesh and bones. This spiritual energy moved to the original body's dantian and slowly formed a ring. This was the foundation of a cultivator, which was also the symbol of a foundation establishment cultivator. This ring slowly became more solid and became even brighter and brighter. This time, the avatar pointed at the original body's dantian. The original body shook as the ring shattered into spiritual energy and gathered at the fingertip of the avatar. Then the original body's cultivation level dropped rapidly. 14th layer of chi condensation, 13th layer, 12th layer, 8th layer, 6th layer, all the way until the first layer. At this moment, all of the spiritual energy in the original body disappeared. His whole body suddenly fell over, leaned against the wall, and began to breathe rapidly. However, this entire time its eyes were still calm. In those eyes, a bolt of red lightning flashed. The avatar took a deep breath. This time, his finger pointed to the spot between the original body's eyes. Suddenly, that ray of red lightning flew out. Just as it was about to leave through one of the walls, the avatar let out a roar. His hand moved and rings of light trapped the red lightning. He reached out to grab it. The red lightning struggled for a bit before finally giving up and stopped moving. The avatar grabbed the red lightning and morphed it into a drop of blood before putting it into his bag of holding. This drop of blood was the G realm. The original body gave up its cultivation to force the G realm out, completely turning it into a magic treasure-like existence. Shortly after, the original body barely managed to sit up straight and closed his eyes. At this moment, the avatar flicked the spiritual energy from the foundation ring into the original body. Then the liquid formed by the core was also sent into the original body. The boundless spiritual energy surged through the original body, but that body had no intentions of cultivating again. Instead, the original body started using the ancient god's tactic. Under its power, all of the spiritual energy was absorbed by the body's flesh and bones. During the process of absorbing the spiritual energy, bits of a red substance entered the original body from the red ring. This process lasted a long time. At this moment, Wang Lin's original body and avatar walked down two very different paths. The original body was focused on refining the body, walking down the path of the ancient gods. The avatar focused on the inside, walking down the path of the heavens. Both were Wang Lin's bodies without any difference, but before he reaches a certain point, his two bodies can't be fused together for a long period of time. But once he fuses, his power will increase several-fold. A series of changes were happening within the original body. In truth, the original body had already met the requirements to become a one-star ancient god. As a result, it was already walking on the path of the ancient gods, but due to Wang Lin's indecision before, it caused that path to be incredibly difficult. But after the enlightenment in the old shrine, he was able to understand the mysteries of his life and death domain. As a result, Wang Lin decided to have his original body walk the path of the ancient gods. Wang Lin looked at his original body, which was currently cultivating. He opened his bag of holding and took out several blood drops filled with killing intent and then pointed at the original body's brow. The blood drops flew into the original body one by one. The original body's white hair immediately turned red and his killing intent reached its peak. At this moment, the original body seemed a bit similar to Taysan from the land of the ancient god. After a long time, the original body finished absorbing all the spiritual energy and opened his eyes. His eyes had no pupils. They were only two masses of red. Combined with the red hair, he didn't look human. Instead, he looked like an ancient demon. Wang Lin and his original body both let out a faint smiles. However, their smiles would shock anyone who saw them. The original body's smile was filled with the sense of being far above others, while the avatar's smile was filled with bloodlust. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out several hundred bottles of pills. This was a large majority of the pills Li Muin had given him back then. The moment those pills appeared, the original body opened its mouth. All of the bottles broke as the pills flew into its mouth, turned into spiritual energy, and moved through its body. The ancient god's tactic worked frantically inside his body to absorb all of the spiritual energy from the pills. Gradually, the original body became even harder and had a slightly metallic sheen. Finally, golden threads came out of the original body's pores and his clothes all disappeared as well. The number of golden threads increased as more pills entered his mouth and the ancient god's tactic operated. Finally, the golden threads intertwined and formed a golden cocoon. Waves of pressure came out of the golden cocoon. The beating sound of a powerful heart come from inside the cocoon. However, no one but the avatar could hear this sound. The avatar stared at the golden cocoon the original body was in and sat down to guard it. 13 days later, the beating inside the golden cocoon became even louder. It was like a beating drum. Finally, when that sound reached its peak, a crack appeared on the golden cocoon. More and more cracks appeared and the cracks grew larger and larger. Finally, the cocoon was covered in cracks and a very blinding purple light leaked through them. Crisp crackling sounds came from the golden cocoon. Then large chunks of the cocoon's shell fell off. Then a bronze-colored arm reached out from inside the golden cocoon. Subsequently, his original body walked out of the golden cocoon. His red hair that looked like flowing blood was behind his shoulders, and the two purple stars on his forehead slowly rotated in a circle. His eyes were no longer red and had darkened a lot. But if one looked closely, it looked as if his eyes contained seas of blood. The original body managed to reach the second transformation of the ancient god after absorbing his original body's cultivation and countless pills. The amount of spiritual energy needed for an ancient god to undergo transformation now was countless times the amount required before. After the original body appeared, it silently pondered and looked at the avatar. The avatar slapped his bag of holding and took out a flying sword. He pointed at the original body and the flying sword flew at it. The original body didn't block. It let the flying sword attack it. At the moment of impact, there was a sound of two metal objects colliding. Sounds of two metal objects hitting each other continued and even sparks appeared. The original body casually reached and grabbed the flying sword. It tightened its hold and, with a crack, the flying sword broke into pieces and became useless metal. The original body and avatar both let out smiles of satisfaction. After pondering a little, the original body sank into the ground and disappeared. According to the memories of the ancient god, if a baby ancient god hasn't been tested at the center of the planet, then he will never become a true ancient god. When Wang Lin decided on this road, he had already made his decision. The original body continued to sink into the earth until it reached a point where the pressure would be too powerful even for cultivators. However, with the help of the ancient god's tactic, the original body didn't feel anything and continued to descend. Even Wang Lin wasn't sure how far it had descended, but his original body still hadn't reached the center of Suzaku. He made a rough estimate and believed that he was 1/6 of the way there. However, this was already the limit of the original body. If he were to continue to descend, his body would collapse. After all, in ancient times, the adult ancient gods would surround the baby ancient god in a drop of their blood to provide for the baby and help protect the baby from the powerful pressure at the center of the planet. The original body sat down cross-legged and began to quietly cultivate. Unless the avatar encounters a life and death situation, it wouldn't move. It would continue to cultivate. Aside from that, the only movement the original body would make was go down toward the center of Suzaku to complete the way of the ancient god. But the path to become a real ancient god was simply too hard. The ancient gods went through 3 losses and 7 trials. Every single time was a life and death test. It would be impossible to complete it all without spending a very large amount of time. What is even more unbearable compared to all of this is the solitude. One must cultivate in solitude, endure the solitude, and finally enjoy the solitude. Also, the disappearance of the ancient gods weighed on Wang Lin's heart like a giant rock. In ancient times, after Tusi died, some unimaginable things happened that caused the celestial realm to be destroyed. The ancient celestials went extinct, the ancient gods went extinct, and this even affected the ancient cultivation world, causing the cultivation union to appear. Although all of those things were very distant from Wang Lin, once someone learns that Wang Lin was cultivating the path of the ancient gods, those things might not be so distant anymore. Therefore, Wang Lin could not let anyone know that he had an original body following the path of the ancient gods. Otherwise, there would be disaster coming his way. After the original body left, Wang Lin's avatar looked up while inside the cave. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the cave walls and saw the sky above it. Wang Lin softly said the 2 words, "Soul formation." He stretched out his arms as his life and death domain began to slowly spread. It covered the entire back mountain, it covered the Xiandao sect, and continued to spread. Slowly, the life and death domain continued to spread until it covered all of Zhao. He slowly closed his eyes as he comprehended the laws of the heavens and the life and death domain. At this moment, whether it was the mortals or cultivators, everyone felt something in their hearts. The mortals could only experience a mysterious feeling, but all of the cultivators began to panic. The expressions of the few nascent soul cultivators in Zhao greatly changed, and they flew out from their various sects to check what was going on. However, with their cultivation levels, they would only feel and not locate where it was coming from. Not to mention them, even the few remaining nascent soul cultivators in the Xiandao sect didn't know that the source of this feeling was in their back mountain. At this moment, Wang Lin felt what everyone was feeling. The feelings of panic and daze, confusion and shock, and all these various other feelings were laid out before him. Gradually, the clouds disappeared until there were no clouds or wind in the entire country of Zhao. Only a sense of peace was left. In this peace, all of the mortals and cultivators affected by the life and death domain calmed down. In the mortal world, from the king to the peasants, everyone seemed to have lost control of themselves as they bowed toward one direction. This was even true for cultivators, no matter what cultivation level they had reached. As the sense of calmness spread, a few of the nascent soul cultivators noticed that this heavenly change was coming from the Xiandao sect. The Xiandao sect was now empty after the few nascent soul cultivators ordered everyone else to leave. All of the disciples of the Xiandao sect were now kneeling outside the sect. These nascent soul cultivators were all very nervous as they had a guess as to what was going on. That guess was that there was a guest reaching the soul formation stage here, but this guess was too unbelievable and it caused them to be very nervous. Although they had never experienced these kinds of changes in the heavens before, they had read about them in ancient records. It was a bit different from the records, but this kind of change could only happen when someone was reaching the soul formation stage. At this moment, one question appeared in the remaining nascent soul cultivators' minds. Who the hell was reaching the soul formation stage here? Why did this person choose to do it here? Could this person be someone from Zhao? This speculation from the people that vaguely understood what was happening caused them to become extremely excited. This type of excitement was something they had never felt before. Wang Lin sat cross-legged inside the cave, and at this moment his body was emitting a rainbow-colored light. In this light, Wang Lin had the air of an immortal. Gradually, A little person that looked exactly like Wang Lin flew out from his forehead. This was his nascent soul. The nascent soul slowly floated upward until it completely left Wang Lin's body. The nascent soul also opened its arms and remained in the same position as the body. The spiritual energy in the heavens suddenly found an outlet. It rapidly gathered around Wang Lin and formed a giant vortex in the back mountain of the Xiandao sect. This vortex was now visible to everyone near it. It looked like a funnel and grew larger and larger at the top. Then the sky changed as a giant black hole appeared in the cloudless sky. Inside the black hole, one could see stars shining. Wang Lin seemed to notice, and his nascent soul raised its head. His gaze pierced through the cave and stared into the black hole. His heart immediately shook. He remembered this scene from the ancient god's memory. This was the space outside of planet Suzaku. When a cultivator reaches the soul formation stage, their nascent soul will go through a series of changes. This process requires a large amount of spiritual energy. During this process, one can use their domain to open up a passage to the sky and use that boundless spiritual energy to help them reach the soul formation stage. This is a chance every cultivator has when they reach the soul formation stage. The appearance of the black hole was the final confirmation to every cultivator who had read the record. It was certain that there was indeed someone reaching the soul formation stage in Zhao. The spiritual energy poured out of the black hole like a flash flood and was sucked up by the vortex. Then it underwent a series of changes before entering Wang Lin's body. The nascent soul started to slowly emit a rainbow-colored light. The light became brighter and brighter until it covered the entire back mountain. Soon, the entire Xiandao sect was covered in this rainbow-colored light. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators became filled with excitement and devotion, as their eyes became filled with a hot craze. For them, it was a great honor and luck to be able to watch someone reach the soul formation stage in their lifetime. It was also great for their cultivation. However, this was not the reason Wang Lin chose to reach the soul formation stage in Zhao. It was simply because he felt a strange urge to. The nascent soul cultivators were the ones who received the greatest benefits, as their nascent souls seemed to be undergoing changes. All of their nascent souls flew out of their bodies and began to cultivate. As Wang Lin's nascent soul absorbed more spiritual energy, the rainbow-colored light became even stronger. His nascent soul also began to float up higher above his head. The appearance of the black hole above Zhao caused the mortals to become even more pious. It was as if a heavenly pressure had washed over them, removing all distractions and letting them focus on their respect for this heavenly pressure. The closer the mortals were to the black hole, the more they were affected. This was especially true for the village right next to the Xiandao sect, as every child was staring dumbfoundedly at the black hole. If there was a cultivator around, they would be able to see a faint belt of light above their foreheads that connected to the black hole. In reality, whenever a cultivator is about to reach the soul formation stage in a rank 4 cultivation country, they return to their own country. Every time a cultivator reaches the soul formation stage, the black hole that appears causes the mortals around it to change. Those without a spirit root can gain one. This is one of the reasons why rank 4 cultivation countries can completely suppress rank 3 cultivation countries. Every time a cultivator reaches the soul formation stage, they produce a lot of mortals who can cultivate as well. Wang Lin didn't know any of this. At this moment, he had completely fused with his life and death domain to experience the laws of the heavens. As more and more spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's nascent soul, his nascent soul rose higher and higher. The stone wall didn't stop his nascent soul at all, and his nascent soul slowly flew out of the back mountain. At this moment, all of the surrounding cultivators saw something they would never forget. They saw a mini person who was emanating a rainbow-colored light and sitting cross-legged slowly rise into the air. The moment the nascent soul appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed toward the nascent soul. The nascent soul's hand also began to rapidly form different seals. This process lasted for a long time. Wang Lin's nascent soul began to form the seals even faster as spiritual energy poured into him. He eventually started producing afterimages. The rainbow-colored light around the nascent soul gradually began to converge back into it until it was completely contained within the nascent soul. Shortly after, Wang Lin's nascent soul became transparent, as if it would disappear at any time. At this moment, the black hole in the sky spat out the last bit of spiritual energy, then gradually closed and disappeared. The last bit of spiritual energy descended like a dragon and entered the nascent soul. At this moment, slivers of strange energy came out of the nascent soul. The entire nascent soul changed from transparent to solid again. It gradually grew until it was the size of a normal person. If one looked closely at it, they would see that his nascent soul looked exactly like his body. At this point, the nascent soul opened its eyes. There were no emotions inside them. They looked like ordinary people's eyes, but waves of coldness rolled out of them. At this moment, everyone who saw this nascent soul saw an illusion showing that after this nascent soul had undergone a series of changes, it had become a mysterious existence that surpassed cultivators. Its gaze seemed to be directed at the earth, and no matter what it looked at, its gaze was always cold, as if there was nothing in this world that would interest it. The most important part of the soul formation stage is that the nascent soul becomes the primary soul. If the primary soul remains, then the body will remain forever, just like the laws of the heavens. At this moment, Wang Lin's nascent soul underwent a change with all the spiritual energy from reaching the soul formation stage and changed into a primary soul. If one compares a nascent soul to a child, then the primary soul is like an adult that has gained the ability to use the power of the heavens. This is what makes soul formation cultivators so fearsome. A soul formation cultivator is able to contain the power of their domain in their attacks because of their primary soul. The primary soul is formed with the nascent soul as the base and empowered by the spiritual energy of the heavens. It is because of the existence of the primary soul that soul formation cultivators are far stronger than nascent soul cultivators. This is the same reason why nascent soul cultivators are so much stronger than core formation cultivators. The difference between the realms is a gap that can't be crossed. Mortals breathed in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, causing their bodies to change so they could better cultivate spiritual energy. Gradually, as the body gathers more and more spiritual energy, it reaches a certain stage, then the body undergoes a change in quality. This change is called foundation establishment. According to the ways of cultivation, one can't have external help when reaching the foundation establishment stage. One must try and try again themselves to truthfully walk the heaven-defying path of cultivation. However, reaching the foundation establishment stage is too hard, which is why heaven-defying pills like the foundation establishment pill were created. Now, after a long time, there are very few people who can reach the foundation establishment stage without the help of a foundation establishment pill. Although this doesn't follow the standards of the heavens, the Cultivation Union said that the heavens are dead, so there is no need to defy them. Because a long time has passed, people forgot about this matter. After one reaches the foundation establishment stage, their body becomes even more accustomed to cultivating spiritual energy and can contain more spiritual energy. However, at a certain point, one will reach another bottleneck. As such, the core formation stage came to be. The goal of the core formation stage is to compress the spiritual energy in one's body again and again until the intangible spiritual energy becomes tangible. Then it goes from tangible to liquid and finally from liquid to solid, all to form one's core. This process is very difficult for cultivators, but it is not impossible. If one has enough talent, it's a lot easier. The core eases the load on the body and allows one to absorb more spiritual energy. As more and more spiritual energy is gathered, some of it goes into the core, causing the core to become more solid. The amount of spiritual energy condensed in the core is unimaginable. This is why core formation cultivators are like heavenly beings to foundation establishment cultivators. After all, the amount of spiritual energy core formation cultivators have is unimaginable for foundation establishment cultivators. After a cultivator forms their core and continues to cultivate, they will reach another bottleneck. This is the late stage of core formation. At this point, simply cultivating spiritual energy is no longer enough. This is when the cultivator undergoes a second quality change. This isn't a complete quality change, but for cultivators, it is a huge change. This is the first step to truly become a heaven-defying cultivator. The core shatters and the nascent soul is born. Nascent soul has the word nascent because it is the beginning of the path of cultivation. The core shattering and birth of the nascent soul is a mysterious change. It is like the breath of a baby in the mortal world. The core is like a mother who is pregnant. When it breaks, it will give life to a baby. This is how the phrase nascent soul came to be. The shattering of the core and the birth of the nascent soul is a symbol of rebirth. The amount of spiritual energy a nascent soul can absorb is not even in the same realm as a core. After obtaining a nascent soul, one has the ability to escape death, to fight the heavens, and to walk down the heaven-defying path. Once the nascent soul reaches a certain stage, it is time for the soul formation stage. The talent required to reach the soul formation stage isn't high, as what the soul formation stage requires is comprehension of the heavens. After all, once a cultivator forms their nascent soul, they gain the right to fight the heavens. This right is very valuable, but it isn't enough. In order to fight the heavens, one must understand the heavens and the cycle of reincarnation. Only after one understands the law of the heavens can they find the way to defy the heavens. This type of thing is very mysterious. One either understands it or they don't. If one can't comprehend the heavens, then no matter how much spiritual energy they absorb, they will always be weak. It's like giving a baby a divine weapon. If they can't wield the weapon, it is still useless. If they use it by force, they will be able to harm the enemy, but they themselves will be hurt as well. Comprehending the heavens and obtaining a domain is what allows the baby to wield the weapon. This is the only way to obtain the ability to wield that power. Only after comprehending the heavens can one wield this power as if it were their own. As a result, this stage is called soul formation. Once one obtains the strength to wield this power, they have far surpassed mortals and other cultivators. They are an existence beyond humans because they have a divine soul. However, this soul isn't the normal type of soul in the records. It's a state of mind, a change of heart, a very mysterious realm. This realm is similar to the soul in the records, and that's how the soul formation stage came to be. But just having the power is not enough. Even if a baby has the strength to wield this power, it can't wield it for long. This is how the origin soul came to be. Once the baby grows up, it will naturally be able to store more power. This is the origin soul. In order to form an origin soul, one needs a domain and divine sense. Then they fuse together into the nascent soul and thus, a new soul is born. This is the origin soul. As for the power that could be used, that is the power of the heavens. Soul formation cultivators can use the power of the heavens, something that nascent soul cultivators can't use. The power of the heavens is the domain. Depending on the domain someone comprehends from the heavens, they will be able to display different powers of the heavens. At this moment, Wang Lin understood everything. He slowly looked at the land before him and, after a long time, his origin soul slowly sank back down. His origin soul returned to the cave and entered his forehead. It eventually fused back together with his body. At this moment, all of the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body disappeared and fused with his origin soul. After a long time, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. These eyes were like those of a newborn baby's, with distinct black and white. There was also a hint of an aura. Wang Lin took a deep breath and raised his right hand. He casually grabbed with his hand and a rift in space appeared. Cold air blew out from the rift that seemed to be able to blow out life. Before, Wang Lin would only be able to open a rift in space this easily inside the land of the ancient god. Otherwise, he would have to use all of the spiritual energy in his body to barely succeed. This cold air was the life-extinguishing wind from the void. Nascent soul cultivators could just barely resist it, but core formation cultivators would have to stay far away from it unless they possessed a treasure that could resist it. Wang Lin was able to resist it before, but he would still feel very uncomfortable. However, if he were to go inside, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was also why back then, when the people he fought opened up a rift to run away, he didn't dare to chase after them. This cold air didn't have any effect on Wang Lin anymore. Even if his whole body were to go into the rift, it would no longer harm him at all. He faintly smiled as his right hand slowly entered the rift. When he withdrew his right hand, there were specks of light on it. Looking at these specks of light, Wang Lin crushed them after pondering for a while. He stood up and walked forward as the stone sealing the cave loudly opened. As he walked out of the cave, he saw that all of the members of the Shen Dao sect were kneeling on the ground, looking at his direction. Even some of the nearby cultivators not from the Shen Dao sect were present. They were kneeling as well. Wang Lin's gaze only took a moment to sweep past everyone. He saw a lot of people that he knew. His gaze suddenly locked onto one of the middle-aged men. The moment Wang Lin saw this person, he let out a faint smile. After he carefully looked at this person more, his smile became wider. Wang Lin mumbled to himself, 40 years to reach the late stage of foundation establishment. Very good. That white-robed middle-aged man stared at Wang Lin, revealing a look of confusion. He felt like he knew this person, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. Now that he saw this person looking at him, he immediately felt something. It was as if something inside him was awakening. An image flashed across his mind. It seemed like he used to be in the same sect as this person, but he immediately shook his head as this thought was too insane. He took a deep breath and immediately lowered his head. At this moment, an old nascent soul cultivator moved forward. He knelt before Wang Lin and asked, with a trembling voice, "Is Senior from Zhao?" The moment those words came out, all of the cultivators around held their breath. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they stared at Wang Lin. Even the middle-aged man raised his head and looked toward Wang Lin again. Wang Lin's current appearance was not that different from back then, but the aura around him was completely different, so it was no wonder people didn't realize it was him. But even if people did, they wouldn't dare to say it out loud. For a rank 3 cultivation country to become a rank 4 cultivation country, they need a soul formation cultivator that was born in that country. Rank 4 cultivation countries have a technique to verify this. This technique comes from Suzaku, so unless someone's cultivation level is higher than the cultivators of Suzaku, it is very hard to fake. And the most important part is that the soul formation cultivator must live in the country for 100 years before they can report to a rank 4 cultivation country to get their new rank. Obviously, Wang Lin couldn't accept this condition. After hearing the old man's words, Wang Lin pondered for a long time and said, "I'm from this country, but I'm unable to stay for 100 years. Sorry." The old man's body shivered and he revealed a disappointed look. All of the surrounding cultivators revealed the same expression. When expectations are too high, the amount of disappointment is even higher. Wang Lin let out a sigh. His right hand grabbed in the air, then 10 balls of light appeared. He threw them out and the 10 balls of light landed on 10 different cultivators. The 10 cultivators' bodies shook and they revealed painful expressions. But this pain didn't last long. After catching their breaths, they revealed joyous expressions. That white-robed middle-aged man was one of them. Wang Lin calmly said, "I can't stay, but I have left behind 10 spirit seeds. Although they won't make your cultivation any easier, once you reach the late stage of nascent soul, I'll naturally know and come to teach you." After he finished speaking, he looked at the white-robed middle-aged man again and let out a faint smile. The spirit seed he gave to the middle-aged man was different from everyone else's. It contained the power to save his life 3 times. These spirit seeds were something a soul formation cultivator formed using the power of the heavens. Their value was unimaginable. As the middle-aged man stared at Wang Lin, the sense of familiarity in his mind became even stronger. But just as he was about to remember, he suddenly felt pain in his head. This pain was much stronger than what he could handle. Just as he felt as if his mind would explode, a gentle power came from the spirit seed and the pain disappeared. His body trembled and was covered in sweat. A gentle voice in his head said, "Don't think about it anymore. Once you have reached the nascent soul stage, you will remember everything from the past. If you know now, it will only bring you pain." The person's body shook. When he raised his head, he noticed that Wang Lin was faintly smiling at him. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked at the land before him. Unless special happens, he won't come back to Zhao until someone reaches the late stage of nascent soul. His body slowly rose into the air and gradually disappeared in the sky. On the ground, All of the cultivators raised their heads and revealed determined expressions. This was especially true for the middle-aged man. I will reach the nascent soul stage. I will. Just at this moment, an object fell from the sky. Everyone looked at it and realized that it was a wood carving. The wood carving fell on top of the mountain and fused with it. Suddenly, the mountain felt like it was filled with spiritual energy. A voice from the distance said, "This object can save Zhao from the invasion of rank 3 cultivation countries 3 times. Be careful." With the tragic ending of the four-sect alliance in mind, he did one last thing for Zhao. At some point in the few hundred years that followed, this wood carving saved Zhao from an invasion. The invading cultivators had already pushed Zhao to the limit, causing all of the Zhao cultivators to come kneel before the wood carving. The mountain shone before the mockery of all the invading cultivators, causing their attitude to change. When the light disappeared, all of the invading cultivators died. Zhao, outside the Ju-Ming Valley, everything was calm. It was as if the event of someone reaching the soul formation stage had never happened. In a few decades, the Ju-Ming Valley will open again for people to search for treasure in the foreign battleground. Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the valley and he looked down at it. He let out a sigh as he waved his right hand and a rift 3 feet long opened before him. If one looked closely, they would notice that this rift was located at the exact spot that Wang Lin self-destructed. After reaching the soul formation stage, Wang Lin's first goal was to reform the bag of holding that disappeared when he died. He didn't care much about most of the items in his old bag of holding, but he had to get that sword sheath back. As of now, he had already found 2 more sword sheaths and he believed that there was some type of secret within them. His body moved and appeared outside the rift. A powerful wind that could easily distinguish life came out of the rift, but it had no effect on Wang Lin. His right hand reached into the rift and he probed around for the item with his origin soul. Light slowly gathered in his hand and a bag of holding appeared. As Wang Lin spread out his divine sense, his gaze suddenly became serious. The bag was missing a lot of things, including the sword sheath. He pondered a little and guessed that it was because it had been so long that even though he reformed the bag of holding, some of the stuff was lost inside the spatial rift. But he had refined that sword sheath with his cold core, and now that he had reached the soul formation stage, he could faintly sense it. He pondered for a bit before stepping into the spatial rift. After he entered, the rift rapidly closed. It disappeared and the area outside the Ju-Ming Valley was quiet once again. The space within the rift wasn't empty. It was filled with an oppressive atmosphere and cold wind, as well as countless things releasing different colored lights. There were even some pitch-black giant rocks floating around. Just as he entered this area, he felt like this resembled the space in 2C's memory. Only there were no stars here. Wang Lin waved his right hand and left a mark here. He quickly moved through the space like a meteor toward where he sensed the sword sheath. As he moved, various gaps in space appeared and tried to suck things in, but this suction force seemed to have no effect on the things inside the space. Gradually, Wang Lin's speed became faster and faster as he flashed through the space. In the distance, there was a sword sheath embedded in a black rock. This sword sheath was the one that belonged to Wang Lin. Around the sword sheath were 4 human-looking shadows. The 4 shadows were sitting around the sword sheath. They were cultivating as slivers of golden energy came out of the sword sheath and were absorbed by the shadows. When Wang Lin saw this from a distance, he suddenly stopped. His eyes were calm as he waved his right hand. Suddenly, the sword sheath shook and the inside of the black rock began to move. However, the 4 shadows suddenly turned to look at Wang Lin with their ghostly eyes. Wang Lin's eyes were calm and he didn't say a word. Seeing that the sword sheath was rising higher and higher and seemed to even be emitting a sound, mouths opened up on the shadows' faces to suck in more of the golden energy. At the same time, a shadow suddenly stood up. As he stood up, his body instantly grew into a giant black cloud that charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he sneered. "A mere ghost magic treasure. You don't know your place." With that, he pointed with his left hand and a beam of spiritual energy shot out from his finger. Although this spiritual energy wasn't powerful, it contained Wang Lin's domain. The feeling of death appeared as the spiritual energy entered the shadow. Under the power of the domain, the shadow's life quickly disappeared. That shadow let out a miserable scream as black gas flooded out of his body. If one looked closely, they would see a mysterious power surrounding the shadow, causing it to shrink. Within a few breaths, it completely disappeared. However, the moment it was about to disappear, Wang Lin shot out another beam of spiritual energy that entered the dissipating shadow, causing it to reform and transform into a statue of a demon. This statue was based on a monster known as Yu from 2C's memory. This was formed through his life and death domain. Right after it appeared, it let out a roar and charged at the 3 remaining shadows. Wang Lin's body still hadn't moved as his origin soul was still immersed inside his life and death domain. He controlled the statue he had created through his domain. This was the first time Wang Lin had used a real soul formation technique that uses the power of the heavens. As for the very powerful techniques, there weren't many universal techniques for soul formation cultivators. All of the techniques are based off one's own domain and are created by themselves. The 3 shadows around the sword sheath let out screeches. One of them jumped into the sword sheath and flew away with it. As for the other 2, they turned with their ghostly gazes and jumped at the statue. One of the shadows exploded into countless black slivers and entered the statue from all directions. The other shadow used this chance to get past the statue and jumped at Wang Lin. At this moment, its eyes gave off a demonic aura. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he gently pointed at his brow. His origin soul came out as he coldly looked at the shadow and reached out with his right hand. When the shadow saw the origin soul, it let out a scream and turned around to escape without any hesitation. However, it was far too slow, so it was caught by Wang Lin. It struggled and screamed as it was swallowed by Wang Lin's origin soul. As for the escaping sword sheath, it was not moving in a straight line but zigzagging. It was clearly trying to avoid Wang Lin's teleportation. Wang Lin let out a sneer. His origin soul disappeared and became part of this space. It was as if he could clearly see where the sword sheath was going. The origin soul silently appeared next to the sword sheath and grabbed it, then returned to Wang Lin's body. This was the instant movement ability soul formation cultivators could use by fusing with the heavens. Not every soul formation cultivator could use this, but it was far more powerful than the teleportation nascent soul cultivators could use. When Wang Lin devoured the shadow, he absorbed its memories as well. This shadow was created by a powerful cultivator by splitting off parts of his obsessions. Then he placed them here to be refined by the cold wind so they could become souls for magic treasures. These obsessions didn't have much intelligence. They found the sword sheath by chance as they wandered around. They felt some strange fluctuations from the sword sheath and began cultivating around it. Holding the sword sheath, Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the statue. Suddenly, the shadow that entered the statue collapsed and turned into spiritual energy as it dissipated. As for the shadow hiding inside the sword sheath, it was forced out by Wang Lin. He grabbed the shadow, sent some spiritual energy into his hand, and the shadow collapsed. He killed the 4 shadows so that none of them could return to their owner to tell him what happened. Wang Lin's body moved and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was where he left the mark. He opened up another rift and entered it. He appeared outside the Ju-Ming Valley. He didn't pause for a moment and quickly flew away. 1 month later, Wang Lin walked out of a transfer array far away from Zhao. He muttered, "With the appearance of the rain cauldron, the opening of the heaven's gate shouldn't be far away. Although I have just reached the soul formation stage and am still far from the soul transformation stage, there is still a chance. Once I reach the soul transformation stage, Situ Nan will be able to wake up." He once said that he was the #1 cultivator in Suzaku, so he must know about the cultivation planet crystal. He should be able to help me obtain this treasure. It's just that I don't know if I can also revive Mom and Dad once I reach the soul transformation stage. But my domain is the life and death domain. The more I understand the reincarnation cycle, the more I understand how difficult it is to go against it. This goal of reviving my parents will be very difficult to achieve. Wang Lin let out a sigh. "Forget it. Let's worry about this later." If there really is no way to revive them, then I'll find them a place to re-enter the reincarnation cycle. This affection is still not repaid. Ah. At this moment, Wang Lin still needed to refine another restriction flag. There was only one ink stone left, so he had to use it carefully and could not let it be damaged. Wang Lin had tried to repair the damaged restriction flag, but wasn't able to. It could now only be used to summon the divine retribution. In addition to all of this, although I have already reached the soul formation stage, I have far too few magic treasures. The celestial realm could open up any time now, so I must be prepared. I must obtain this celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin made a decision and removed the thought of returning to Chu for now. He immediately stopped and thought for a while, then clenched his teeth and slapped his bag of holding. The mosquito beast immediately came out and circled him a few times. Wang Lin jumped onto the back of the beast and sent out a message to the mosquito. The mosquito let out a sound as it waved its proboscis, but it didn't move forward. Instead, it looked as if it were trying to please Wang Lin. This expression looked very strange on this beast. If anyone else were to see this, they would be terrified. After all, this beast just looked too scary. Wang Lin faintly smiled. He took out a few pills and threw them forward. The mosquito beast immediately revealed a smile and flew forward and devoured the pills. Just like this, Wang Lin continued to throw out pills and the mosquito beast kept flying forward. Soon, that bottle of pills was empty. Wang Lin rubbed the beast's head and said, "Okay, you little brat, no more pills for you today. If you fly faster today, I'll give you more tomorrow." The mosquito beast let out a roar as it moved like lightning across the sky. Along the way, Wang Lin felt rather pleased. His revenge was complete and his cultivation level had reached a new height. This made him feel very happy. Wang Lin let out a laugh that filled the heavens. The mosquito beast below him seemed to notice this and roared with him. As the two voices became louder and louder, they caused the cultivation country below them to become very alert. Several divine senses came to check, but the moment they noticed Wang Lin's cultivation level and the beast below him, they immediately withdrew and didn't dare to disturb them. At this moment, in a human city in the cultivation country below Wang Lin, a messy-looking old man with a smile at his face said to a little foundation establishment cultivator, "Little brother, I see that you are very talented and filled with energy. You are by no means a normal person. However, without guidance, I'm afraid you have no hope in reaching the core formation stage." The little cultivator stared at the old man and shouted, "Scram! If you keep blocking my path, don't blame me for being merciless." The messy old man said, "Tsk tisk," and pointed at the sky toward Wang Lin. "You see him? That little kid was only at nascent soul cultivator when I met him, but now he has reached the soul formation stage. How about it? Do you want me to call him down to prove it to you?" The little cultivator let out a cold snort and looked at the black that had already flown into the distance and said, "Scram!" With that, he pushed the old man aside and walked away. The old man let out a sigh and revealed a look of regret before immediately running to the cultivator with a bunch of tokens in hand and said, "Little brother, I have tokens for the 8 great sects of Sangmi, even sect head tokens. These are powerful items to protect yourself. If anyone dares to mess with you, just throw one out and tell them to scram." Wang Lin did not see this, but as he finished laughing, he took out a wood carving from his bag of holding. This wood carving was of the old man with the passing of time domain. He moved his left hand and a ball of golden light appeared. Then he bit the tip of his finger to draw a drop of blood before fusing it with the golden light and pushed it into the wood carving. Suddenly, the wood carving shook. Now there was an extra blood vein moving within the carving. If one looked closely, there wasn't just one, but more than 30 of these blood veins inside the carving. These blood veins were all moving and often flashed past each other without coming into contact. This was the result of Wang Lin's practice in the past several days. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 1 month had gone by. Wang Lin sat on the back of the mosquito beast as they passed through one transfer array after another before finally reaching the Sea of Devils. In the past few decades, there had been constant war inside the Sea of Devils. With the attacks of several cultivation countries and the retaliation of the demonic cultivators, the war had reached a stalemate. Wang Lin's goal was the land of the ancient god. After obtaining the inheritance of memory, he had a technique that would allow him to enter and leave the place at will. Wang Lin thought for a long time. Only there would he be able to complete the restriction flag without triggering divine retribution that would destroy the flag. Aside from that, there were a lot of spirit beasts and even desolate beasts there. Wang Lin wanted to catch one. He wanted to do everything to prepare himself for when the gate opens to the Rain Celestial Realm. He even had plans to visit the foreign battleground to gather enough wandering souls. Wang Lin predicted that as long as he doesn't enter the first trial, Ta Sun won't be able to detect him. Even if Ta Sun could, with Wang Lin's cultivation level, he would still be able to leave before getting caught. Now that he had this idea, he put on the straw hat he got from the messy old man and charged directly toward the land of the ancient god. Under the effect of the straw hat, some of the weaker cultivators didn't even dare to obstruct him and let him pass through. The war in the Sea of Devils never stopped. Although there weren't any large-scale battles like many years ago, there were still small fights occurring everywhere. However, all of these fights were controlled, so only core formation cultivators and below participated. Nascent soul cultivators rarely entered these fights. It seemed that both sides were storing their power for the next big fight. Thus, no one bothered to stop Wang Lin at all. Although some soul formation cultivators spread out their divine senses, once they noticed Wang Lin, they let him pass. Wang Lin's speed was very fast. If there were any beasts that dared to block his path, the mosquito beast would rush up and devour their core. After several days of passing through transfer arrays, he arrived at the inner part of the Sea of Devils. Just as he walked out of the transfer array, he noticed a battle nearby. After checking it with his divine sense, he no longer cared about it and took out his map jade. He checked his current location before moving again. The chaotic broken stars were 100,000 miles to the east. As he flew, he suddenly frowned as he noticed a red cloud charging towards him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that in the Sea of Devils, strength was everything. If he showed weakness, people would eat him alive. As he thought of this, a cold aura began to emit from his body. In the blink of an eye, the red cloud got closer. Inside the red cloud was a mysterious beast. The beast looked like a dragon turtle, but there was no spike on its back. Instead, there was a half-moon horn that released a ghostly light. This beast's body was very big. On its back was an old man wearing a gray robe with a large red gourd on his side. After seeing the beast and old man, he immediately remembered who this was. This was the person who had left a restriction on him back then and told him to go to the treasure refining pavilion. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he immediately calmed down as he looked at the old man with a cold gaze. The old man quickly arrived before Wang Lin and looked at him before revealing a surprised expression. Wang Lin could feel that the old man's divine sense was driven back by the golden light from the straw hat. The old man stared at Wang Lin. He was shocked. After looking at the straw hat for a bit, the old man slapped the dragon turtle below him. The dragon turtle quickly moved past Wang Lin and headed east. At this moment, even the old man became cautious as this mysterious person was covered in a golden light that caused even his divine to back away in pain. So he didn't want to offend Wang Lin. And in his view, for someone to have this kind of treasure, they must at least be at the soul formation stage. He didn't want to start a fight with a soul formation cultivator for no reason. Wang Lin frowned as he saw that the old man was headed east. He pondered for a bit before moving east as well. For soul formation cultivators who had mastered shift movement, which was much more powerful than nascent soul cultivators' teleportation, by becoming one with the earth 100,000 miles wasn't much. Soon, Wang Lin saw the unique rings of the chaotic broken stars. The ring continued to move in a mysterious way according to some ancient formation that was set here long ago. However, Wang Lin felt that the rings were different from before. There was a mysterious power from the heavens that didn't belong in this world that allowed the rings to produce avatars far more powerful than the ones before. The old man was no longer on top of the dragon turtle. He was looking at the chaotic broken stars. He seemed to notice Wang Lin's arrival but only took one look at him before withdrawing his gaze. According to Wang Lin's speed, the old man was sure that Wang Lin was a soul formation cultivator. Wang Lin's gaze was calm. After pondering for a while, he found a place to sit down. Although he closed his eyes and appeared to be cultivating, his divine sense was still on guard. He wanted to see what the old man's real goal was. If the old man was going into the land of the ancient god too, he wouldn't go in first but wait until after the old man had entered. The old man looked at Wang Lin again and suddenly said, "Since fellow cultivator is here too, then I believe you are here to collect some aurora fire. How about the two of us enter together?" Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his heart shook as he wondered what this aurora fire was. There was nothing about it in the memories from 2C, and Wang Lin's own cultivation path hadn't been short either, but he had never heard of this aurora fire. He made his voice sound more husky and laughed. "I'm not interested in teaming up." The old man let out a snort and carefully looked at Wang Lin before turning back toward the ring of the chaotic broken stars. The old man slapped the dragon turtle, and it let out a roar at the chaotic broken stars that shattered the debris. Although it was silent, the ring was pushed in and the debris was moved out of the way. The old man jumped onto the hand of the turtle dragon. The turtle dragon took a deep breath and all of the surrounding spiritual energy was sucked into its mouth. Then the beast let out another roar. This time, a visible sound wave was seen right before it smashed through the ring. A 100-meter-wide tunnel appeared inside the ring and all of the debris was turned to dust. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was surprised at the power of this beast, but he wasn't afraid of it if it were ever to come to a real fight. After all, from what he had seen, the attack was linear, and with how nimble Wang Lin was in a fight, how could he let the beast hit him with that kind of attack? The old man charged out and followed closely behind the roar like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was almost within 100 meters of the ring. Shortly after, the debris in the ring formed clones of the old man. The old man didn't panic. He slapped his bag of holding and more than 10 pieces of jade flew out. The jades circled the old man and flew out at the clones just as they charged at him. Every single jade quickly flew at each of the clones. Then the jades exploded into clouds of silver dust that mysteriously turned into clones of the old man as well. As a result, the scene in the ring of the chaotic broken stars became very crazy. The old man used the clones formed by the jades to block the clones formed by the debris. Then he used this moment to charge through the chaotic broken stars. The moment he went through, all of those clones formed by the jades silently disappeared. All of the clones formed by the debris let out angry roars as they disappeared as well. The old man turned around and looked at Wang Lin outside the ring. He let out a snort and waved his hand. The turtle dragon shrunk until it was a black light that flew towards him. However, the chaotic broken stars had no reaction to the black light at all. It allowed it to fly to the old man before turning back into a turtle dragon. The old man jumped onto the back of the beast and went deeper. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't immediately get up but silently waited. This wait lasted for 7 days. As for the mosquito beast, Wang Lin didn't put it back into his bag. Instead, he let it roam around. The beast originally came from the Sea of Devils. Now that it was back at its home, it was very relaxed. After 7 days, the figure of the turtle dragon appeared again with the old man sitting on top. Beside the old man were 7 thin, golden lights that were rapidly moving. But every time they tried to escape, there would be a light screen that blocked their path. The old man looking at Wang Lin with a surprised expression. But he didn't say anything and left the chaotic broken stars the same way he came in. After he came out, he let out a smile and raised his hand. He grabbed one of the golden lines and threw it at Wang Lin as he said, "Fellow cultivator, I'll give you this strand of aurora fire." That golden line moved like lightning toward Wang Lin. One moment it was far away from Wang Lin, but it was already in front of him the next. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as his right hand pointed in the air. His life and death domain immediately activated in his soul. The life and death domain focused on change. After all, life and death constantly change between one and the other. The golden line immediately slowed down and became very obedient as it curled around Wang Lin's finger. Wang Lin said, in a husky voice, "To refuse would be disrespectful." The old man's eyes lit up. He was sure now that Wang Lin was a soul formation cultivator. After all, this aurora fire would devour a nascent soul, so only after forming their origin soul could one safely handle it. The old man let out a mischievous smile and said, "Since you don't want to team up, I'll take my leave." He slapped the beast below him and red clouds gathered again as he left. Wang Lin pondered a little, stood up, and looked at the golden line. But just at this moment, the mosquito beast appeared before him and started staring at the golden line. The mosquito beast's eyes revealed fear but also greed. It was as if it wanted to eat it but didn't dare to. Wang Lin was surprised as he looked at the obedient golden line around his finger. Then he asked the mosquito beast, "This thing is useful to you?" The mosquito struggled before finally gently nodding with its big head. But then he revealed a trace of fear. Wang Lin activated the death part of his domain and surrounded the golden line. A light appeared around the golden line. Then it shivered and dimmed down, as it had become unstable. The mosquito beast revealed a joyous expression as Wang Lin threw the golden line at him and the two collided. Suddenly, the golden line shivered and entered the mosquito beast's head. The mosquito beast let out a few miserable groans as it fell to the ground and began to struggle, but its eyes revealed joy. Wang Lin was very surprised as he stared at the mosquito beast. After 3 hours, the mosquito beast stopped struggling. Popping sounds came from its body and it grew larger. The mosquito beast was now 30 meters large and could be considered a small hill. Its proboscis became even longer, making it look even more frightening. In reality, this aurora fire was a material for refining treasures that only soul formation cultivators could handle, as it would devour nascent souls to grow. Beasts normally stay far away from aurora fire. But this mosquito beast had followed Wang Lin for a while now, and after devouring so many pills, it had gone from a low-quality spirit beast to a mid-quality spirit beast, which was the same as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Originally, the mosquito beast couldn't fuse with the golden line, but after it was weakened by Wang Lin's death domain, it was able to be absorbed by the beast and strengthened it. Wang Lin stood up and slapped the mosquito beast. The beast immediately got the hint and returned to Wang Lin's bag. After a short period of time, Wang Lin passed through the ring of the chaotic broken stars. He could easily pass through when he was at the core formation stage. Thanks to his life and death domain, he was able to make his cultivation level look much weaker than it really was, so the clones created were very weak as well. After walking through the ring, he didn't stop and quickly went toward the entrance of the land of the ancient god. It didn't take long before he arrived at the entrance. Just before he stepped in, the mosquito beast flew out. It circled Wang Lin a few times before roaring at the entrance and looking at Wang Lin with a begging expression. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and found a small rift in the distance. A golden line came out of the rift, releasing a bright light. Seeing this, Wang Lin understood and laughed. What? Was one not enough? The mosquito quickly nodded and immediately tried to please Wang Lin by rubbing its proboscis over him. If anyone else saw this, they would be terrified, as not many would allow a proboscis like that to touch them at will. Wang Lin let out a smile as he looked at the golden line in the distance and said, "No rush. Let me seal the surroundings with restrictions so no one else can bother us. Then I'll gather them for you for later." As he spoke, his hand constantly moved, causing numerous restrictions to appear. These restrictions were very different from when he was at the nascent soul stage. Before, these were only powerful restrictions, but now that they contained his domain, their power was several times stronger. These restrictions quickly spread out, and soon, a large restriction formation that covered hundreds of meters took form. After he finished all of this, he arrived next to where the golden lines were. At this moment, the golden line seemed to notice and quickly backed away. In the blink of an eye, most of it had gone back inside. The mosquito beast panicked and started to roar but didn't dare to move up. He only looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he reached out with his hand. He got a hold of the golden line and pulled it back hard. The golden line was pulled out by Wang Lin and furiously tried to escape. The death domain quickly activated and the golden line dimmed. He threw it into the air and the mosquito beast fused with it. At this moment, the rift that the golden line came from began to shrink. Seeing that it was about to disappear, Wang Lin sat down. His origin soul came out and quickly entered the rift. The moment his origin entered the rift, his eyes were blinded by a golden light. He saw a giant body that emitted a blinding golden light, and countless golden lines moved around within this space. Without a word, Wang Lin grabbed a handful of golden lines and stored them in his origin soul before quickly leaving through the rift. The moment his origin soul came out of the rift closed. The 10 or so golden lines in his hand dimmed under the power of his death domain. Then he threw them at the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast revealed an excited look, but there were too many golden lines for it to devour at once. Wang Lin kept a bit of his death domain on the golden lines so they would remain in that state and said, "You can slowly eat them here. I'm going to make a trip into the land of the ancient god." With that, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the entrance to the land of the ancient god. After taking a deep breath, his eyes lit up, he clenched his teeth, and finally said a few words in the ancient god's tongue while forming seals with his hand. Suddenly, his body became blurred and then disappeared. Wang Lin appeared on top of a spinning stone pillar in the endless dark tunnel of the first trial. After coming back here, Wang Lin felt melancholy, but he was in a rush. He immediately sat down and sent out several restrictions before finally taking out the inkstone. He took a deep breath and then placed one attack restriction after another on the inkstone at a very quick pace. As time passed, more and more restrictions were placed on the inkstone. After he finished the initial steps, he took out a soul flag. After fusing the two together, he continued refining. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin didn't take his time. He refined as quickly as he could. One by one, restrictions landed on the flag, and after an unknown amount of time had passed, there were finally 999 restrictions on it. Only one more left for it to reach its first stage of completion. At this moment, Wang Lin began to hesitate. If his guess was wrong and the divine retribution lightning strikes, it would be very difficult to protect this flag. Once it was damaged, unless he could get more inkstones, he would have to get the one he had left with Li Muin. If he stopped now, although the restriction flag would be weak, it wouldn't break. If he uses it carefully, then it could barely work. After pondering a little, his eyes lit up. If this restriction flag doesn't reach the first completion stage, then it would be too weak to be of any use in the Rain Celestial Realm. He clenched his teeth as his right hand formed the last restriction and placed it on the restriction flag. Suddenly, the flag shook as slivers of black gas came out of it, followed by a primitive aura. Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense and was shocked. He knew that a pure attack restriction flag was going to be powerful, but after a quick check, he found out that it was more than 10 times stronger than it was before it was complete. As a result, this restriction flag was a threat to even soul formation cultivators. All of the restrictions had fused into one, and he could sacrifice 9 restrictions to use the restriction flag's spirit ability. This ability could restrain all of the spiritual energy in the heavens, and even the spiritual energy within cultivators, creating an area without any spiritual energy. As a result, unless the cultivator had celestial spiritual energy, anyone in its range would lose their ability to control spiritual energy for a short period of time. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he clenched the restriction flag. His confidence in this trip to the celestial realm greatly increased. As for the divine retribution lightning, it never came. Wang Lin was very excited as he knew he had won the gamble. The body of the ancient god was its own realm, so the divine retribution couldn't feel the existence of the restriction flag. He took a deep breath and continued to place restrictions on it. However, he wasn't able to reach the second completion stage as there weren't that many pure attack restrictions. This was the one key limiting factor of single attribute restriction flags. After placing 18 more sets of different restrictions onto the flag, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He had already done his best. If he wished to continue, then he would have to study more restrictions. This was the only way to increase the amount of pure attack restrictions. Wang Lin had already made up his mind to learn more restrictions in the future. Just at its first completion, the flag was already this powerful, so he was very hopeful to see what it will be like once it reaches its second completion. At that stage, it would probably be able to shock soul transformation cultivators. As Wang Lin thought about this, he became very excited. He put away the complete flag and took out the damaged one. After looking at it, he gave up on placing the last restriction on it. The main use for this flag will be to summon the divine retribution lightning. After completing the restriction flag, Wang Lin jumped up and flew toward the darkness of the tunnel. Wang Lin was very familiar with this area. After all, back then he had to slowly advance through this dangerous area. Even though he was doing it again, he didn't become careless and descended with caution. He picked this place to get a spirit beast because although there weren't many here, all of them were far more powerful than the ones in the Sea of Devils. There were even some desolate beasts here. Of course, even Wang Lin wasn't willing to mess with those. He was after high-quality spirit beasts that were about the same as a soul formation cultivator. The reason he was picking a beast here was because he had a treasure called the Beast Trap. This trap would allow him to control any beast at the cost of a lot of spiritual energy. Wang Lin got the trap when he first arrived in the land of the ancient god from those ancient cultivators in exchange for helping them. In the years after, he had found some low-quality spirit beasts to test it on, which was why he was here now. It could be said that Wang Lin had prepared all he could in order to obtain celestial spiritual energy from the celestial realm. Once he catches a high-quality spirit beast, something on the same level as soul formation cultivator, it will help him out a lot. However, during this period of time, he will have to inject spiritual energy into the treasure to prevent the beast from breaking free. He had his divine sense spread out the entire time as he sank down, but he found no spirit beasts at all. This confused him greatly as he remembered that when he was this far in last time, he had already seen several spirit beasts. He pondered for a bit before continuing to sink down. He soon arrived at where that 10,000-meter dragon fell last time. Standing there, Wang Lin began to hesitate. If he were to continue to sink, then he might run into desolate beasts. But he didn't meet a single spirit beast on the entire way down. It seemed this trip was a waste. After pondering a bit more, he formed a seal to leave the land of the ancient god. After all, it was simply too dangerous to go farther. Wang Lin didn't want to risk too much just for a spirit beast. However, just as he formed the seal, two eyes like big pearls appeared in the darkness below him. Then a red dragon suddenly charged out. Wang Lin was able to immediately notice that this dragon was the same one from last time. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and noticed that there was a green toad in front of the dragon. This toad was about 10 meters tall, and as it kicked off with its back foot, it suddenly moved forward with the dragon chasing behind it. Without a word, Wang Lin sank down in the rock. His divine sense spread out to check out what was going on. He had already finished the seal and only needed to activate it to leave. Now that he was in no rush to leave, he was interested in what was happening. He saw the red dragon open its mouth and coil up its body. When it uncoiled, it shot forward. It whipped its body to wrap around the toad. The toad suddenly paused as the dragon attempted to warp around it. Suddenly, there was a bright flash from the toad that lit up the whole area. After the light dimmed, there was a ball of lightning around the toad. The red dragon let out a roar and quickly dodged. It seemed to be very afraid of that lightning. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He was shocked. Although the toad's lightning didn't look all that special, it gave Wang Lin the same feeling he got when he encountered the divine retribution lightning for the first time. This toad might be a desolate beast as well if it's able to fight with the red dragon. But he immediately rejected that idea as he saw the toad go down and land on a rock nearby with despair in its eyes. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like it was a desolate beast. After all, a battle between two desolate beasts wouldn't be decided in one attack. Wang Lin suddenly felt very excited. He wasn't willing to mess with a desolate beast, but if this toad was a high-quality spirit beast, then it would fit his needs. At this point, the red dragon let out a roar. Suddenly, 10 balls of blood appeared around it. Inside the balls of blood were souls of spirit beasts. The balls of blood rushed toward the toad. The despair in the toad's eyes deepened as Wang Lin clenched his teeth and jumped out. The moment he appeared, the red dragon charged toward Wang Lin with a mocking expression. 3 of the balls of blood went toward Wang Lin. After seeing the spirit beast souls inside the balls, Wang Lin finally understood why he hadn't spotted any beasts this entire time. This dragon must have gone crazy, killed all the spirit beasts here, and refined their souls into these balls of blood. Wang Lin's expression remained the same in the face of the ball of blood as he waved his hand. There was a sudden flash of light and a bronze circle appeared. This bronze circle was the size of a bracelet. If one looked at it closely, they would see the faces of hundreds of beasts that looked alive. The moment this bronze circle appeared, all of the beast souls became scared and avoided the circle. It quickly arrived above the toad, became large, and was about to descend. Wang Lin shouted, "If you don't want to die, don't struggle." He then didn't even look at the bronze circle as his body disappeared within this tunnel. All of this happened very quickly. The dragon would have never thought that Wang Lin would have the ability to leave this place at any time. After realizing that Wang Lin's presence was gone, the dragon let out a roar and a ring of blood expanded. Everything that was touched by this ring was turned to dust. The toad was going to dodge the bronze circle, but after hearing Wang Lin's words, its eyes lit up. Instead of dodging, it jumped into the bronze circle and let it lock around its neck. Just as the red ring got near, the toad disappeared. The dragon's angry roar echoed throughout the tunnel. Wang Lin appeared at the entrance. Just as he appeared, his face immediately turned pale, and he quickly took out several bottles of pills before sitting down to cultivate. Beside him sat a large, green toad. The toad looked curiously at its surroundings. Around its neck was a bronze collar. The mosquito beast noticed Wang Lin's presence and immediately came over. However, it also noticed the toad and growled at it. That toad rolled its eyes and flicked its tongue out. The tongue flew out like lightning toward the mosquito, who dodged it and immediately lunged at the toad with its sharp proboscis. The toad revealed a look of disdain before its belly suddenly swelled up and a ball of lightning shot out at the mosquito. The mosquito let out a roar as it opened its mouth, spat out 10 golden lines that formed a net, and trapped the ball of lightning. Just at this moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes, frowned, and shouted, "Enough!" The toad lazily took in a breath of air and swallowed the lightning again. The mosquito beast viciously stared at the toad but didn't dare to move closer. There was, after all, an entire grade of difference between the mosquito and the toad. Wang Lin's face was slightly pale. When the trap got around the toad's neck, a ton of spiritual energy was sucked out of him. This almost turned in him to a mummy before successfully controlling the toad. The moment he got control of the toad, he suddenly felt something in his mind. This was information about the beast he had trapped. This toad was a thunder toad, and it was a high-quality thunder spirit beast. According to Wang Lin's knowledge, this treasure would take spiritual energy from him to maintain control of the beast at set periods of time. These intervals were set, so after leaving behind a command for the two beasts to be quiet, he sat down and began cultivating again. 6 days later, the beast trap started absorbing more spiritual energy, but since Wang Lin was prepared this time, he wasn't afraid. After it stopped absorbing, he swallowed spirit pills to recover his spiritual energy. He then stood up and waved his hand. Suddenly, the beast trap shrank. The toad let out an unwilling roar as it shrank with it before returning to Wang Lin's hand. All of the beast faces were now gone from the bracelet. They were replaced with the face of a toad. After confirming the time intervals in which the beast trap would suck spiritual energy from him, Wang Lin got up and prepared to leave the chaotic broken stars. However, the mosquito let out anxious roars and attracted Wang Lin's attention. He quickly flew to where the golden lines were coming from and stopped. For some reason, a fist-sized rift had appeared again. Wang Lin took a look, then his origin soul left his body and entered the rift. In an instant, he grabbed dozens of golden lines, but just as he was about to leave, something hundreds of times thicker than the golden lines extended from the sun-like object. The moment this thick line appeared, the golden sun shrank a size. Everywhere the thick line went, the other golden lines avoided it. It charged directly at Wang Lin, and before it even got close, Wang Lin felt a destructive force coming his way. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he took a look at this object. He didn't attack but quickly withdrew his origin soul back to his body and escaped into the distance. The mosquito seemed to notice something as it stared at the golden lines in Wang Lin's hand and followed behind. Wang Lin only backed off a short distance before he heard a thunderous roar and countless swirls appeared next to the fist-sized rift. The swirls spread until they made the rift larger. Then the large, golden line charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't turn his head as he quickly escaped. The chaotic broken stars wasn't that big, so he soon went past the restrictions he had set. He grabbed the mosquito beast, put it away, and charged into the ring of the chaotic broken stars. The moment he entered the ring, the very large golden line smashed into the restrictions Wang Lin had set up. However, Wang Lin's restrictions were instantly destroyed and weren't able to delay the golden line at all. Wang Lin saw this with his divine sense. This caused him to frown as he flew out from the chaotic broken stars ring. The golden line seemed to dread the chaotic broken stars ring. It was as if there was a power preventing it from going further. Coiled up like a snake and pointed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood outside the chaotic broken stars ring and looked at the golden line before leaving. He knew that those 2 trips into the rift were too much. They clearly caused something like the ruler of the golden lines to appear to stop him. This was probably the reason why the old man with the turtle dragon had only taken 7 and left. After surrounding the golden lines with his death domain, he took out the mosquito beast and gave them to it. The mosquito beast devoured them one by one. This beast had been very well fed these past few days as these golden lines were very nutritious. Thanks to these golden lines, the day where it becomes a high-quality spirit beast wasn't far. After leaving the chaotic broken stars, he pondered a bit and then slapped his bag of holding to take out a small cauldron. This cauldron was the thing needed to go to the rain celestial realm, the rain cauldron. This cauldron wasn't very big. It could be held in one hand. It also looked very ordinary with no marks on it. But if one looked with their divine sense, they would notice a sliver of aura that was far more powerful than spiritual energy. This aura was clearly several times more pure than spiritual energy. Wang Lin knew that this was celestial spiritual energy. However, this aura was simply too weak to be used for cultivation. It could only be used as a key to open the celestial gate. After he obtained this rain cauldron, Wang Lin had studied it many times. He looked at it for a while before putting it away. According to what normally happens once the rain cauldrons appear, that means that the celestial gates are about to open. Many years had already passed since they appeared, so the day should arrive soon. Unfortunately, that messy old man didn't give him an exact time, or else it wouldn't be this complicated. Wang Lin let out a sigh and took out a piece of jade from his bag of holding. He checked it for a bit before jumping onto the back of the mosquito beast and went toward the direction of Hofun. His next objective was to go into the foreign battleground to gather enough wandering souls to make more devils and to make the final preparations for going into the celestial realm. There was a large formation in the center of Hofun. This was a single-direction transfer array that opens every 500 years for the disciples that are inside the foreign battleground to return. On this day, a person appeared outside of this formation. This person was wearing white, seemed gentle, and looked like the son of a rich family. His eyes were like the stars and his skin was as white as pearl. He studied the structure of the formation. This person was Wang Lin. It would still be several years before this formation opens, but he couldn't wait all those years. He decided to use this formation and his status as a soul devourer as a guide to attempt a reverse transfer. After studying the transfer array for several days, he pondered a bit and then his eyes lit up as he changed the formation a bit and walked inside. He spread out his origin soul as it slowly merged with the formation. The symbols on the formation slowly lit up and gathered on his body. Slowly, Wang Lin disappeared. The moment he disappeared, the formation shattered and couldn't be used anymore. Several years passed. At a transfer array in a rank 3 cultivation country in the south, all of the cultivators gathered there, waiting for a messenger from the rank 4 cultivation country to open up the tunnel to the foreign battleground. Sun One was a cultivator from the rank 4 cultivation country of Gong Sunday. He was here to be the messenger. Although he was only at the late stage of nascent soul, his family was a big deal in Gongsun, so he was sent here to gain experience. Today was the first time he had ever opened the tunnel to the foreign battleground, so he was a bit nervous, but he was mostly enjoying the looks of admiration from everyone else. The sun was high in the sky. Sun 1 was wearing a blue robe and his hands were behind his back, as he sat on a dragon chair that was floating in the air. Beside him stood two very beautiful girls. One of them was holding a big umbrella, providing him shade, and the other was holding a blue porcelain bowl containing ice-cold plum soup. On the ground stood countless cultivators from this country. All of them were focused on waiting for the foreign battleground to open up. Among those people were the elders of various sects and their top disciples. They were going to train inside the foreign battleground in order to raise their cultivation level. Of course, there were also a few disciples that no one liked that were going to be thrown into the foreign battleground to let fate decide their life and death. Time slowly passed. Although it was very hot, since these people were cultivators, their bodies could bear the heat, so they didn't seem tired at all. There were several young disciples that looked up at Sun 1 with looks of admiration. Sun 1 enjoyed these kinds of gazes very much. He waved his hand and one of the girls immediately brought the bowl to him. He grabbed the spoon and ate a plum along with some soup and immediately felt a cool sensation spreading across his body. This plum wasn't a normal plum but a special herb that grew in Gong Sunday. Just drinking a mouthful would help increase one's cultivation by a considerable amount. This was especially true for specially made soup like this one. It was like the nectar of the plum. There was no doubt that Sun 1 was someone who liked to enjoy himself. As of this moment, 45 minutes had passed. Sun 1 put down the spoon and said, "You all know the rules of the foreign battleground, but I have an extra rule myself. Everything brought out must be examined by me before you can take it. Remember it well." The moment those words were spoken, everyone agreed. However, although some of the nascent soul cultivators agreed, they were all sneering in their hearts. Sun 1 slapped his bag of holding and 5 pieces of jade flew out. He bit his finger and dripped blood on the jades before throwing them forward. Suddenly, the 5 pieces of jade shot out, forming 5 rays of golden light, which then became a circular pattern. He chanted some weird words and the golden light released by the jades intensified. After a few seconds, Sun 1 took a deep breath. Sweat had appeared on his forehead. He took out a jade bottle, dumped out some pills, and ate them as he looked at the jades with a proud expression. The 5 pieces of jade's golden light became brighter and brighter until a vortex appeared in the middle. The vortex devoured the golden light and became bigger and bigger. Not long after, all of the golden light disappeared, leaving only the black vortex, which seemed really out of place. Waves of cold air blew out from the vortex. If one looked closely, they would see broken weapons, scattered materials, and corpses floating on the other side. Sun 1 coughed as the proud expression on his face became more obvious and he said, "Today." Just as he said those words, his eyes suddenly locked onto the black hole and revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, every cultivator on the ground sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the vortex in terror. They saw an arm reach out from inside the vortex and grab hold of its edge. Suddenly, a hole was ripped open in the vortex and a young man in white walked out. The moment this person appeared, the blazing sun was suddenly blocked by clouds and the sky darkened. Sun 1 was stunned. With his heart pounding, he instantly noticed that he couldn't see through the cultivation of the person that walked out of the foreign battleground. But he did grow up inside a rank 4 cultivation country, so he had seen a bit. After a bit of deduction, he concluded that this person must be at the soul formation stage. He quickly stood up from the dragon chair and went up to Wang Lin. He bowed and said, "Junior Sun 1 from Gong Sun greets Senior." The person that walked out from the foreign battleground was obviously Wang Lin. After he walked out, he looked confusedly at his surroundings until he focused his gaze on Sun 1 and asked, "This place is Gong Sun?" Sun 1 shivered as Wang Lin looked at him. He felt like all of his thoughts had been seen through. He quickly replied, "This place is not Gong Sun but the training location for Junior. This is the rank 3 cultivation country of Wu 1. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He had seen Wu 1 on the map before. This was a small country at the southern end of the planet. The Sea of Devils was half a planet away, so it could be said that the trip back would be very long. Wang Lin had traveled very far in the foreign battleground in order to collect wandering souls. He looked at everyone below him and then disappeared. After seeing Wang Lin leave, Sun Wen let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. When he saw this person, he got the same feeling as when he would meet his family's ancestor. He wasn't in the mood for showing off anymore. After quickly leaving behind a few words, he left, as he needed to report this to the family right away. In his view, a soul formation cultivator that could walk out of the foreign battleground must have been someone well known. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was at the top of a mountain. This mountain was called Skypiercer. It was the highest mountain in this country according to the map. On the top of the mountain, Wang Lin began to ponder. After years of using them, he didn't have many top-quality spirit stones left, and they were very rare in Suzaku. He decided to not use them to travel anymore. He would save them as a last measure. This trip to the foreign battleground was very bountiful. It seemed that when his origin soul formed, his soul devourer power also seemed to have evolved. He gently rubbed his brow and let out a faint smile. He felt very confident in this trip to the celestial realm as long as he doesn't meet any late-stage soul formation cultivators or that genius of Xueyu. As for the mid-stage soul formation cultivators, he was 100% confident he could defeat them. Even if he were to meet a late-stage soul formation cultivator, he would still be able to safely escape thanks to all of the preparations he had made. In truth, there was another reason besides obtaining celestial spiritual energy that made Wang Lin prepare this much. To preserve his life. For a cultivator to enter the Rain celestial realm, they must lower their cultivation level to soul formation at most. If they use more power than soul formation level power, the space around them will collapse. This means that there is a high chance of soul transformation cultivators being in the Rain celestial realm. Although there won't be many of those people, there will still be a few of them. Even if they must restrain their cultivation level to soul formation, they are not people normal soul formation cultivators can deal with. This is why Wang Lin had prepared so much for this trip. As for the legendary ascendant cultivators that rarely showed themselves, it is very unlikely for any of them to show up in the Rain celestial realm. These were Wang Lin's deductions based on his years of cultivating, his understanding of Suzaku, and the difficulty of reaching the soul formation stage. Although this wasn't exactly accurate, it was not far from the truth. In truth, Wang Lin's guess was still a bit too high, as there were only 4 ascendant cultivators on Suzaku. 2 of them were at the early stage, 1 was at the mid stage, and the last one, the one who inherited the name Suzaku, was at the late stage. The 4 of them would not casually leave Suzaku and did not care about the affairs of the cultivation countries. There weren't many things that could move them. These 4 would only act when there were cultivators from another planet making a mess. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The spirit beasts and devils were all prepared. Even the fan with only 2 feathers had been refined by him in the foreign battleground. As for those 3 mysterious sword sheaths, they had also been refined by Wang Lin's origin soul. In addition to all of those of the 10 instruments from the ancient cultivators, he had managed to break the seals on 3 of them in the past few years and made them his own. Inside his bag of holding was only one thing that he was still unsure of. It was a scroll that he had gotten off a random cultivator inside the Sea of Devils. The moment he opened the scroll, there was only darkness, but there was a dangerous aura that came out of the darkness. Wang Lin had only opened this scroll 3 times. The first time was when he had reached the core formation stage, the second time was when he had reached the nascent soul stage, and the third time was recently when he reached the soul formation stage. Every time he opened it, it felt different, but there was always a mysterious force that would cause his heart to shake. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he waved his hand and the scroll appeared in his hand. As for who exactly he got this scroll from, he couldn't really remember. He threw the scroll into the air as his origin soul came out and began to refine it. This was a habit he had gained in the past several years. Every time he refined the scroll, he would gain a bit more connection with it. A few hours later, the sky darkened. His origin soul returned to his body and he put away the scroll. The day when the celestial gate opens should arrive soon. There is only one thing left to prepare. However, This preparation will require some 100-year-old or 1,000-year-old trees. Wang Lin muttered to himself, and then he spread out his divine sense and scanned the entire country. Then he moved and disappeared from the spot. 3 months later, he had traveled through the 7 surrounding cultivation countries and collected some 100-year-old trees. Then he created a cave in a mountain somewhere and began making wood carvings. It was too hard to find any 1,000-year-old trees, so he wasn't able to locate any. Even 100-year-old trees were hard to find. Inside the cave, Wang Lin threw away all his trivial thoughts and completely immersed himself in carving. Another year passed. In that time, Wang Lin had made 8 wood carvings. These 8 wood carvings were exactly the same. They were all carvings of the old man with the passing of time domain. Along with the one he had made many years ago, he now owned a total of 9. Red veins were coursing through these wood carvings, but none of them ever touched each other. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. If he activates these 9 wood carvings, he should be able to activate the power of the passing of time domain, but it would be a slightly weaker than the old man's. He put away the wood carvings, took deep breath, and began to cultivate as he waited for the day the celestial gate opens. Time slowly passed and several years went by. Outside the cave, the seasons passed, and one day, the originally clear day was filled with colorful rays of light. Many oppressive illusions appeared in these rays of light. There was man or woman appearing in these illusions, but they wore very different clothes than those worn in Suzaku. Some were talking, some were laughing, some were using techniques, and some were flying through mountains. There were some never-before-seen beasts that would appear and disappear. Sometimes even the legendary dragon and phoenix would appear. The same scene appeared in many locations across Suzaku. There was a cultivator with a rain cauldron in the places where this scene appeared. At this moment, in a rank 4 country in the southeastern part of Suzaku, a giant of the giant demon sect held a rain cauldron in his hand. He had a face that looked ancient. His body slowly rose, and as he floated up, his body slowly turned into that of an ordinary person's. Below him, the elders of the giant demon sect all had a very serious expressions. All of you, rest assured. With the sect's treasure, I'll definitely obtain a lot of celestial spiritual energy. This person's voice was filled with confidence. At the northeastern end of Suzaku, in a mountain, a young man wearing beast skin was looking up at the sky. He too held a rain cauldron in his hand. He let out an evil smile, then floated into the sky. Below him, a black mass suddenly appeared. It released a loud hum. If one looked closely, they would see that this black mass was composed of small bugs that were only about the size of a thumbnail. At the southwestern part of Suzaku, a middle-aged man stood on a tower looking at the sky with a melancholy expression and said, "Ting air, the celestial gate has opened again. I'll definitely get you more celestial jades, so that your body will be preserved for another 1,000 years. With that, his body floated into the air. His giant hand reached out below him and grabbed at the tower. The giant tower floated up and shrank until it was in his hand. Then he walked into the illusion. At the northwestern part of Suzaku, in the headquarters of the corpse sect, an old man with white hair floated into the sky. He let out a sigh and said, "What kind of difficult task is this? How could the corpse of a celestial be easy to get? This body of mine is going to be put to work." At the center of Suzaku was a place that was surrounded by the sea. This entire continent belonged to the only rank 6 cultivation country on the planet Suzaku. At this moment in Suzaku, on a large altar in the center of the country, sat a snow fairy-like woman. She looked up into the sky. Behind her followed 7 old people. "After I leave, the 7 of you quickly return to Shueyu." This woman's voice was calm, and after saying that, her body slowly floated into the air. At this moment, Wang Lin, who was inside the cave, opened his eyes for the first time in several years and muttered, "The celestial gate has finally opened." His body disappeared from the cave. When it reappeared, he was in the air. There was now something extra in his hand. It was the rain cauldron. The moment the rain cauldron appeared, it started to shine brightly. Then it melted and became a sliver of celestial spiritual energy, which then carried Wang Lin toward the illusion. The celestial realm was broken and the ancient celestials were dead. The entire celestial realm was broken into pieces in the catastrophe that happened a long time ago. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning celestial realms each covered 4 different star systems. So whenever a celestial realm opens, cultivators from various planets will go inside it. However, the celestial realms had broken into many pieces, so there wasn't a high chance for them all to land on the same piece. Right now, in a rank 2 cultivation country, a messy-looking old man was eating a chicken leg while chuckling. It has opened. If you properly use the straw hat that this old man gave you, you can preserve your life. You might die there if you don't. Wang Lin was surrounded by the sliver of celestial spiritual energy as he floated higher and higher up. The country below him became smaller and smaller, and he got the same feeling as when he first experienced searching for his domain. However, it wasn't just his divine sense but his entire body this time. Eventually, he saw the ground below him and the sea around the ground. Everything became smaller and smaller until he felt a thick layer of clouds above his head. This layer of clouds contained limitless power, and the pressure it gave felt like it could crush anything in the world. However, as the pressure bore down on Wang Lin, the energy around him glowed and a hole opened up in the clouds for Wang Lin to pass through. As he passed through the clouds, he felt a sense of danger. The passage was very small and it felt like he could easily touch the clouds if he stretched his legs. However, he knew that the moment he touches the clouds, the power inside the clouds would enter him and destroy him. This was the power of the heavens. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. He wondered what would happen if his main body was here. Would his main body, which had gone through 2 ancient god transformations, be able to withstand this pressure? This was a question that will remain without an answer unless he tests it out with his main body. Soon, under the guidance of the power of the celestial energy, he left the clouds. After he left, he finally relaxed a bit, but his heart began to pound. What he saw was the real outer space. He had seen space many times through the ancient gods' memories and when he was searching for his domain, but this was the first time he had experienced it in person. This feeling was very different from before. The vast space and the bright stars gave Wang Lin the feeling that he could go anywhere he wished. He lowered his head and saw that Suzaku was now a large sphere, but as he went higher, it became smaller and smaller. So it's like this. Wang Lin seemed to realize something. Just at this moment, 5 pillars of light flew out from Suzaku. 3 of them were also looking at the planet as if they had realized something. Wang Lin felt the celestial energy around him moving him closer to the other 5 people until they formed a hexagon. The distance between them wasn't large, but it couldn't be considered small either. Wang Lin was able to immediately see that the only woman among the 5 was the genius of Xueyu who had managed to reach the late stage of soul formation in only 100 years, Red Butterfly. His expression was calm as his gaze calmly swept past them. It was within his calculations that Red Butterfly would appear, and she had never seen his true appearance before. As for the other 4, one of them looked very powerful. He was not wearing a shirt, revealing his shocking muscles. He almost didn't look like a cultivator. He was more like a mortal martial artist. However, between this person's eyebrows was the shape of an axe that appeared and disappeared. After seeing this axe, Wang Lin was able to confirm that this person must be from the giant demon clan and that his position in the clan must be pretty high as well. Another person looked like a youth, but his eyes revealed bloodlust and ruthlessness. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze after one look. This person's aura felt similar to his main body's but slightly weaker. If his main body was here, he would be able to pressure this person with killing intent alone. What caused Wang Lin's pupils to shrink were the last 2, especially the white-haired old man. This person's eyes were closed. He had a hand behind his back and showed no expression on his face. However, this person gave off this carefree feeling. It was like he was taking a stroll in his own backyard right now. This person suddenly opened his eyes as Wang Lin looked at him and faintly smiled at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at this person for a while before moving his gaze to the last person. This person looked middle-aged. He had a gourd in his hand and he occasionally drank from it. His eyes were devoid of everything. It was like nothing could bother him. He didn't show any reaction when Wang Lin looked at him. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Every one of these 5 people were powerful. As Wang Lin observed the 5 of them, the other 4, besides the middle-aged man that was drinking, also looked at each other. However, no one talked the entire time. Wang Lin suddenly realized that he had unknowingly become an expert on Suzaku. The fact that he was able to leave the planet and go to the celestial realm proved this. Aside from the old man and the middle-aged man, the other 3 didn't underestimate him at all. They were actually on guard against him. Wang Lin let out a faint smile. At this moment he felt very proud. Who would have thought that the little boy from the mountain village would be able to get this far? Recalling the past, Wang Lin could say that every step he took contained a life and death situation. The 6 pillars of light connected and formed a hexagon before quickly flying into the distance. Soon, a giant, golden door appeared before Wang Lin. This door was simply too big to describe. When people stood next to it, they looked like ants. There was a giant word carved onto the gate. According to ancient god Tusi's memories, it was the word for rain. This was the Rain Celestial Realm Gate. However, there was a handprint on this door, and it was surrounded by cracks. There were countless broken platforms below the gate. There were already several people there, and almost all of them were on their own platform. After the 6 of them arrived, the lights surrounding them disappeared and threw them forward. Wang Lin moved back a bit and landed on a platform 100 feet wide. As for the other 5, each one of them also chose a platform to stand on. He looked around and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat as he noticed that all of the different sized platforms had the same texture. If he carefully looked at the edges of some of them, they would fit perfectly together. As a result, Wang Lin guessed that countless years ago, before the celestial realm collapsed, there was a very large platform here. After seeing the hand print on the gate, he couldn't help but wonder how much power must have been in that technique to leave a print on the celestial gate. The sliver of pride Wang Lin had just gained disappeared after he looked at the gate. Compared to these mysterious presences, he was still struggling at the bottom. After a while, several more people appeared and landed on various platforms. There was a wide range of cultivation levels among the cultivators, with even nascent soul cultivators showing up. This confused Wang Lin greatly. Gradually, as more and more people arrived, there weren't enough platforms. One of the black-clothed youths looked around and found that no more platforms were open, so he landed on one next to an old woman. This platform was about 300 feet wide. Not to mention 2 people, it had enough room to fit 20 people. But the moment the youth landed on the platform, the old woman's eyes lit up, and she said, with a raspy voice, "Scram!" The youth's face became cold. He was about to speak, but the old woman frowned. Her hand reached out and grabbed at him. Suddenly the young man screamed. He quickly backed up and barely dodged the danger. His expression was very ugly as he looked at the old woman, turned around, and landed on another platform nearby. On that platform sat a middle-aged man. He was one of the people that came with Wang Lin. He was just sitting there, drinking by himself, and didn't seem to care that there was an extra person on the platform. The black-clothed young man pondered a bit before sitting down on the edge of the platform. His eyes lit up and he would occasionally look at the old woman. Not long after, another person arrived. This person's face was gloomy. He was at the early stage of soul formation. After he arrived, he noticed that all of the platforms were taken and immediately flew to the side. No one knew if it was intentional or not, but as luck would have it, he flew toward where the 6 people from Suzaku were at. His body appeared on the platform that the man from the giant demon clan was on and coldly said, "Move out of the way!" The man from the giant demon clan looked at him with a dismissive look. Then his body suddenly swelled up and he became a giant. He stood up, looked down at the terrified person and said, "There is no room." As he spoke, the axe imprint on his forehead rapidly flashed. The person looked at the man from the giant demon clan with dread as he muttered, "Giant demon clan." His body slowly moved away from the platform. The next moment, he appeared on the platform that the genius of Shui Red Butterfly was on. The man from the giant demon clan looked over with interest. This person landed on Red Butterfly's platform, looked at her, clasped his hands, and left. He noticed that this red butterfly was at the late stage of soul formation. She was not someone he could mess with. Thus, he floated in the air and his gaze swept past everyone around. He gave up on the white-haired old man after one look, and as for the middle-aged man, he gave up too because there was already another person on the platform. Finally, he picked the two platforms with Wang Lin and the young man whose eyes were filled with bloodlust. He gave up on the young man because he didn't look like someone who was willing to give up easily. This could lead to a big battle, and that was not the result he wanted. And Wang Lin looked like a weak scholar who seemed easier to bully. This person's eyes lit up and he arrived at Wang Lin's platform. At this moment, even the middle-aged man who was drinking raised his head and looked over. The man from the giant demon sect also looked over. The interest in his eyes deepened. Red Butterfly kept feeling like she knew the scholar-looking person but couldn't seem to recall anything. Even she looked over to try to see if she could see through something by looking at his techniques. The young man filled with bloodlust and the white-haired old man also looked over. After all, Wang Lin also came from Suzaku like them. The person stood on the platform Wang Lin was on and coldly said, "Fellow cultivator, please leave this platform and find another one." Although his voice was cold, after consecutive setbacks, his arrogance had lowered a lot. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he looked at the person and didn't say a word. He waved his hand and a bracelet popped off his hand and transformed into a large toad. The moment this toad appeared, the person's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Thunder Toad!" This Thunder Toad was only one of Wang Lin's treasures, so he wasn't afraid of exposing it. The stuff he had in his bag of holding were his real aces, so he didn't mind using this Thunder Toad to intimidate people. If people were to fight Wang Lin in the future and prepare for his Thunder Toad, then they wouldn't be prepared for his real killer moves. Moreover, it was obvious that power was everything here. If he didn't give a good display of power, then there would be countless more troubles in the future. This was also why Wang Lin decided to bring out this toad. The moment the Thunder Toad appeared, its stomach swelled up and it shot out a ball of lightning. The person quickly backed up as his hand formed seals and a yin and yang wheel appeared. The wheel smashed into the ball of lightning. The person coughed out a mouthful of blood, but the yin and yang wheel was able to cause the ball of lightning to shrink a great deal and bounced it back. The Thunder Toad opened its mouth and swallowed the ball of lightning, then looked at the person with caution. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He knew that every soul formation cultivator had their own methods, especially ones that could come here. That yin and yang will had a powerful neutralizing effect to neutralize a great deal of the ball of lightning. It has to be said that the Thunder Toad was at the level of a soul formation cultivator. Although still a bit away from late-stage soul formation cultivators, it had at least the power of a mid-stage soul formation cultivator. Although its ball of lightning lacked a domain, its power was up there. That person flew out very far. He looked at the Thunder Toad with dread and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and no longer tried to find a platform. He then sat down cross-legged in the air. Wang Lin was every surprised at how willing this person was to let it go. But he wasn't sure if this was real or an act. The genius from Xueyu's eyes focused on the Thunder Toad for a bit before withdrawing her gaze. As for the man from the giant demon clan, his eyes were filled with the urge to fight as he nodded at Wang Lin. It seemed he acknowledged Wang Lin's power. As for the old man, he rolled his eyes and withdrew his gaze. Only the young man with bloodlust in his eyes looked at the toad with a hint of dread. His entire cultivation method was based on insects, so he was very weary of a creature that could spit out lightning, especially a toad. The middle-aged man let out a sigh and said, "Thunder Toad, Wan I saw a Thunder Toad again. Sadly, it is not the same person from back then." Wang Lin waved his right hand and the Thunder Toad turned back into the beast trap. Everyone who saw this became silent, but all of them would occasionally look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's gaze remained calm as he waved his hand and a gourd appeared. He took a gulp before lowering his head and began to think. Not long after, a burst of noise came from the celestial gate. The noise was small at first but soon was enough to match a thunderstorm. As the rumbling continued, the celestial gate slowly opened. Waves of golden light came out of the gate and lit up the entire area. After a while, the celestial gate opened completely. All of the surrounding cultivators stood up and flew inside without a word. They all disappeared inside the celestial gate. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he didn't immediately go in. Only after waiting for the 5 from Suzaku to go in did he casually enter as well. The moment he passed through the door, he felt a powerful aura coming from the celestial realm. This aura had no killing intent and just flew past everyone who entered. Gradually, the celestial gate closed. At the same time, a small jade cauldron appeared before Wang Lin. He took a deep breath, grabbed the jade cauldron, and put it into his bag of holding. Before he came here, he did some research about the celestial realm. He knew that this was a return cauldron. At certain locations, he could spend 1 hour activating it and it would allow him to return to the cultivation planet he came from. After putting it away, Wang Lin saw numerous swirls. There were cultivators entering them and disappearing. Wang Lin's body moved and he charged into a swirl. He gradually disappeared inside it. There was blinding light shining into his eyes and he felt like he was falling from the sky. However, he forced his eyes to stay open and saw something that he will never forget. Below him were pieces of golden fragments scattered around like a mirror that had fallen on the ground and shattered. The celestial realm was like a shattered mirror. Now that all of the celestial spiritual energy had disappeared from the celestial realm, only a small amount of it remained in each fragment of the celestial realm. As Wang Lin's body rapidly descended, the pieces got larger and larger. Soon, Wang Lin was able to detect that he had landed on a fragment near the edge. The moment he landed, he quickly slapped his bag of holding and a brass bell appeared in his hand. This was one of the 3 treasures from the ancient cultivators that he was able to refine. This treasure had the ability to change its size to trap the enemy. After landing, Wang Lin looked around and was shocked. The ground contained no signs of life. There was only dead grass. The mountain in the distance had its peak cut in half. The cut was very smooth, so it was clear that it was cut by someone. Below the mountain were some palaces, but they had all been turned to rubble. The other half of the peak had fallen on top of the palaces. From a distance, they looked like one big mountain linked to a smaller mountain. On the ground, there were many bottomless pits. Some of them even spat out white gas that slowly floated into the air. This was a dead world. Wang Lin pondered for a while and muttered, "This is the celestial realm?" Despite knowing the fact that the celestial realm had been destroyed, even when he was standing here, Wang Lin still couldn't believe it. In ancient times, when one reached the soul formation stage, they would hear the call of the celestial realm. To cultivators, the celestial realm was a holy place, a sacred place that shouldn't be violated. But now Wang Lin looked at his surroundings and couldn't help but become silent. After a while, he looked at the palaces in the distance and moved toward that direction. Although it didn't look far, after flying for a while, Wang Lin noticed a force coming from the sky. This force made it very hard to reach a certain speed while flying. Wang Lin arrived at the palace after a long time. He was shaken from seeing the ruins up close. From looking at the ruins, Wang Lin could see just how rich the celestial realm was. The only material used to build these palaces were spirit stones. Although Wang Lin had seen buildings made of pure spirit stones back in Chu, where Li Muan lived, compared to this, the difference was too great. Wang Lin couldn't see the end of the palace in the distance. Just from looking at the ruins, one could see how amazing this place was before it was destroyed. However, after all these years had passed, all of these spirit stones had lost their energy. In fact, many of them would turn to dust the moment they were touched. Wang Lin let out a sigh. So this, the celestial realm. While walking through the ruins, Wang Lin couldn't help but begin to ponder. This area didn't have any of the celestial energy he was looking for. There was only sadness. In the center of the palace, Wang Lin stopped and was terrified at the scene before him. The area was completely caved inwards. After looking carefully at it, he could see that it was a handprint. Wang Lin was stunned. The moment he saw the handprint, he thought of the handprint on the celestial gate. The power of one handprint was able to destroy such a wide area. Wang Lin believed that he could do it back on Suzaku too. But this was the celestial realm. Everything in the celestial realm was much tougher than things outside, and this place was filled with cultivators at the soul formation stage or above who had been cultivating celestial spiritual energy. If all of this was factored in, then this handprint was very scary. Wang Lin crouched down next to the handprint and touched it with his hand. Suddenly, a powerful death aura came out and entered Wang Lin's body through his arm. Wang Lin's life and death domain suddenly activated. After a long time, he took a deep breath. The terror in his eyes became even stronger. He just felt that the handprint still had remnants of the user's aura left, so he experienced it after touching it. However, the more he felt, the more he realized just how powerful the user was. After standing up, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He flew into the air and pressed his hand down at the same area. After a long time, he shook his head, moved around the handprint, and continued to walk around in the ruins. After walking through the ruins for several days, he found a broken stone tablet with some words carved onto it. Gifted by the 5th Reign Celestial Emperor to Celestial Scholar Tianhua. The tablet roughly said that Celestial Scholar Tianhua had accomplished a great deed. So the Celestial Emperor made these palaces for him as a reward. The palaces were built in the form of a formation that would attract celestial spiritual energy from 100,000 kilometers, making cultivation several times more effective. After he finished reading, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel shaken again. Although he didn't know what rank a celestial scholar was, it certainly was below the Celestial Emperor. If a mere celestial scholar could have a palace like this, then what would the palace of the Celestial Emperor be like? Just as he was about to leave, his eyes lit up. He suddenly turned around and stared at the stone tablet. The stone tablet looked very normal. It didn't have anything extraordinary about it. But Wang Lin's gaze swept past each word. Why did Celestial Scholar Tianhua want to have his palace built here? Also, this tablet was a decree which should be placed on the outside for everyone to see, so why was it here? This area belonged to the inner part of the palace. For this stone tablet to be here, it seemed kind of fishy. Wang Lin frowned as he raised his hand and pointed at the stone tablet. A beam of qi shot out and landed on the stone tablet. Suddenly, the cracks on the tablet became even larger. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a flying sword came out. Under his command, the sword hit the stone tablet. Sounds of metal colliding could be heard. Although it had been damaged by the power of that handprint, the stone tablet was still very tough. After a long time, the stone tablet was finally cut off from its base by the flying sword. Wang Lin looked at the base of the tablet, but couldn't find anything abnormal. However, he still felt like there was something off about this stone tablet. His eyes lit up as he grabbed the stone tablet and pulled. The area rumbled as the stone tablet was slowly dragged up by Wang Lin. As the stone tablet was dragged out of the ground, the area that was below ground come into view. The walls of the underground area were of a different color from the walls above ground. They looked like they were soaked in water, but there was no sign of water nearby. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. According to logic, this place had already been deserted for countless years, and although there were many fragments of celestial realm, every time the celestial gate opened, people entered. Therefore, even if there were fragments that no one had stepped on before, they were very rare and hard to find. Basically, most of the celestial realm fragments had been visited by cultivators before. This stone tablet was a sign that was normally placed outside, yet it was here, near the center of the palace. Adding on the fact that there were marks indicating that it had been buried underground for a long time, Wang Lin finally began to understand what was going on. This stone tablet must have been moved by a cultivator during one of the earlier openings of the celestial realm to hide something. Otherwise, those marks at the bottom half of the stone tablet wouldn't have been there. If it was left unmoved, then the bottom half would have eventually dried and started to crack. After confirming this idea, his eyes lit up and he raised his arm. The last few feet of the stone tablet that were underground were pulled out by Wang Lin. The moment the stone tablet was pulled out, a sliver of celestial spiritual energy came out from underneath. There wasn't much. The moment it appeared, it was about to disappear. Wang Lin revealed a happy expression as he quickly trapped this celestial spiritual energy and refined it. Just at this moment, A sonic boom was suddenly heard from a distance, as something flew across the sky like lightning. This object was covered by an octagon-shaped formation. A green-robed cultivator with a flying sword behind his back walked out of the formation. The moment he appeared, he quickly flew toward the ruins as if he had a target. Wang Lin immediately noticed and frowned. However, he ignored that person's speed and focused on refining the celestial spiritual energy. That sliver of celestial spiritual energy became a drop of liquid after being refined by Wang Lin for a while. Wang Lin knew that celestial energy had to be refined by a cultivator into a spirit stone state so that it could be preserved. However, the time it took to refine them depended on one's cultivation level. That green-robed cultivator's speed was very fast. When he noticed that something was wrong, his face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Stop!" He used some unknown technique and his speed became even faster. Wang Lin ignored him because that green-robed cultivator was the same cultivation level as him, early-stage soul formation. He didn't see the cultivator as a threat at all, and only calculated the time of that person's arrival as he focused on refining the celestial spiritual energy. When the green-robed cultivator saw that not only did Wang Lin not stop, but he sped up the refining process, he angrily shouted, "This area was found by my Delu sword sect 3,000 years ago. If you don't stop now, my Delu sword sect will come for you." The cultivator's voice came from the distance. Although Wang Lin could only hear some of it, he understood the general idea. He sneered. How could everything already have an owner, especially something like celestial spiritual energy? What that person was saying was really ridiculous. He waved his right hand. The bracelet quickly flew off his hand and transformed into a large, green toad. The moment the thunder toad appeared, its abdomen swelled up and then it spat out a ball of lightning that flew toward the green-robed cultivator. That green-robed cultivator's face suddenly changed. He was very afraid of that ball of lightning. He slapped the sword behind his back. Then the sword suddenly came out and shined like the sun while floating above his head. The green-robed cultivator formed seals and pointed at the ball of lightning. The sword slashed down and then a thick and powerful sword chi descended from the sky. The speed of it was very quick as it landed on the ball of lightning. The ball of lightning was cut in half and fell to the sides, forming two craters with white smoke coming out of them. That green-robed cultivator's face turned red as he forced down the blood that was coming up his throat. This sword was one of the 7 treasure swords of the Delu sword sect. If it was against someone weaker than him, he could easily control it. Even against someone with the same cultivation level, he could easily kill them with just the sword chi inside the sword. However, the Thunder Toad was like a mid-stage soul formation cultivator. While the ball of lightning had no domain, it was not something a normal cultivator could control. This was a unique attack skill given to the Thunder Toad by the weapon. Thus, he could only give it his all and win by harming himself. With the help of the Thunder Toad, Wang Lin finally finished refining the celestial spiritual energy. There was now a purple crystal the size of a grain of rice in his hand. This tiny crystal was equal to half of Zhao's spiritual energy condensed together. Feeling the spiritual energy inside, Wang Lin felt shocked. After he put the crystal into his bag of holding, he raised his head and coldly looked at the green-robed cultivator. Under the stone tablet hid one of the eyes of the formation. Although the formation had long been broken, it was still active. After a long time, it would still gather celestial spiritual energy until it produced a sliver of pure celestial spiritual energy. That Delu sword sect must have placed the stone tablet here because they were afraid of someone else finding it. Every time the celestial gate opened, they would send someone here to harvest celestial spiritual energy. The reason they didn't use any restrictions and used a stone tablet instead was because they were afraid of someone noticing. No matter how well the formation was made, there would still be traces of it, and there will always be people with heavenly cultivation who could easily see through it. In the end, they decided to place a stone tablet here and place no restrictions. This way it will be harder to find. Wang Lin sneered as he placed his right hand over the hole and viciously pinched. Crackling sounds could be heard as the eye of the formation was broken. Could never be used again. Since he had already offended this Delu sword sect by taking their celestial spiritual energy, He might as well destroy this eye so that they couldn't come here to collect more and create more powerful cultivators. The green-robed cultivator stared at Wang Lin. He let out a roar, then pointed at Wang Lin. The sword turned toward Wang Lin, and a sword chi twice as large as last time fell down from the sky as if it were going to split the heavens in two. After sending out this sword chi, he coughed out blood and his body weakened greatly. He didn't even look at the result and immediately left. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without a word, he pointed at his brow, causing black gas to come out. The gas turned into wandering souls. They charged forward and collided with the sword chi. At the same time, the thunder toad let out a roar. Its abdomen swelled up again and it spat out another ball of lightning a bit larger than the last one. Want to run? Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a small flag. This restriction flag that had reached the first stage of completion was very strong. It turned into black smoke, surrounded Wang Lin, and quickly carried him forward. That sword chi was first hit by over 100 wandering souls. Although the wandering souls were instantly destroyed when they touched the sword chi, the power of over 100 wandering souls couldn't be taken lightly. The wandering souls made the sword chi shrink by 1/5th of its original size and made it dim down. Afterward, the ball of lightning collided with the sword chi. The ball of lightning dissipated, but the sword chi shrank to a small fraction of its original size. There was no longer any light coming from it after it collided with the ball of lightning. Eventually, Wang Lin charged out. Because he was under the protection of the restriction flag, the sword chi no longer had any power to stop him and was destroyed by several restrictions. Wang Lin didn't slow down at all. With the protection of the restriction flag, he charged after the escaping green-robed cultivator. As the green-robed cultivator escaped, he spread out his divine sense and was shocked by what he saw. He would not have dared to believe even in his wildest dreams that this person would be able to destroy his sword chi so easily. How could he not be shocked? Wang Lin's expression remained the same. That sword was very weird and it had very powerful sword chi within. If it wasn't for the fact that he came fully prepared, he would have been wounded by that sword chi today. Wang Lin once again realized that no soul formation cultivator that could enter the celestial realm should be underestimated. While surrounded by the restriction flag, Wang Lin's speed was very fast. The distance between him and the green-robed cultivator quickly shrank. The green-robed cultivator's face was gloomy. He used that secret technique again and his speed increased greatly. He arrived at the spot where he had landed and quickly formed a seal. Seeing the formation appear, he relaxed a bit. Once he gets inside the formation, he could go to another fragment. There were many fragments, so the person chasing him wouldn't be able to catch up. He sneered. Just you wait. This time, my Delu sword sect has 4 people who entered the celestial realm. Once I find my senior brothers, we will come and kill you together. You won't be able to leave the celestial realm. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his body suddenly disappeared inside the restriction flag. However, it was very hard for the green-robed cultivator to notice. After all, the green-robed cultivator was only at the early stage of soul formation, while Wang Lin's divine sense was on the level of a late-stage soul formation cultivator's divine sense. Although the two had the same cultivation level, the difference between their divine senses was too large. This was why Wang Lin was able to detect the green-robed cultivator the moment he appeared, but the green-robed cultivator wasn't able to detect Wang Lin until he got closer. He took one step into the formation before turning around to look at the black fog that was coming at him. The cold look on his face became even colder. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's figure suddenly appeared above the formation, and just as he appeared, he threw out a bell. The green-robed cultivator's face suddenly became pale. He never would have thought that Wang Lin was this fast. This pause allowed the bell to cover the green-robed cultivator and trap him inside. After that, Wang Lin waved his hand. The restriction flag and the bell quickly returned to him. His body disappeared in the air, and when he reappeared, he was on the ground. You won't be able to run away, Wang Lin plainly said, as if he was talking to himself. He sat down on the ground and his hand formed various seals that landed on the bell. That bell suddenly started to shake, which caused it to ring. Most of the ringing sounds remained inside the bell. After a short while, miserable screams came from within it. After a short period of time, the noise from the bell became even louder. Aside from the ringing of the bell, there were sounds of collisions coming from inside it. The cultivator clearly wasn't willing to be refined. He was using his sword to attack the bell. Wang Lin knew that the sword was sharp, and it was unknown whether or not the bell could withstand it. He let out a cold snort and his hand moved even faster. As more and more seals landed on the bell, the ringing became louder and louder, but the sounds from inside the bell became lower and lower. This bell was a magic treasure from the ancient cultivation world. Its main ability was to trap people and then use a series of seals to refine them. The bell could even refine origin souls, but the requirement was for the user to have a higher cultivation level than the person trapped inside, or else they would suffer from backlash. After a soul formation cultivator forms their origin soul, unless attacked by many people at once, it is hard for them to die in a one-on-one fight. However, if a late-stage soul formation cultivator acts, all of that changes. Of course, if they were already greatly weakened, it is a different story. Just like how back then, Hunchback Meng was greatly weakened and then tricked by Wang Lin. In the end, he died to Hurricane Devil Lord's golden arm. As Wang Lin's seals landed on the bell one by one, the miserable screams gradually weakened before eventually disappearing. Wang Lin kept on creating seals for a while before finally stopping. He waved his right hand and the bell shrank. It then flew into his hand and he put it away. He wasn't in a rush to open it because he knew that even though the cultivator had died, he must have set up some sort of retaliation before his death. The retaliation of a soul formation cultivator before death was very scary. So with Wang Lin's caution, how would he dare to check it? He decided to keep refining for another 10 days, half a month, or even longer until everything has been refined. This move of Wang Lin's was very unique. He stood up. The Thunder Toad had already turned back into the bronze bracelet and returned to his wrist. He then pondered for a little while. Just as he was about to carefully search this fragment, his expression suddenly changed. He took out the restriction flag to protect himself and quickly sat down after throwing a few pills into his mouth. The spiritual energy inside his body was rapidly being absorbed by the bronze bracelet. After a long time, it finally stopped and Wang Lin opened his eyes. He threw a few more pills into his mouth and finally recovered all of his spiritual energy. Wang Lin muttered, "At the start, it was once every 6 days, but now it's every 4 days. Although this Thunder Toad is useful, keeping it really costs too much spiritual energy. In the future, I will have to pour spiritual energy into the bracelet ahead of time, because if this happens in a fight, it will be dangerous." He stood up and flew toward the palace. After finding nothing in the palace, he broadened his search. The fragment he was on wasn't really big, but it wasn't really small either. It was about the size of Zhao. Although he could cover the whole fragment with his divine sense, celestial spiritual energy wasn't something his divine sense could detect unless he was close by. Wang Lin spent 1 month searching this fragment. He found that besides that palace, there was no other building around. There were many holes in the ground that clearly showed the struggle the Celestials went through when the celestial realm fell apart. One day, Wang Lin arrived at the only other mountain on the fragment. However, the shape of this mountain was very strange. It looked like a big lock. This mountain was in good shape, but all of the trees on it were long dead. When Wang Lin touched a branch on one of the trees, it immediately turned to dust. Looking at the many trees on the mountain, Wang Lin bitterly smiled. If only these trees were still alive. Each one of them was a 1,000-year-old tree. Some were even 10,000-year-old trees. If he were to use these trees to make wood carvings, Wang Lin believed that the power of the wood carving would increase several-fold. Unfortunately, Wang Lin was unwilling to give up as he searched around. After checking every tree on the mountain, he helplessly sighed. On the top of the mountain, Wang Lin found a cave. This cave's door had already been destroyed and was filled with dust. The place didn't look well hidden, and Wang Lin didn't expect to find a cave that no one had come to before. The cave wasn't very large. It only had 7 or 8 rooms. Wang Lin checked the cave but found nothing. Someone must have come and emptied it out years ago. Before entering the cave, Wang Lin was already prepared. Although he had found nothing, he wasn't disheartened. The reason he came inside the cave was to see if he could find any remains of restrictions. He wanted to see what the restrictions used by Celestials looked like. If he could study some, it would help a lot with reaching 9,999 restrictions on the restriction flag. After careful inspection, he found that most of the restrictions had disappeared, but this was not true for all of them. He happily found that in one of the rooms, there were some remains of a restriction. This restriction must not have been very strong. It was used only to seal a door. Although it had already been broken, there is a sliver of it left on the side of the door. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he started studying it. The Celestials' restrictions were similar to the ancient restrictions Wang Lin knew, but there were still differences. In truth, restrictions were just formations but much more dynamic. 3 days later, Wang Lin left the cave. The sliver of the restriction had already been completely memorized by him. He came down the mountain. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found that all of the trees on the mountain had turned to dust and disappeared. But now, all of the dust was floating in the air and moved as if it were being controlled. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he slowly flew into the sky. He looked down from above and his expression suddenly turned serious. Looking at the dust cloud from his position, it seemed to form 2 words. "Save me." Wang Lin frowned. The dust slowly disappeared. From above, the mountain looked even more like a lock, and the cave looked like the keyhole. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, but he didn't go back to check. This place was very strange, so he wasn't willing to keep exploring. More importantly, he believed that he wasn't the first person to notice that something was off about this mountain. So why was this mountain still here? Thinking about this, Wang Lin became even more unwilling to check. He slowly backed up and left. Even if a Celestial was locked here, Wang Lin still wasn't willing to try anything if it involved risking his life. Wang Lin had already thoroughly searched the fragment over these past few days and didn't find any more celestial spiritual energy. Thus, he decided to go check out another fragment. Before he left, he poured spiritual energy into the bronze bracelet. After arriving at the transfer array the green-robed cultivator had used, he pondered a bit before taking out the bell. The method to leave the fragment according to Wang Lin's knowledge was to keep flying up until he passes the barrier in the sky. Then he would be returned to the starting point where he could enter a swirl and be randomly placed on another fragment. But the method this green-robed cultivator had used to appear on this fragment was very strange. He arrived via a transfer array. This made Wang Lin make a bold guess. Some ancient sect was able to set up a few transfer arrays after entering the celestial realm so many times. These transfer arrays would allow the disciples of that sect to travel between the fragments the sect had been to before. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He threw the bell out before him and started to form more seals. After 2 more days, Wang Lin estimated that even if this soul formation cultivator had set some retaliation after death, it was just about gone by now. Thinking about this, he waved his right hand and the bell slowly enlarged. With a bang, rainbow-colored smoke came out from the bottom of the bell as it opened. Wang Lin saw that inside, there was only a bag of holding and a sword. But suddenly, the sword hummed and a ray of sword chi the size of an arm shot out. Wang Lin sneered. He pointed with his finger and the sword chi disappeared. Along with it was a scream as the last bit of origin soul disappeared. The green-robed cultivator had placed his origin soul inside the sword in order to attack one last time before death. However, after being refined for so long, his origin soul couldn't handle it anymore. His last-ditch effort was easily stopped by Wang Lin. After picking up the ancient sword, he scanned it with his divine sense and immediately became excited. He took a deep breath before putting the sword into his bag of holding. This sword was very powerful. However, he never thought that the sword structure would be similar to the restriction flags. There were numerous restrictions placed on the sword and they were all pure attack restrictions. As a result, this sword was very powerful and therefore useful to Wang Lin. Wang Lin skimmed through them and noticed that most of the restrictions were ones he had never seen before. These restrictions were in groups of 3 with a total of 300 groups. This large number of restrictions was not something Wang Lin could learn in a short period of time. He contained his urge to immediately study them and took out the green-robed cultivator's bag of holding. He scanned it with his divine sense, and then his expression became strange again. After a long time, Wang Lin sighed. Killing people for treasures in the celestial realm is indeed tempting. There were only 3 items inside the bag of holding. The first item was a piece of jade, the second item was the return cauldron, and the last item was a bundle of top-quality spirit stones. There were hundreds of top-quality spirit stones. Even with Wang Lin's ability, he couldn't help but become excited at hundreds of top-quality spirit stones. He looked about and couldn't help but mock himself. It seems my ability is still not good enough. In truth, it was hard to blame Wang Lin, because top-quality spirit stones were so rare on Suzaku. There weren't a lot of top-quality spirit stones on the planet the Delu sect was from either, but the Delu sect was an old sect that was tens of thousands of years old, so they naturally had stocked up quite a bit. After reading the jade, he completely understood the situation. The Delu sect had found a total of 37 fragments in the celestial realm after entering it so many times. They then secretly placed transfer arrays on each one of them. However, the transfer arrays were built in the celestial realm, so they couldn't be activated by normal spirit stones. This was also why the green-robed cultivator had so many top-quality spirit stones on him. After this, Wang Lin understood that a lot of cultivators who entered the celestial realm belonged to big sects like the Delu sect and had their own transfer arrays set up all around. Only those that came here for the first time or independent cultivators would fly up and randomly land on a fragment. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the return cauldron. The function of this cauldron was to return to the planet they came from. So if Wang Lin were to use this, would he return to Suzaku or to the Delu sect? Wang Lin pondered a little before putting it away and making sure to keep it apart from his own return cauldron. If he were to accidentally use the wrong one and really got transported to the Delu sect, it would be very dangerous. After finishing all of this, Wang Lin threw the jade he was holding forward and moved it with his divine sense. Suddenly, the jade began to shine as a formation with 2 grooves appeared. Clearly, these 2 grooves were for spirit stones. Without a word, Wang Lin took out 2 top-quality spirit stones and accurately threw them into the grooves. The formation began to move as the jade glowed even brighter. The image of a map eventually appeared. This image wasn't foreign to Wang Lin. It was the same scene everyone saw as they descended into the celestial realm, which now looked like a shattered mirror. In this image, there were 37 fragments that were glowing, creating a contrast against the countless gray fragments. Wang Lin looked at the image and recalled the fragment he had fallen down to. His eyes quickly moved and found where he was currently located. His right hand pointed at one of the fragments. The image disappeared and the formation activated. Then Wang Lin's figure disappeared. On one of the fragments at the end of the celestial realm, the wind was very violent and there was a large rift in the sky. Chilly wind blew out from the rift and into that fragment. It was as if the entire fragment was shrouded in the rift's power. This place didn't have any mountains. It looked like a desert. This place originally had mountains and rivers, but during the collapse of the celestial realm, one of the celestial's treasures fell here and created that rift. As for the treasure, it shattered after creating the rift and turned into a violent wind that blew across the fragment. At this moment, in the middle of this violent wind, a formation appeared in the sky. The formation formed a pillar of light that blocked the wind, but the pillar was shaking violently. It was as if it could shatter at any moment. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the formation. He took a look around and frowned. This fragment was simply too different from the last one he was on. If that one was considered relatively intact, then this one was completely destroyed. According to logic, there should be no reason for the Delu sect to place a formation here. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He saw the pillar shaking violently, so he quickly charged out of the formation. The moment Wang Lin walked out of the pillar, he felt the blade-like wind hitting his body. After he left the formation, it quickly hid itself using a special method. There was only one sound that could be heard: the howling of the wind. It sounded as if there were countless people crying. As Wang Lin descended, the sound got even louder. The moment he landed on the sand, he suddenly became alert. He quickly turned around and saw that, within the howling wind, black figures appeared one by one. Wang Lin's heart was shocked when he saw the black figures, but his divine sense felt nothing. Without a word, he slapped his bag of holding and took out the restriction flag. At this moment, the black figures became clear, causing Wang Lin to make a strange expression. These figures were all extremely beautiful women. The women wore beautiful, rainbow-colored dresses, and behind him was a group of boys holding trays with celestial fruits and delicious wine. There were people talking and laughing as they walked toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned harder. He saw that these people were talking but heard no sound from them. The surroundings were still filled with the howling of the wind and nothing else. Gradually, these people got closer and closer. Then Wang Lin noticed black figures that appeared above them. These figures were young men flying on clouds. They looked like they were guarding these women as they scanned their surroundings. Wang Lin took a deep breath and put away his restriction flag. Those people were now in front of him. He didn't dodge or avoid them. He simply let them walk right past him. One of the boys directly walked through Wang Lin's body. After this group of people was off in the distance, Wang Lin let out a bitter smile. He had already noticed that these people weren't real. They were just illusions. He guessed that there was a mysterious power on this fragment that could create illusions of scenes from the celestial realm before it was shattered. Wang Lin looked at the people that had just left and felt sorrow. Those people must have been important during their time, but now everything was gone with the wind, and the only thing that remained was an illusion. What exactly happened to the celestial realm to destroy it to this degree? This question once again appeared in Wang Lin's mind. After pondering for a while, he followed the illusions. These people walked farther and farther, until they finally stopped at a location. Wang Lin looked from a distance and suddenly noticed the scene change. A building suddenly appeared. There were many tables inside with fruits and wines placed on them. There were a few people sitting around the tables talking to each other. Every now and then, they would wave their finger and techniques would appear as if they were debating about something. Wang Lin watched this scene and especially paid attention to all of the techniques shown. He took a deep breath. These people didn't use any chants or seals. They simply waved their hands to use techniques. It was as if the power of the heavens were in the palms of their hands and could be used as they wished. One of the people suddenly stood up and angrily yelled at someone. Then his hand reached out and created a giant ball of purple lighting. He pointed up and the ball of purple lightning slowly ascended into the sky. Wang Lin's followed the ball of lighting, but at the same time, the clear sky suddenly turned dark. Patches of black lighting gathered into a fist and slammed into the ball of purple lightning. The ball of lightning suddenly shattered and the fist of lightning descended without slowing down. The expression of the people inside suddenly changed. Two people responded quickly and went outside to check, but the fist made of lightning had already descended. The power of that one punch instantly obliterated the bodies of all the celestials inside, along with the building. Only the two people that flew out were able to protect themselves with a rainbow-colored light. The expression of the two changed greatly, and at this moment, a blue sword chi flew across the sky and created a giant rift. Waves of cold wind blew out of the rift. Shortly after, a giant hand appeared in the sky and gently pinched the sword inside the blue sword chi. The sword shattered and disappeared into the rift, but the sword's hilt wasn't destroyed. It kept flying across the sky. Then the illusion changed. This time, many celestials flew into the sky with faces filled with anger. But just at this moment, the hand that shattered the sword flipped around and plummeted to the ground. A ray of silver light suddenly flew out from the hand and went toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin was absorbed inside this scene and was suddenly shocked. The moment the silver light appeared, he became alert and threw out the beast trap. The thunder toad appeared, spat out a ball of lightning, and collided with the ray of silver light. After a series of rumbles, the thunder toad backed up 100 feet. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he jumped onto the thunder toad and went to the woman behind the silver light. Wang Lin slowly said, "Red butterfly." When he was immersed inside the illusion, this woman suddenly appeared and attacked him without a word. If Wang Lin's divine sense hadn't already reached late-stage soul formation level, then he would have thought that the silver light was part of the illusion and would have been killed on the spot. Red Butterfly's expression was cold as she stared at Wang Lin and said, "You indeed know me. Speak. Who the hell are you?" Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he said, "Who doesn't know Shuiyu's genius?" Red Butterfly coldly said, "Not going to say? Then you might as well remain here forever." With that, she raised her right hand and a ray of silver light appeared in her palm. She coldly stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin laughed out loud. His eyes lit up and he said, "I heard that Red Butterfly managed to reach the late stage of soul formation in just 100 years. Although 100 years isn't long, it's a lifetime for mortals. I wonder, are your parents still alive?" Red Butterfly frowned. She waved the silver light in her hand and then the sky was suddenly covered with specks of silver light. The light started to rain down upon Wang Lin. Wang Lin slapped the thunder toad. Then its abdomen swelled up and it spat out a ball of lightning. The ball of lightning floated into the air. Then Wang Lin shouted, "Explode!" Suddenly, the ball of lightning exploded and rays of lightning blocked the specks of silver light. This allowed Wang Lin time to quickly retreat. As for the thunder toad, after it spat out the ball of lightning, it quickly retreated with Wang Lin. While Wang Lin retreated, he shouted, "Red Butterfly, do your parents have any other children? If not, then doesn't that mean they have no one to send them off? That means you lack filial piety." Red Butterfly frowned again as she coldly looked at Wang Lin and charged after him. She waved her right hand and a flying sword suddenly appeared above her head. The flying sword shot out after Wang Lin at several times her flying speed. There was hint of a domain inside the flying sword. The flying sword contained such a powerful emotionless domain that snowflakes began to appear around the sword. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding and the restriction flag appeared. Black fog suddenly surrounded the area. The fog formed the shape of dragons and charged at the flying sword. Subsequently, Wang Lin didn't retreat anymore. Instead, he disappeared inside the black fog. When he reappeared, he was a dozen feet behind Red Butterfly. His hand formed a seal and the spiritual energy in his body moved and a black and white swirl appeared. At this moment, the life and death domain expanded from this swirl. Red Butterfly frowned again and said, "Know your place." With that, she raised her right hand and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, 5 rays of cold energy shot out from her finger and formed 5 snowy mountains, all of which fell toward Wang Lin. This snow is born in the sky and dies on the earth. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm as the black and white swirl activated. Although the enemy was a late-stage soul formation cultivator, since she wanted to kill him, he must at least give her a fight. The life and death swirl suddenly enlarged. The 5 snowy mountains immediately began to melt, and by the time they descended upon the swirl, they had already shrunk to less than half of their original size. The moment they collided, a sliver of a motionless domain entered Wang Lin's body, causing him to cough out a mouthful of blood. The blood immediately turned to ice after leaving his body. Wang Lin could feel that his body was surrounded by coldness. His memories of his family and loved ones started to fade. Wang Lin's heart didn't panic. He knew that once all these memories were gone, he would become an emotionless killer. This would become a seed in his mind for Red Butterfly to control his life and death. The life and death domain activated in his body. Scenes of when he turned into a mortal, Denyo's parents' lives and deaths, and various experiences as a mortal solidified in his heart. Using this moment of clarity, Wang Lin shouted, 100 years. An entire lifetime and the love of one's parents is not something the heavens can erase. Red Butterfly, even if your parents have entered the reincarnation cycle and are already watching you from behind, do you dare to turn around and look? Although Red Butterfly's expression remained the same, Wang Lin could feel that the emotionless domain in his body had weakened a bit. The life and death domain cycled through his body rapidly as his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on top of the thunder toad. He then quickly retreated. Wang Lin waved the restriction flag in his hand and 100 dragons made of the restriction smoke charged toward Red Butterfly. Wang Lin used a few breaths of time to force the emotionless domain out of his body so it could no longer harm him. His expression was dark, as what had just happened was very dangerous. If anything had gone wrong, he would have become part of the cycle and no longer have the right to compete with the heavens. A late-stage soul formation cultivator's domain is really powerful. Wang Lin took a deep breath. In truth, the moment Red Butterfly sneak attacked him, their battle had already began. Wang Lin had seen the Ice Heart tactic. The key was to expel all emotions and then to crush and refine them until one reaches a state of no emotion. This was Red Butterfly's Tao Heart. From the day he had first seen the Ice Heat tactic, Wang Lin thought about how Red Butterfly had reached the late stage of soul formation in only 100 years. On one hand, it showed how powerful she was, but on the other hand, it was also one of her greatest weaknesses. Without time to practice one's Tao Heart, they simply can't compare to the old monsters who had lived for much longer. Also, with only 100 years, there was no way to completely erase all of her emotions. This was why Wang Lin brought up her parents. Only by making her remember the past and feel a sliver of emotion for Wang Lin to use to break her Tao Heart could he have a chance of winning. But this woman's Tao Heart was firm and wasn't affected by Wang Lin's words. Only when Wang Lin activated his life and death domain to resist her emotionless domain did he realize that his words were working. Although he didn't say much and the effect wasn't obvious, his words planted a seed in her heart. If she can't remove the seed, she will never reach the soul transformation stage. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He knew that with Red Butterfly's talent, this seed won't last long. However, if he repeatedly touches that weak spot and proves that his life and death domain is the real path while her emotionless domain has flaws, then this woman will no longer be scary. Red Butterfly didn't care about these dragons that were charging toward her. The moment the dragons got close, Red Butterfly's origin soul came out and she waved her hand. A ring of blue light expanded and then all of the dragons turned to ice. She stared at the direction where Wang Lin had retreated to and her eyes became even colder. She understood what Wang Lin's intentions were. Originally, it wouldn't be an issue, but Wang Lin's domain was very strange. He had managed to obtain a sliver of life and death from the reincarnation cycle. The moment the snowy mountains landed on the swirl, she clearly felt the life and death domain enter her body, causing memories of the past to be brought back. Although she was able to quickly remove those images, Wang Lin's words entered her ears. Even if they have entered the reincarnation cycle, they are watching you from behind. The moment those words came out, Red Butterfly's memories became chaotic. Although it only took a moment for her to clear them up, she had also missed the chance to kill him. A mere early-stage soul formation cultivator, but he indeed is interesting to try to ruin my Tao Heart. This person can't be allowed to live. Red Butterfly's eyes returned to normal and she chased after Wang Lin. While Wang Lin ran, he waved his hand and put away the Thunder Toad. However, a late-stage soul formation cultivator's speed was far above an early-stage soul formation cultivator's. Soon, he felt slivers of cold energy appear behind him. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Just as he was about to escape, his mind suddenly went blank and he remembered that giant hand print that he had seen in the palace. He tried to understand it but failed in the end. As he ran, the image of the handprint became clearer and clearer in his mind. He suddenly remembered the illusion he was shown, specifically the handprint that crushed the sword and descended upon the land. The illusion of that handprint quickly merged with the image of the handprint from the palace. Under this strange state of mind, Wang Lin's body suddenly flew up and he quickly climbed up the sky. Red Butterfly sneered as she chased behind him and thought, "It doesn't matter if you run forward or up. You won't be getting away that easily." Wang Lin rose up into the sky and suddenly stopped. He looked at the ground as if he had realized something and gently pressed down with his hand. Suddenly, the sky darkened and various streams of energy gathered under him, forming a giant palm right below Wang Lin. The palm pressed down toward Wang Lin. For the first time, Red Butterfly's expression changed. She wanted to dodge, but the palm was very big and it arrived very quickly. It went through Red Butterfly's body and landed on the ground, creating waves of dust. She was shocked and quickly checked her body to find that nothing was wrong. She didn't know that this palm of Wang Lin's had no power and was only him trying to understand the handprint. After throwing out the palm, all of the spiritual energy inside of Wang Lin's body disappeared. Due to the beast trap, he was pretty used to this situation, so he quickly chowed down some pills. Before the pills even fully dissolved, he took out the jade, opened the formation, and randomly picked a location. When Red Butterfly raised her head, Wang Lin had already disappeared. A flash of coldness appeared in her eyes. This person has access to a transfer array, so his identity must not be normal. Also, his Tao heart is strong, he's very cautious, has a strange domain, and endless an amount of magic treasures. He must be the most elite disciple of a rank 5 cultivation country. Red Butterfly's eyes lit up as she turned around and flew off into the distance, looking for celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin didn't carefully check the fragment he went to this time. He randomly picked one. When he arrived, he couldn't help but be startled. This fragment was like a world of fire with lava covering the ground. From time to time, there would be hot bubbles that burst and spread out a pungent smell. The sky was dark, and every now and then, spatial rifts would appear. Wang Lin floated in the air as he looked around. This fragment was very different from the other 2 fragments he had been on. This fragment looked like it was ready to collapse at any moment, especially because of the spatial rifts in the sky that looked like the mouths of devils. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't know why the Delusex transfer arrays were all set on these dangerous fragments. Did this mean that the more dangerous the fragment was, the more celestial spiritual energy there was? Wang Lin flew out of the transfer array with these questions in his mind. He had his divine sense spread out as he flew down to dodge the spatial rifts. Everything was fine until he was 100 feet from the ground and a spatial rift silently appeared beside him. Wang Lin was surprised because his divine sense didn't notice it at all. However, he wasn't new to the cultivation world, so he was able to quickly react. Just as the spatial rift appeared, he was able to force his body to move to the side. The rift appeared quickly but disappeared just as quickly. Almost at the moment it appeared, it disappeared. Wang Lin's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he looked to his side. A huge section of his clothes had disappeared as if it were eaten. He carefully looked around. At this moment, the amount of danger in this fragment could match the land of the ancient god. The way that spatial rift had appeared was simply too eerie. Wang Lin wasn't even able to detect it in advance. Wang Lin pondered a bit before slowly descending. He spent an entire hour descending those 100 feet. This position was a relatively safe altitude. There weren't many spatial rifts appearing at this height and the heat from the lava wasn't very powerful. But Wang Lin's caution didn't lower one bit as he slowly moved forward. He wanted to see why the Delusect had placed a transfer array here. The surroundings weren't completely silent. Rumbling sounds came from the ground every once in a while, or the heat bubbles would burst. With these sounds intertwining with each other, it made people feel the heat in their hearts. As he flew, Wang Lin gradually learned the landscape of this fragment. This fragment wasn't very large. In fact, it was the smallest of the 3 fragments he had visited so far. Aside from the hole in the ground to the southeast, there was nothing else unusual about this fragment. After a long time, Wang Lin arrived above the hole. He looked down and saw that the hole was pitch black inside. He pondered for a bit and didn't recklessly enter. Instead, he spent several days completely searching the entire fragment to make sure there was nothing abnormal before arriving at the hole again. His eyes lit up, and just as he was about to enter, a light appeared in the sky as a transfer array appeared in the air. Wang Lin revealed a joyous expression. He was just worrying about entering, but if there was someone else willing to go in before him, it would be a lot safer for him. At this moment, 2 figures appeared inside the transfer array and each of them had a sword behind their back. After they walked out, one of them immediately said, "Sixth junior brother, this is your first time here, so you must pay attention to the spatial rifts. Remember to always have the full search tactic activated." The person beside him quickly nodded. Then the 2 of them carefully flew toward the hole. On the way down, many spatial rifts appeared near them, but the 2 seemed to be able to detect them somehow and always moved out of the way ahead of time. The speed at which they descended was several times faster than Wang Lin's. The cultivation level of both of them was early-stage soul formation, so they weren't able to detect Wang Lin, whose divine sense had already reached the late stage of soul formation. The sixth junior brother looked at the hole on the ground and asked, "Third senior brother, is this the Celestial Beast Temple?" "That is correct. This place is one of the 16 Celestial Beast Temples. Ancestor found this place by accident after coming to the Celestial Realm many times, but this place should be known by many people. The last time I came here, there were 3 groups of people here looking for Celestial Beast souls," the third senior brother answered. Then he suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Remember that you can't use instant movement inside, so you must be careful." As the two talked, their bodies sunk and entered the hole. Wang Lin's shadow appeared outside. His body disappeared as he silently entered the hole. He spread out his divine sense to carefully check his surroundings and also looked to keep track of the two before him. "Third senior brother, after so many years, will there even be any celestial beast souls remaining? And even if there are any remaining, it would be hard to obtain them with just the 2 of us." "Sixth junior brother, you don't understand. If there are any celestial beast souls remaining, they would be very weak due to the lack of celestial spiritual energy for them to feed on. Once we find one and bring it back to the sect, we will have done a great deed for the sect." Back then, Ancestor was able to find a celestial beast soul here, united the planet Delu, and made the Delu sect famous. Wang Lin became excited as he listened to the 2 of them talk. Although he didn't know what the Celestial Beast Temple was, going by the name and what those 2 had said, he had his own guesses on what it was. This place should be the home of celestial beasts in the celestial realm. Not all of the celestial beasts had died in the disaster and some remained to continue breeding. This was why this place had a transfer array. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he followed behind them. This hole wasn't very deep, so they quickly landed on the ground. The 2 quickly flew forward after they landed. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and was shocked. This place was a very large cave. The structure was like a beehive with numerous entrances. He pondered a bit before flying toward one of the entrances. This entrance was exactly the one the 2 before him had entered. As he flew, he suddenly stopped as he saw with his divine sense that the 2 before him had stopped about 100 feet in front of him. Before the 2 was a stone statue about a dozen feet tall. This stone statue was that of a very large bird-like beast. Back then, Ancestor found the celestial beast soul here. "Junior apprentice brother, protect me while I gather the celestial spiritual energy around here." After the 6th junior brother heard that, he quickly nodded. Then a sword flew out from his back and floated above his head. He carefully observed his surroundings. If there was anything off, he would immediately notice. Third senior brother looked at 6th junior brother with a look of satisfaction and took a deep breath. After using some unknown technique, the vein in his hand popped out as he pushed the stone statue. After a series of rumbling sounds, the stone statue was pushed to the side and his face became pale. He quickly moved back a few steps and moved his hand. Then a gust of wind appeared and blew on the statue. The stone statue moved again, revealing a fist-sized hole on the ground. Slivers of celestial spiritual energy came out from the hole. This person quickly slapped his bag of holding and took out a small green gourd. The celestial spiritual energy was quickly absorbed by the gourd. 6th junior brother, the harvest this time is pretty good. There is enough celestial spiritual energy to form 2 pieces of celestial jade. One for each of us, and enough to meet the minimum requirements set by the sect. The 3rd senior brother let out a laugh as he slowly pushed the stone statue back in place. The 6th junior brother nodded, looked at the gourd, and asked, "That must be the soul purification gourd?" The 3rd senior brother took out a pill and swallowed it. He waved the gourd in his hand and proudly said, "That is correct. This is one of the 3 soul purification gourds personally refined by the ancestor. With this, one can quickly gather celestial spiritual energy and doesn't need to waste time refining it." Wang Lin saw this scene with his divine sense and his attention suddenly shifted to the gourd. This gourd was a great treasure. If he had this, It would reduce the amount of time needed to spend refining celestial spiritual energy and allow him to gather even more. He let out a cold smile. From the looks of those two, they belonged to the Delu sect. Since he had already angered the sect, he might as well find a way to steal that treasure. The two of them were both early-stage soul formation cultivators, though the sixth junior brother had just reached the soul formation stage and his cultivation wasn't stable yet. However, the two of them must have something up their sleeves. So Wang Lin didn't act recklessly and waited for the right moment. These two talked for a bit before flying toward a cave entrance. This place was filled with twists and turns. If Wang Lin didn't have his divine sense locked on to them, he would have lost them. After the two of them moved for a long time, the third senior brother stopped as he stared into the distance with a strange expression on his face. In the distance, there was a corpse leaning against the wall. There was a ball of light in the corpse's hand emitting waves of gentle light. Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense, then slightly frowned. This skeleton was very weird, as it was white. Although it was not abnormal for a skeleton to appear here, the color of the bones should have changed with the passage of time and there should have been signs of corrosion. However, this skeleton had no sign of any of those. Also, the ball of light in the skeleton's hand contained a sliver of celestial energy, so it was definitely not a normal object. Wang Lin didn't know why, but he felt a sense of danger. He pondered for a bit before watching coldly from afar. Third senior brother's eyes lit up and he said, "Sixth junior brother, go up and see what that ball of light is." Sixth junior brother hesitated before nodding and walking forward. Just as he was getting a closer look, Wang Lin suddenly felt that sense of danger becoming even stronger. Just at this moment, the third senior brother suddenly shouted, "Back off!" As he spoke, he waved his hand and the sword flew off his back and slashed at the space just in front of sixth junior brother. The skeleton turned to dust and the ball of light flew into the air. A sliver of energy shot out from the ball of light and charged toward the sixth junior brother's brow. At this moment, the sword energy arrived. The sliver of energy let out an unwilling roar as it drilled into the wall and disappeared. This scene happened in a blink of an eye. Sixth junior brother's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he silently stared at third senior brother. Sixth junior brother, chase. Third senior brother revealed a very excited expression as he said that sentence and quickly chased after it. Sixth junior brother hesitated for a bit before clenching his teeth and followed. "Senior brother, what the hell was that? Our luck is pretty good. If my guess is not wrong, that is feed for the celestial beasts, something the celestial beasts love to eat. Normally speaking, there are chances of finding celestial beast souls where these feeds are found. That skeleton before must have been ambushed by it and had all of its flesh devoured by it. Junior brother, please don't blame me for this. I just realized what it was. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to check," the third senior brother explained as he continued to chase. Sixth junior brother lowered his head and slowly said, "Mere feed for celestial beasts and it has that much power. If that thing had entered my brow, I would have turned into a skeleton." Third senior brother laughed and said, "Junior brother doesn't need to worry. That thing completely relies on physical attacks and has no abilities at all. It fears techniques and abilities the most. As long as you don't let it enter your body, all you need to use is your sword energy, and you can easily split it in two." As the two chased, Wang Lin followed behind them. Although the two martial brothers looked like they had a good relationship, Wang Lin could easily see that the third senior brother had evil intentions. The scene from before was clearly because the third senior brother noticed that something was off and used his junior brother as bait to lure out the feed. Wang Lin casually followed behind them as his divine sense focused on what was before him. He saw the two brothers pursue through the cave system as they continued to go down. Before long, they were in the deep parts of the cave. The third senior brother felt slightly uneasy. Although he had been here once before, he had never gone this far in and wondered if he should continue chasing. Just at this moment, Wang Lin noticed that the celestial beast feed's speed slowed down, and it disappeared into a fist-sized hole in the wall. Wang Lin's divine sense quickly followed it in, and his expression quickly changed. He saw that the walls inside the cave were covered in these thin lines, with one end buried inside the wall and the other end slowly swinging back and forth. In the middle of the cave, there was a small piece of white jade emitting dense celestial spiritual energy. Besides the jade, there was a skeleton whose bones were black. There were bits of broken clothes on the skeleton, but in front of his chest was a piece of metal that was releasing a powerful pressure. In addition to all of this person was also holding a sword. This sword looked very similar to the celestial sword he had seen in the illusion. In addition to all of this, what shocked Wang Lin the most was a black line that was moving in and out of the skeleton. Every time it moved, the skeleton would tremble as if it were reviving. Wang Lin stopped moving and, without any hesitation, quickly backed up to a hole in the wall. He took out his restriction flag to wrap around his body and became exactly like the wall beside him. The third senior brother flying in the front also had his divine sense spread out and immediately noticed the cave and stopped. His face immediately became pale. Inside this small cave there were at least tens of thousands of celestial beast feeds. At this moment, the sixth junior brother also noticed this and his expression became ugly. The two looked at each other and slowly backed away. But it was too late. The celestial feeds charged out of the small hole and appeared before the two in the blink of an eye. Third senior brother's expression changed immediately. Without any hesitation, he shouted, "Two-sword spirit world." His sword flew into the air and slashed down. Sixth junior brother clenched his teeth and also sent his sword up and slashed down as well. Suddenly, two rays of sword energy became like two dragons intertwined together and destroyed all of the celestial beast feeds that were charging at them. Then it crashed into the hole on the wall, making it 10 meters wide. This power caused many parts of this already unstable celestial beast temple to collapse. More slivers came out from the hole. Inside the cave, the black skeleton was extremely eye-catching. "Let's go!" Third senior brother immediately retreated after saying one line, and sixth junior brother quickly followed with his scalp tingling. The speed at which the two were retreating couldn't match the slivers, so after only a few steps, the slivers had already caught up. A vicious look flashed across the third senior brother's eyes as he raised his hand and landed a hit on the sixth junior brother's back. Sixth junior brother's head suddenly turned around with a mocking expression. His hand quickly caught third senior brother's hand and he said, "Third senior brother, what were you planning on doing?" With that, his aura suddenly changed. His cultivation level changed from someone who had just stepped into the early stage of soul formation into mid-stage soul formation. He quickly grabbed third senior brother's bag of holding and sword before throwing third senior brother toward the celestial beast feeds. "You?" Third senior brother's expression suddenly changed. But before he could finish speaking, the swarm of slivers drilled into his body. In an instant, the body of an early-stage soul formation cultivator turned into a skeleton. His origin soul suddenly flew out, but just at that moment, the sixth junior brother formed seals to block his path. This pause made the origin soul lose its chance to escape, but the black line suddenly shot out and dug into the origin soul. By the time the black line left, the origin soul had already been devoured by it. "Sorry, senior brother." Seeing what had happened, the sixth junior brother quickly escaped using the time third senior brother had bought with his life. When this person passed where Wang Lin was hiding, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he didn't recklessly move. Sixth junior brother flashed by Wang Lin. A few breaths later, the swarm passed by as well. Wang Lin was very nervous as the swarm passed by him. As the swarm passed by, the black lines paused for a moment but quickly continued to chase sixth junior brother. After these slivers passed by, Wang Lin waited for a few moments before charging toward the cave that had been opened up by the sword energy. His body was as fast as lightning and appeared inside the cave. Suddenly, some remaining slivers came out of the wall and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a snort and used his restriction flag to block them. He knew that he was short on time, so he reached toward the sword in the skeleton's hand without any hesitation. But suddenly, a powerful pressure came from the sword. It was like Wang Lin's hand was pressing on spikes, as small holes appeared on his hand, causing him to quickly pull back. At this moment, the swarm was heading back with the black line in front. When Wang Lin saw this with his divine sense, he immediately gave up on the sword and grabbed the jade. He decided to give up on taking the piece of metal and quickly charged out of the cave, moving along the wall. The swarm returned to the cave and then a terrifying roar came from inside. The black line quickly charged out of the cave and waved its body for a bit before chasing after where Wang Lin went. Wang Lin moved as fast as he could through the cave, and as he flew, he released wandering souls with a simple command to help him confuse the black line chasing him. As he escaped, he could feel the wandering souls being destroyed one by one. He could see through the wandering souls that the black line seemed to have gone mad, as it was charging through the walls of the caves and destroying all the wandering souls. There were many caves in the Celestial Beast Temple, but many were destroyed in the disaster a long time ago, and more were destroyed under the power of the two swords. Now, with the black line charging through the walls like crazy, many caves were able to withstand it and collapsed. This caused a series of chain reactions, so a lot of caves collapsed as well. As Wang Lin flew, he tried to teleport, but every time he did so, he felt a force surrounding him and interrupting his teleportation. He let out a sigh as he stopped trying and continued to fly upwards. He slowly felt that the amount of wandering souls he had left behind stopped decreasing. The black line had clearly lost track of Wang Lin. However, just as this moment, rumbling sounds came from all around him and Wang Lin quickly backed up. The cave before him suddenly collapsed. When he spread out his divine sense, he found that more than half of the Celestial Beast Temple was now buried. If Immortal saw this, they wouldn't know what to do. But Wang Lin had already reached the soul formation stage, so as long as he doesn't meet that black line, he will have nothing to be afraid of. He pondered a bit but didn't leave immediately. He spread out his divine sense and was shocked to find that the sixth junior brother hadn't died. He was moving through the caves close by, and from the direction he was traveling, he wasn't going up but was coming toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he let out a playful smile. This sixth junior brother was a ruthless person. He hid his cultivation level until the right moment. From the looks of his path, he was coming toward Wang Lin, but Wang Lin wasn't sure of his objective. If he comes with intent to kill Wang Lin, then Wang Lin won't mind killing him for his treasures. Although this person was at the mid-stage of soul formation, Wang Lin was confident that with the magic treasures he possessed, he had an 80% chance of winning. Wang Lin waved the restriction flag and the black fog disappeared into the surrounding walls. He placed his hand on the bracelet on his hand and silently waited for the arrival of the sixth brother. Not long after, a person came out of the wall Wang Lin was staring at. The moment the person came out, he became very cautious as he looked at Wang Lin. He carefully took a few looks before letting a laugh. Fellow cultivator, I believe that we are the only two people remaining in this collapsed Celestial Beast Temple. Wang Lin chuckled. He realized that this person knew he was following them. This means that there was a chance that this person was still hiding his cultivation level. Wang Lin calmly asked, "This place has already collapsed. Why did fellow cultivator come find me instead of looking for a way out?" The sixth junior brother looked around. Without moving forward, he said, "Fellow cultivator followed us the entire way. I believe you also saw the celestial beast feed." Wang Lin faintly smiled at how sixth junior brother dodged the question and asked, "What does fellow cultivator mean?" Sixth junior brother's eyes lit up, revealing a mysterious expression, and he said, "Fellow cultivator doesn't have to worry. My name is Sun Lei. I'm not afraid to tell fellow cultivator this. I'm not really part of the Delu sect. I'm only mixed in." Wang Lin remained silent. While Sun Lei talked, he casually took a step forward, and just as he was about to take a few more steps, he saw a faint smile on Wang Lin's face and stopped. Wang Lin calmly said, "If fellow cultivator takes another step, I will have to act." Sun Lei pondered a bit and smiled. "Fellow cultivator, I won't beat around the bush. Inside the cave with the celestial beast feed are 3 items. First is the celestial jade, second is a piece of celestial metal, and third is the celestial sword. How many did you manage to obtain earlier?" Wang Lin calmly responded, "That black line returned too quickly, so I didn't get any." Sun Lei frowned. He could immediately see that Wang Lin was only at the early stage of soul formation, but his divine sense was very strange. If he didn't know a technique that specialized in detecting divine sense, he wouldn't have been able to notice that Wang Lin was following him. And even so, he was only able to notice Wang Lin when he passed by him as he was escaping from the celestial beast feeds. He recorded Wang Lin's divine sense in his mind, and only then was he barely able to find him. From his view, this person must be like him, someone who hid his own cultivation level, so unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to act recklessly. Also, after this conversion and seeing how calm this person was, Sun Lei was sure that Wang Lin was hiding his cultivation level. There was no way for an early-stage soul formation cultivator to be this calm when facing a mid-stage soul formation cultivator. In addition to all of this, there was another thing that was preventing him from acting. He could feel a sense of danger from the surrounding walls, and that feeling increased a lot when he took a step forward. Thinking of this, he let out a smile and said, "Fellow cultivator, that piece of celestial jade is formed from celestial energy collected for thousands of years and is considered priceless. However, compared to that, the celestial sword is much more precious. I was only able to roughly scan it at the time, so I don't know what attribute it has, but it can't be normal. In addition to those, there is also that piece of metal. My guess is that it is a type of protective treasure." Wang Lin silently nodded. The more Wang Lin acted like this, the more powerful Sun Lei thought Wang Lin was. He believed that Wang Lin already knew all of this, so he quickly said, "Fellow cultivator, if it was either of us by ourselves, it would be very hard to get the treasures from the celestial beast feeds. However, if we act together, then the chances of us getting those treasures will increase by a lot." Wang Lin let out a smile and asked, "Oh? Why should I help you?" Sun Lei was startled. He was a smart person, so he immediately realized what that meant and said, "I only want the celestial sword. The other two will belong to you." "How is that?" Wang Lin shook his head. Sun Lei's expression became ugly and he said, "If fellow cultivator really wants the celestial sword, then you can take it, but the remaining two treasures will belong to me. With fellow cultivator's knowledge, you must know that the celestial sword by itself is far beyond any of the other two items alone. But if you place the metal and jade together, then their worth is very close." Wang Lin hesitated for a bit. There was some type of restriction placed on the celestial sword, so unless it gets refined for a very long time, it will be impossible to even pick it up. Wang Lin was confident that he won't be able to pick it up in a short period of time. This person clearly didn't know that about the sword. Thinking about this, he smiled and said, "I don't want the sword." Sun Lei let out a breath and smiled again. "Since that is the case, how about we go back to the cave?" Wang Lin shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in the other two objects either." "You?" Sun Lei's eyes became gloomy. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that Wang Lin was hiding his cultivation level, he would have already gone up and killed Wang Lin. Why else would he listen to so much nonsense? Sun Lei took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. The more Wang Lin acted like this, the more obvious it was that Wang Lin was hiding his cultivation level. How would Wang Lin dare to speak to him like this otherwise? Wang Lin calmly looked at Sun Lei and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator son, you want me to help you retrieve the celestial sword for two items that might not even be obtainable? Do you think that I'm 3 years old?" Sun Lei took a deep breath, stared at Wang Lin, and asked, "Fellow cultivator, what do you want?" He was tired of his nonsense as well. If Wang Lin wasn't willing, then he would risk it once himself. Wang Lin leisurely said, "I noticed that when fellow cultivators arrived, you guys were able to detect the rifts before they appeared." Sun Lei let out a laugh. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. He threw it at Wang Lin and said, "Full search tactic. It is a technique of the Delu sect. It is not a problem to give it to you as a gift." Wang Lin took the jade and put it away after scanning it, then said, "Fellow cultivator is indeed quick on his decisions, so I won't beat around the bush anymore either. I want that gourd from your third senior brother's bag. Then I'll be willing to take this risk with you." "Not possible," Sun Lei said without any hesitation. "This gourd is the reason I mixed into the Delu sect, so please don't make it hard for me. Wang Lin frowned. Sun Lei clenched his teeth and said, Fellow cultivator, I can't give you this gourd, but I can give you a piece of purification wood. Although this wood's effect isn't as good as the gourd's, it has the same effect of absorbing celestial spiritual energy. With that, he painfully took out a piece of white wood and put it away after letting Wang Lin see it. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Although it was kind of worth it to kill this person for the purification gourd, he would have to use up a lot of his treasures. However, this place was the celestial realm. It was very dangerous and there was red butterfly. If he were to use up too many treasures now, then when he faces powerful cultivators or red butterfly, he will be in trouble. Thinking about this, Wang Lin nodded and said, Fine. Give me that purification wood and I'll help you once. However, whether you obtain the celestial sword or not will depend on your own luck. Even if you can't obtain the sword, the purification wood is still mine. Sun Lei nodded and said, That is natural. However, I can't give it to you now. It won't be too late to give it to you once we are at the cave entrance. I have to be on guard as well. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his sleeves and said, Fellow cultivator, lead the way. Without a word, Sun Lei moved toward one of the uncollapsed caves. The two walked toward the cave, keeping a certain distance from each other. It was obvious that neither of them trusted each other, so they were on guard against each other. Sun Lei sneered and thought, Even if you are hiding your cultivation level, once I get the sword and you try to steal it, I'll leave the celestial realm and use the sect treasure to kill you. This was why he asked him to come help with the treasure even though he was afraid that Wang Lin was hiding his cultivation level. Both were decisive people, so when they made the agreement, there was no hesitation as the two rapidly moved through the ruins toward the cave filled with celestial beast feeds. From their current position, they could see the cave in the distance. Not far away was the corpse of third senior brother, who had been killed by Sun Lei. Sun Lei looked at the cave from a distance and whispered, Celestial beast feeds are food for celestial beasts. When they eat a feed, it strengthens their bodies, but they are completely useless to us. I can't believe there are still so many celestial beast feeds in this celestial beast temple. This must be due to that black celestial beast feed. Does fellow cultivator know why that black celestial beast feed exists? Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he responded, I believe it has something to do with that black skeleton. He remembered that the first time he saw the black line, it was moving inside the skeleton. Every time it went in and out, the skeleton would shake as if it were going to come back to life. Sun Lei placed down pieces of jade and slowly said, Fellow cultivator's experience is indeed not ordinary. That celestial beast feed must have used some method to devour the flesh and even the celestial soul of that skeleton back during the catastrophe that shattered the celestial realm. It hid itself inside the skeleton and then, after a long period of time, gained its own domain. That must be the reason why there are so many celestial beast feeds around. They must all be its offspring. Wang Lin remained silent. Sun Lei said in a serious tone, Fellow cultivator, in a bit, I'll lure those celestial beast feeds out with a technique. We will kill as many as we can, and once that black line moves, we will rendezvous back where we met. Wang Lin nodded. He waved his right hand and the beast trap changed into the Thunder Toad. Thunder Toad! Sun Lei's pupils shrank as he looked at Wang Lin. He was even more sure now that Wang Lin was hiding his cultivation level. How could he capture a rare, high-quality spirit beast otherwise? Wang Lin calmly said, Let's start. Without a word, Sun Lei formed a seal and shouted. The sword behind his back immediately flew up and shot into the cave. There was a muffled sound before the sword suddenly shot back out. Following closely behind it was a ball of celestial beast feeds. Countless celestial beast feeds jumped out from the ball toward Sun Lei and Wang Lin. This scene would make anyone's scalp go numb. If they were to get caught by them, their fate would be the same as the skeletons. Sun Lei let out a roar and all of the jades he had left on the ground shattered. Rainbow-colored smoke came out of the jades and covered the beast feeds. Soon, the beast feeds fell to the ground, twitching. However, there were simply too many of them. so the rainbow-colored smoke disappeared in only a few breaths of time. Without a word, Sun Lei jumped backward as his sword flew above his head and pointed at them. Sword energy shot out toward the beast feeds. Wherever it passed, large amounts of them died. Nevertheless, the tunnel was still covered in celestial beast feeds. They wanted to come and devour everything that was alive. Sun Lei kept backing up. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as the thunder toad's abdomen swelled up and a wave of thunder could be heard inside. Soon, it opened its mouth and a ball of lightning came out, followed by roaring thunder. Suddenly, waves of celestial beast feed bodies twisted and disappeared in the lightning. Sun Lei was startled. He didn't think that the lightning would be this powerful. His dread toward Wang Lin increased. The ball of lightning contained the power of the heavens. It was able to push forward 10 meters before disappearing. However, the beast feeds still ceaselessly charged at them. Wang Lin backed up and pointed at the thunder toad. The thunder toad's belly swelled up and then it spat another ball of lightning at the beast feeds. The ball of lightning roared forth toward the beast feeds. The countless beast feeds for the first time seemed to feel fear. Instead of moving forward, they seemed to want to back away from the ball of lightning. However, just at this moment, a sharp roar echoed and a black line appeared among the beast feeds. The black line moved through all the other beast feeds and charged at the ball of lightning without any fear. After the thunder toad spat out 2 balls of lightning, it was very tired and looked weakened. When Wang Lin saw the black beast feed, he didn't hesitate to quickly retrieve the thunder toad and escape. As he ran, he pointed at his brow and many wandering souls appeared. As for Sun Lei, he revealed a look of hesitation before letting out a sigh and giving up on the idea of going into the cave after the celestial beast feeds started chasing after Wang Lin. After all, it was far too dangerous and any misstep could lead to death. Thus, as Wang Lin backed off, he also backed off and quickly escaped in another direction. As for the ball of lightning, the black beast feed drilled into it, causing it to shrink. After a series of crackling and popping sounds, the ball of lightning disappeared completely. The black beast feed let out a sharp roar. One could see that its body was no longer black but violet instead, and there was some lightning surging on the surface. It condensed its body and sprang forth with speed so fast that even divine sense couldn't lock onto it most of the time. The target it chose was not Wang Lin, but Sun Lei. While Wang Lin escaped, his expression suddenly changed as he took out the restriction flag and threw some pills into his mouth. A suctioning force came from the beast trap, and after a long time it finally stopped. Wang Lin got up. His face was a bit ugly. This time, the beast trap began taking spiritual energy half a day ahead. The thunder toad must have expended too much energy. Although this beast trap is easy to use, the cost is too high. Wang Lin pondered a bit before flying away. Along the way, the wandering souls went through the walls and returned to him one by one. Once they all returned, Wang Lin found out that none of them were missing. This made him very happy as that meant that the black beast feed chose to chase after Sun Lei this time. Not long after, Wang Lin arrived at the cave they agreed to meet in and sat down. He spread out his divine sense and found Sun Lei in a cave about 10,000 feet away. The current Sun Lei was in a very sorry state. His clothes were torn, revealing silver armor underneath. It was clearly that silver armor that allowed him to escape the black beast feed twice. His right hand was covered in blood and was missing a finger. He was currently sitting there, cultivating with a gloomy expression. When Wang Lin's divine sense scanned past the area, his expression immediately changed and revealed a hint of dread. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He jumped into the wall and activated the earth escape technique to move towards Sun Lei. Sun Lei also noticed and quickly took out several pills. He revealed a pained expression as he swallowed them and quickly sat down to cultivate. 10,000 feet wasn't a very far distance for a soul formation cultivator. But there were many caves to go through and a mysterious power that prevented teleportation. Half an hour later, Wang Lin appeared inside the cave Sun Lei was in. Sun Lei's expression immediately became ugly. He flicked his right hand as he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly said, "Brother Sun, please continue to cultivate while I protect you." Wang Lin secretly sighed. He didn't know what pill Sun Lei had swallowed, but it allowed Sun Lei to recover back to 80% strength from a weakened state. This made Wang Lin give up his previous plan. Sun Lei was startled as he didn't expect Wang Lin to say this. Of course, he didn't believe it, but he still said, "Then I'll bother fellow cultivator for the help." Wang Lin didn't say anything and sat down cross-legged. Sun Lei remained on guard as he quickly absorbed the pill inside his body. 3 hours later, Sun Lei was fully recovered and his gaze toward Wang Lin was no longer as dark. Sun Lei stood up and said, "Fellow cultivator, my cultivation has already recovered. How about we go back?" Wang Lin nodded, stood up, and quickly flew toward one of the caves with Sun Lei right behind him. The two remained silent the entire way and soon arrived near the cave. The moment the two arrived, a large number of beast feeds charged out from the cave. Sun Lei's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Fellow cultivator, stay back. This time, I must avenge my finger." With that, he slapped his bag of holding and a black fan flew out. It was unknown what material this fan was made of. But the moment it appeared, a cold aura spread out and a layer of black ice formed on the walls. The black ice continued to expand, and in the blink of an eye arrived near Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm as he took out his restriction flag and shook it. Black fog surrounded Wang Lin and the icy aura moved around the black fog. But this formed a layer of buffer between Wang Lin and Sun Lei. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he silently took out the passing of time wood carving from his bag of holding. At this moment, those beast feeds charged out of the cave. It seemed like their numbers hadn't decreased at all. This time, the black beast feed was in front. Clearly wanted to kill. Sun Lei took a deep breath as his hand formed different seals before pointing at this brow. Suddenly, his origin soul came out and grabbed hold of the fan. His origin soul revealed an expression of pain. It was like he had just grabbed a piece of hot iron. His origin soul held the fan and swung it at the celestial beast feeds. Suddenly, a wave of black wind flew toward the celestial beast feeds. Suddenly, each of the beast feeds stopped moving and patches of black ice spread. In an instant, the area became a world of black ice. Without a word, Sun Lei's origin soul returned to his body and charged toward the cave. He smiled. "Fellow cultivator, my technique has a limit and can only last 10 breaths. I'll go ahead first and then come to save you." Wang Lin remained calm as he let out a faint, mocking smile. Sun Lei's calculations were very good. He had waited this long to finally show the power of this fan. The goal was to use Wang Lin as bait so that when the celestial beast feeds were chasing Wang Lin, he could escape. Otherwise, even if he had obtained the treasure, he would still be hunted by the celestial beast feeds. After all, once he gets his hands on the treasure, the feeds will go crazy and the chase will be much more intense than the last 2 times. He had already thought about it. Once he gets the treasure, he would throw the skeleton at Wang Lin. He believed that the feeds would go for Wang Lin, who would be closer, rather than him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had been on guard against Sun Lei this entire time, so how could he let Sun Lei succeed? Although this black ice was indeed strange, he already had the carving of the old man in his hand. The moment the black ice sealed the area, the time domain from the wood carving was released. Going forward is part of time, going backwards is part of time, and stopping is also part of time. This is what makes the time domain so powerful. The manipulation of time as one wills it. Wang Lin had cultivated in the heaven-defying bead for a long time and had a very good grasp on manipulating time. This was also why he was able to make the carving with the passing of time domain in it. A mysterious light spread out from the carving and met the black ice, sealing the area. Although the black ice was strong, he was not resisting it and was only trying to loosen it, so it wasn't too difficult. Borrowing a sliver of power from the time domain, Wang Lin wasn't stopped by the black ice like Sun Lei thought he would be. The moment Sun Lei shouted those words, Wang Lin walked out, and he moved at a speed even a bit faster than Sun Lei's, passing by the celestial beast feeds and appearing at the entrance of the cave. "Fellow cultivator Sun Lei, you still haven't given me the purification wood. So how could you just rush in?" Sun Lei was startled and his face became very ugly. However, he was a decisive person. Without a word, He slapped his bag of holding and threw out the purification wood. Wang Lin caught it and walked into the cave. Sun Lei cursed in his heart, but he knew that time was short, as half the time they had already passed, so he quickly charged in. After he entered, he saw Wang Lin pick up the piece of metal from the skeleton's chest, and without a word, went to grab the celestial sword. But as soon as his hand touched the celestial sword, he let out a miserable groan as holes appeared on his hand. Wang Lin didn't even look at him and charged out of the cave. He took out the restriction flag, which emitted many dragons made of black fog. They surrounded Wang Lin and then he charged directly upward and through the walls. Sun Lei's eyes turned red as he let out an unwilling roar and reached for the sword again. This time, he withstood the pain and finally grabbed hold of the celestial sword. However, just then, he suddenly let out a painful scream as his hand was pierced many times. Some of the energy from the sword pierced his hand and hit his chest, causing the silver armor he was wearing to melt. Sun Lei quickly withdrew his hand and gave up on the sword. He let out an angry roar as he charged out. He calculated that 8 breaths of time had passed, and if he were to leave now, he could still made it. If he delayed any longer, it would become dangerous. But nothing in the world could be perfectly calculated. The black celestial beast feed suddenly broke free of the black ice, let out a sharp roar, and charged towards Sun Lei. Sun Lei's expression suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His teacher had said that the treasure would freeze an area for 10 breaths of time. It should have been 10 breaths of time. How could it be less? He didn't know that because the black celestial beast feed had absorbed the ball of lightning from the thunder toad, it gained a bit of the heaven's power, so the 10 breaths of time was lowered by 1 breath. Wang Lin's time domain caused the black ice to slow down a bit, which caused it to shorten by another breath of time. Sun Lei was shocked. There was no time to dodge. He could feel death closing in on him, and as he watched Wang Lin leave, a powerful sense of frustration filled him. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes as he slapped his forehead and a black bead flew out of it. He revealed a never-before-seen heartbreaking expression. This black bead was formed through his hundreds of years of cultivating and finally took solid form when he reached the soul formation stage. According to his sex cultivation method, this black bead was the key to forming a second origin soul. Once he loses this bead, his cultivation level will drop drastically from the mid-stage of soul formation down to the nascent soul stage. Sun Lei closed his eyes and said, "Explode!" The black bead suddenly released a black light and exploded. A ring of black light spread out. The black beast feed suddenly compressed into a ball to block this blow. But the celestial beast feeds behind it that had just broken out of the black ice wall disappeared without a struggle. Even the surrounding caves disappeared without a trace. The power of this bead exploding reached the limit of what this fragment could hold, so it began to collapse. Countless spatial rifts appeared in the sky and they became larger and larger. On the ground, the lava exploded and shot into the air. The sky and the earth shook violently and the light of death appeared in the sky. Shortly after, large areas of sky and ground disappeared as if they were being devoured. The moment Sun Lei made the black bead explode, his body disappeared without a trace. As for Wang Lin, while he was escaping, he suddenly felt the destructive force from below and the mysterious power that was preventing teleportation suddenly collapsed. He was shocked and was about to use teleportation before suddenly forcing himself to stop. He could feel the surrounding ground shaking and creating waves of rumbling sounds. The celestial realm fragment is collapsing? Wang Lin was glad he hadn't teleported, or else he might have teleported into a spatial rift. Wang Lin secretly cursed. He surrounded himself with the restriction flag and charged out like lightning. Without the mysterious power there, his speed had returned to normal. But the collapse of the ground was even faster. Wang Lin suddenly noticed with his divine sense that the only thing within 1,000 feet was a dark void. This dark void was like a large mouth that kept devouring everything. He was suddenly shocked. The collapse of this fragment continued, and in the blink of an eye the void was 500 feet away. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air as he quickly flew upwards. The devouring continued. 500 feet, 300 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet. Wang Lin's face was pale. He was still a far away from getting above ground. The speed of the devouring was too fast. It was clear he wouldn't make it out in time. He revealed a ruthless expression in his eyes as he took out a small piece of crystal from his bag of holding. This was the condensed celestial spiritual energy. The devouring came even closer. 100 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet. Wang Lin saw that at 30 feet away, there seemed to be a mouth that had already opened. He swallowed the crystal and for the first time ever felt pain in his soul. This was a pain from having too much celestial spiritual energy in his body. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like his origin soul could collapse at any moment. But amidst this pain, a sliver of power was born. This power made him feel like he could hold up the world. The surrounding void got closer and closer. 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. Wang Lin's body suddenly charged upward like a meteor. The moment the void arrived next to Wang Lin, his speed increased by countless times and he charged out from the ground. The moment he charged out from the ground, most of the ground of this fragment had already collapsed into the void. Below him was a space with only a few pillars that seemed to be holding up the sky, but even those were shrinking and slowly disappearing. The sky was filled with spatial rifts. But Wang Lin couldn't feel any of those as he was in this crazed state and charging out at a speed faster than a meteor's. There were many spatial rifts in the sky, but there were even more pieces of void forming when the spatial rifts linked together. Wang Lin's flight was like that of a struggling phoenix's flying up into the sky, but the spatial rifts suddenly connected before him, forming a large area of the void. Wang Lin suddenly charged inside. He was then surrounded by darkness and waves of cold air entered his body. Under the stimulation of the cold air, Wang Lin's mind suddenly became clear. Without a word, he controlled his body to back up. After struggling for a while, he charged out from a rift that hadn't closed yet. Using this moment of clarity, he dodged all of the spatial rifts. The moment the fragment completely collapsed, he charged out and disappeared high in the sky. He flew higher and higher until he saw the giant swirl above him. This was where he had entered the celestial realm before. Under the swirl was a platform, and on the platform were some people staring dumbfoundedly at him. His body disappeared and reappeared on the platform. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Using the last bit of his power, he pointed at his brow and countless wandering souls came out of his forehead. Wang Lin had gathered tens of thousands wandering souls on his trip to the foreign battleground. Now that all of them had been released, they formed a black tornado around Wang Lin. This caused the expressions of everyone on the platform to change and they immediately backed up. Wang Lin fell to the ground. He struggled to sit in a lotus position before eating 7 or 8 bottles of pills and began to cultivate. Tens of thousands of wandering souls howled as they swirled around Wang Lin. Their cold eyes would occasionally look at the people standing on the platform. These wandering souls were true wandering souls from the foreign battleground. He had spent a lot of effort to get past the law of the world to bring them out. In truth, he had collected over 100,000 wandering souls in the years he had spent inside the foreign battleground, but he was only able to bring out these 10,000. The difference between wandering souls and devils is that no matter what cultivation level the enemy is, they will jump at them even if it means they themselves could be refined. Wang Lin hadn't tested if he could kill a soul formation cultivator using all 10,000 wandering souls. After all, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to waste these wandering souls that he had spent so much effort on. But Wang Lin remembered that ancient emperor was killed by the endless onslaught of countless wandering souls. Among those wandering souls, one was different from all the others. Although it looked the same, there was a sliver of intelligence in its eyes. It was the devil Su Ligua. He felt very proud at the moment as he thought that Master really did still care about him. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th devils were all dead, but he was here, surrounded by all these seniors, so he felt he would be pretty safe from now on. The whirlpool of wandering souls was very big. The people on the platform were all staring at it. One of them paid extra close attention. His eyes lit up and on his forehead the symbol of an axe faded in and out. This person was the member of the giant demon clan that came from Suzaku as well. He was able to identify Wang Lin in an instant and silently pondered. One of the people on this platform was a middle-aged man who was wearing a gray coat. His eyes were dark, his nose was slightly slanted, and he looked very gloomy. He looked at where Wang Lin was and took a step toward him. The member of the giant demon clan looked at this person, but he didn't speak. He instead revealed a mocking expression. In his view, this person's cultivation level wasn't even at the soul formation stage, only late-stage nascent soul. Trying to take the life of a soul formation cultivator's life with this cultivation level was like hitting a rock with an egg. The gray-robed man carefully moved forward and got closer to the wandering souls. He began to chant, and a ball of black fire formed in his hand. The moment the black flame appeared, a wave of heat spread out. He looked at Wang Lin with greed in his eyes and threw the black flame at him. Just at this moment, the wandering souls swirling around Wang Lin suddenly stopped and stared at the gray-robed man, causing him to step back. But suddenly, the wandering souls let out a sharp scream and spread out. 1/3 of the wandering souls jumped at the black fire, and the remaining 2/3 jumped at the gray-robed man. This scene was very shocking. The gray-robed man's expression suddenly changed as he took out a flying sword. He pointed with his finger and the flying sword flew at the wandering souls. However, these wandering souls weren't devils, so they had a certain resistance to spells. The sword was only able to slow down the few in front while the rest quickly arrived before the gray-robed man and jumped on him. About 7 or 8 wandering souls had already entered the gray-robed man's body, causing his expression to suddenly change. He quickly bit his tongue and spat out some blood, which quickly became flames. The flame immediately surrounded him as he sat down to try and force the wandering souls out of his body. Outside of the flame that was surrounding him, a large amount of wandering souls had surrounded the flame and jumped at it. The flame was slowly weakening. It seemed like it was ready to go out. As for the fireball he had thrown out, it was being jumped on by wandering souls and being weakened. Although a few wandering souls died in the end, the fireball disappeared when it was 30 feet away from Wang Lin. The remaining wandering souls didn't attack but surrounded Wang Lin and coldly stared at the people on the platform. The gray-robed man secretly cursed and regretted that he had acted even though he knew that the people who came here were all well prepared and could be considered the elites of their respective cultivation planets. But he never could have thought that these creatures released by his heavily wounded opponent could be this scary. If the enemy's cultivation was at full power, then he would have died here today. Seeing that the flame around him was about to go out and that there were still many of these mysterious creatures, the gray-robed man clenched his teeth and waved his hand. A small cauldron then appeared in front of his head. His eyes revealed an unwilling look as he was about to use it to return to his cultivation planet. However, just as he was prepared to open the small cauldron, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and reached out. The small cauldron quickly left his hand and flew into Wang Lin's hand. The gray-robed man's expression suddenly changed. His face was pale and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he squeezed his hand like he was going to burst a bubble, and the already fading fire around the gray-robed man completely disappeared. The moment the fire disappeared, the gray-robed man let out a hysterical scream and immediately teleported toward the swirl. In his eyes, the only way for him to live was to enter the celestial realm. But it was already too late. The wandering soul's speed was even faster than his. The moment he appeared, countless wandering souls had already arrived and entered his body. His body trembled as he fell onto the platform with a miserable scream, and his body twitched for a while before dying. The flesh on his body slowly disappeared as he became a skeleton. One could see the wandering souls happily moving in and out of his body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Under his command, the surrounding wandering souls returned to him and disappeared into his brow. At this moment, the man from the giant demon clan let out a laugh. He took a few steps forward and said, "Fellow cultivator, what happened to cause you to end up in such a state that even a nascent soul cultivator dares to become greedy towards you?" Wang Lin looked at the person and calmly said, "A celestial realm fragment collapsed. The man from the giant demon clan was startled. He looked at Wang Lin with a look of amazement and said, "Fellow cultivator, not just anyone can escape the collapse of a celestial realm fragment. I really admire you. I am Chi Hu of the giant demon clan. What is your name?" Wang Lin shook his head and said, "It was only by luck. My name is Xianxia." Thinking of the collapse of the fragment, he couldn't help but feel scared. If he hadn't recklessly devoured the celestial jade, he would already be dead. Xianxia, Chi Hu pondered for a bit before his eyes suddenly became serious and asked, "Is fellow cultivator a member of the Tsang family that is part of the rank 5 cultivation country of Heaven Soul in the southern part of Suzaku?" Wang Lin was startled and silently shook his head. Chi Hu thought for a very long time. The only high-ranking cultivation country with a family named Tsang was the Heaven Soul country. Although he didn't admit it, Chi Hu didn't believe that Xianxia had obtained his cultivation on his own. He believed that Xianxia was a core disciple trained by one of the rank 5 cultivation countries. Otherwise, if it were someone from a rank 4 cultivation country, there was no way for him to not know. It has to be said that the giant demon clan was a rank 4 cultivation country, so they were very well aware of the geniuses of the other rank 4 cultivation countries. After thinking about this, his attitude toward Wang Lin changed a lot, but of course with his cultivation level he wouldn't show it. Chi Hu hesitated for a bit and slowly asked, "Brother Tsang, may I come closer to talk?" Wang Lin calmly looked at this person and nodded. Chi Hu quickly walked forward and arrived at the edge of the platform Wang Lin was standing on. He casually waved his hand and formed a light screen. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but he secretly put up his guard. Chi Hu sincerely said, "Brother Tsang, since we are both from Suzaku, I hope you can help me." Wang Lin smiled. "Oh, if Brother Chi Hu has any problems you can tell me." Chi Hu clenched his teeth, took out a jade, threw it at Wang Lin. He then said, "Once fellow cultivator sees this, you will understand." Wang Lin caught the jade and scanned it with divine sense. Even Wang Lin himself couldn't help but lose control of his emotions a bit. This jade contained an image recorded by divine sense. This was a scene of a very beautiful place. It was filled with flowers, green grass, and clear water. The most eye-catching thing was a pool of water. Floating on the pool was a jade coffin. There were 3 celestial swords sticking out of the jade coffin. The sword looked very similar to the one in the black skeleton's hand. The other thing that caused Wang Lin's pupils to shrink was that, if he wasn't wrong, the entire jade coffin was made of celestial jade. Meanwhile, there were several plants floating on top of the pool. They clearly weren't ordinary plants. Wang Lin pondered a bit before handing the jade back to Chi Hu. He remained silent. Chi Hu looked at Wang Lin and whispered, "Brother Tsang, this place was found by one of the geniuses of my giant demon clan many years ago when he came in here. He accidentally found this place, but it is guarded by celestial beasts and powerful restrictions. And because he wasn't powerful enough, he secretly recorded this and returned." Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "It has been many years. It has probably been found by someone." Chi Hu smiled. "Not possible, Brother Tsang. I promise you that this place has not been found. Sorry, but I can't say the reason right now." Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then said, "I'm afraid it will be very difficult for the 2 of us to enter this place." Chi Hu smiled and said, "It will be very difficult for just the 2 of us to enter, but I have asked another person. If the 3 of us go, I'm pretty confident that we will get there." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He said, "I can't answer you right away. Let me think for a few days." Chi Hu nodded. "Naturally. How about this? If Brother Tsang agrees, then meet me here in 1 month. But if you don't arrive by then, I won't wait for you." With that, he took out another piece of jade and passed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin received the jade and noticed that it was the same as the one from the Deluo sect. It was used to teleport around the celestial realm. However, unlike the one from the Deluo sect, there was only one fragment that was lit up. When you enter the vortex, activate this jade and it will bring you to the right fragment. Brother Tsang, I'll wait for you there. With that, Chi Hu clasped his hands and walked into the vortex. Wang Lin put the jade away and then sat down cross-legged. He took out the restriction flag and surrounded himself with it. His origin soul flew out and revealed a painful expression. A rice grain-sized celestial jade was forced out of his origin soul. After this jade was forced out of his origin soul weakened and looked like it was ready to collapse at any time as it slowly returned to his body. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes, revealing a tired expression. He looked at the celestial jade before putting it back into his bag of holding. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he couldn't even absorb celestial spiritual energy, much less celestial jade. Only late-stage soul formation cultivators could try to absorb it in an attempt to break through to the soul transformation stage. It can be said that there are so few soul transformation cultivators because there aren't many people that can enter the celestial realm to get enough celestial spiritual energy. In certain sects, ones with tens of thousands of years of history, they have a stock of celestial jades saved up, but only the elite and elders of these sects are able to use them. The lack of soul transformation cultivators is the reason why there are even fewer ascendant cultivators. If someone tries to absorb celestial spiritual energy before they reach the late stage of soul formation, it is no longer a treasure, but a poison. Wang Lin let out a bitter smile. His origin soul was heavily damaged, but luckily he had wandering souls. After devouring some, he was able to recover a bit. He slapped his bag of holding and a piece of white jade appeared in his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that the so-called celestial jade was pretty similar to a spirit stone. However, spirit stones released spiritual energy, while celestial jades released celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin knew that when cultivating after the soul transformation stage, aside from increasing one's own understanding of their Tao, the spiritual energy from the world was no longer viable to cultivate with. The more of this the better. Wang Lin knew how valuable the celestial spiritual energy was. If this piece of jade were to be placed in Suzaku, it would cause a bloodbath. Even Suzaku would come out to take it. After taking one look, Wang Lin put the jade away. Although his origin soul had taken some damage on this trip, the treasures he had obtained made it completely worth it. Wang Lin took a deep breath before taking out another object. This was the piece of metal from the chest of the skeleton. Sun Lei said that this piece of metal was a defensive type of celestial treasure, but when Wang Lin grabbed hold of it, he knew that this object was not a celestial treasure at all. He was too busy to take a closer look back then, but now he spread out his divine sense and examined it closely. The moment his divine sense entered the piece of metal, his mind suddenly became dizzy as information entered his head. After a long time, Wang Lin revealed a look of amazement and his eyes lit up. If the information stored in this piece of metal was true, then this piece of metal was the most valuable out of those three items. This piece of metal was like a piece of jade. It contained the method for refining a god-slaying chariot. According to the description of the piece of metal, that skeleton was once known as Heavenly Treasure Celestial. After he entered the celestial realm, he spent all of his time on refining treasures without caring about cultivation at all. In truth, the reason he even reached the stage to be able to come to the celestial realm was so that he could live longer in order to finish his lifelong dream of creating the most powerful treasure in existence. Unfortunately, this dream ended with the destruction of the celestial realm, and the Godslayer chariot never reached the stage he wanted it to and was sealed inside his cave. Before the celestial realm was destroyed, he had gone out to find some materials to continue working on the god-slaying chariot, but sadly, he died before making it back. He didn't want his life's work to go to waste, so before he died, he left the information in this piece of metal for the future generations to see. Inside the piece of metal, this person left a lot of information about the god-slaying chariot he never finished, including detailed production methods. He also left the location of his cave and urged whoever found it to go find the chariot and continue his research if possible. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The production method of this chariot was very complicated. A lot of the materials required had already gone extinct, so it was impossible to produce another one. However, according to the description, Wang Lin could tell that there were some of these god-slaying chariots in his cave, making Wang Lin very excited. After pondering a little, he stood up, put away the restriction flag, and walked toward the vortex. The people on the platform saw Wang Lin and backed away. Most of these people were at the nascent soul stage, so they didn't go into the vortex. They could only hope to steal from someone who was injured after leaving the celestial realm. Wang Lin didn't even look at them as he jumped into the vortex. Inside the vortex, Wang Lin's body continued to sink. During this time, Wang Lin kept his eyes open. According to the piece of metal, the cave was in the western side of the celestial realm. However, the current celestial realm was now in fragments, so whether or not the cave still existed or if it had already been found by someone was not certain. Wang Lin's body continued to descend until he landed on a fragment in the eastern side. He looked around before quickly flying up and returning to the platform again. Then he once again entered the vortex. He did this many times before finally landing on a fragment on the western side. According to Heaven Treasure Celestial's description, his cave was inside a tiger-shaped mountain. Wang Lin looked around but didn't see any tiger-shaped mountains. He pondered for a bit. Although finding it would be hard, he didn't give up and kept looking around. During this time, he met two other cultivators, but they just looked at each other before passing by. Many days later, Wang Lin still hadn't found anything, so he returned to the platform and entered the vortex again. The people on the platform had seen Wang Lin return and enter the vortex many times, but none of them knew what Wang Lin was doing, nor did they dare to ask. On this day, Wang Lin landed again and found that he was on the eastern side of the celestial realm. He let out a sigh. If this were to continue, how many years would it take before he could search all of the fragments on the western side? This heavenly treasure celestial's cave was simply too hard to find. Just as he was about to fly up again, he suddenly felt a fluctuation of spells from the distance. He then saw two figures quickly coming toward his direction. The person in front had black clouds around him, while the person behind him was a young man wearing a white robe with a cold smile on his face. At this moment, the person in front noticed Wang Lin. He quickly changed directions and shouted, "Fellow cultivator, save me!" That white-robed cultivator's face became gloomy as he put away the fan and moved his hand. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared and reached for the person in front. That person's expression suddenly changed. It was as if he couldn't dodge it and was caught. However, his body suddenly turned into countless small insects and he escaped the hand. That person appeared 100 feet before Wang Lin. Upon closer inspection, Wang Lin recognized this person as the young man with eyes filled with bloodlust from Suzaku. At this moment, his face was gloomy. After he appeared, he didn't keep running but turned around to look at the white-clothed young man that was chasing after him. The white-robed young man looked at Wang Lin and clasped his hands. "Fellow cultivator, this has nothing to do with you. Please leave," he said. The young man quickly said, "Fellow cultivator, this person tried to steal my celestial jade. If you help me, we can split it." The white-robed young man's eyes narrowed as he said, "What nonsense! It was you who stole from me." Wang Lin frowned. He wasn't willing to get involved in this mess. Without a word, he backed up and flew away. The young man's expression suddenly changed as he chased after Wang Lin and shouted, "Fellow cultivator, consider that we are from the same planet and help me this once." Wang Lin's expression darkened as he turned around and shouted, "Scram! Don't try to drag me into this matter between you two. If you continue to follow me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." The young man revealed an evil expression as he took out a celestial jade and threw it at Wang Lin before running away. "Since you aren't willing to help, then I might as well bring the trouble to you. I don't want this celestial jade anymore." The white-robed young man's eyes lit up as he shifted his gaze from the escaping young man to Wang Lin and quickly flew over to him. Wang Lin didn't even look at the celestial jade. He waved his right hand and sent the jade to the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man was startled and then clasped his hands. "Many thanks. I'm Kue Shui Sex Sima Yun. You are Sang Nyo." After Wang Lin finished speaking, he flew away. He decided to search this place and then try the vortex a few more times. If he still couldn't find it, then he could only give up. The white-robed young man shouted, "Fellow cultivator Tsang, I have already searched here for a few days, and there is no more celestial spiritual energy left. I don't know if you have any transfer array locations of other fragments, but we can exchange them. Wang Lin stopped moving, turned around, and looked at the white-robed young man. This young man was at the early stage of soul formation, but the technique he displayed earlier was very powerful. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before slapping his bag of holding and taking out the jade from the Delu sect. He put some spiritual energy inside it and a map of the celestial realm appeared. Although most of it was dark, around 30 fragments were lit up. The white-robed young man carefully looked at the map before taking out a jade himself. He sent spiritual power into it and a similar map with more than 20 lit-up fragments appeared. Wang Lin took one look at it and became excited because the white-robed young man had 5 fragments that were on the western side. The white-robed young man said, "Fellow cultivator Tsang, my map has 21 locations, and 8 of them overlap with yours. How about we do a trade after you wipe off a few?" Without a word, Wang Lin took out a blank jade and made a copy. Then he wiped off a few locations to match the amount the white-robed young man had before looking at him. The white-robed young man was also holding an empty jade and making a copy. Once he finished, both threw their jades at each other. "Fellow cultivator Tsang, if you have the chance to come to my shattered silver planet, then I'll certainly welcome you." Wang Lin nodded. "Okay. I will be leaving. Since that little bastard dared to steal my stuff, I'm not going to let him get away." After the white-robed young man finished speaking, he disappeared from that spot. Wang Lin pondered a bit before opening the jade he had just received and pointed at one of the fragments on the western side. Suddenly, a formation appeared and Wang Lin disappeared into it. On the western side of the celestial realm, there was a fragment with a tiger-shaped mountain, but at this moment the mountain was split in half. Wang Lin floated in the air as he calmly looked at this mountain. He finally found this tiger-shaped mountain on the third fragment that he had tried from the white-robed young man's transfer arrays. Although it was not exactly the same as described in the metal, the general appearance was there. Wang Lin's body moved and he flew toward the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Wang Lin found the heavenly treasure Celestial's cave. After seeing at the cave, Wang Lin's face darkened. The walls of the cave had already been broken. There were also marks of techniques landing on the cave. Clearly, it had been destroyed many years ago. Wang Lin slowly flew into the cave. The cave wasn't very large and it looked completely empty. Wang Lin let out a bitter smile. He had spent so much time looking for this cave, but was still a step too late. But just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. This cave had 9 rooms, and all of them were empty. But at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were locked onto the largest room as he wore a thoughtful expression. Inside the piece of metal, it was clearly stated how to open the doors to these rooms and that there were a total of 10 rooms. The location of the god-slaying chariot was the 10th room. There are only 9 stone rooms. Where is the 10th? Wang Lin frowned. He had already spread out his divine sense and found nothing else. Wang Lin took a few steps forward and touched the wall. The wall felt cold, but there was nothing unusual about it. He pondered a bit before slapping his bag of holding. The piece of metal appeared in his hand. The moment the metal appeared, it suddenly released a bright light and began to heat up. Wang Lin suddenly felt excited. He backed up and threw the piece of metal into the air. Suddenly, the metal started becoming brighter and brighter until it began to melt. However, there was no liquid dripping down. Instead, it turned into a cloud of smoke. Inside this mushroom-shaped smoke, a figure slowly formed. This person was very handsome. His hair moved, but there was no wind. There was a very majestic feel about him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he took a few steps back and looked onward with a cold gaze. After the figure appeared, his hand formed a seal, creating a golden light that covered the entire cave. Suddenly, rumbling sounds could be heard as the entire cave began to sink. The ground under Wang Lin's feet shook, but he remained calm as he carefully observed his surroundings. After a long time, the shaking stopped. On one of the walls, a glowing purple door appeared. The figure formed strange seals and pointed at the purple door before disappearing. Even the piece of metal had completely disappeared. Wang Lin took a deep breath and turned to stare at the purple door. Including this door, there were now a total of 10 rooms in this cave. Wang Lin secretly thought, that figure must have been the heavenly treasure celestial. He really is a master of refining treasures. Even if people find this cave, very few would be able to find the room with the real treasure inside. His eyes lit up as he walked up to the purple door. After pondering for a bit, he quickly formed the seals shown by the figure and pressed on the door. The door immediately moved and slowly opened up. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and his eyes immediately lit up. This 10th room wasn't very large. Aside from scattered tools on the side, the most eye-catching things were the 3 monstrous objects in the center. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were monstrous objects, because these objects seemed to be covered in something that resembled beast skin, and poking out of them were ferocious thorns with a thorn the size of a person in the center. This was only the upper parts of the objects. The bottoms were like very large war chariots used by mortals with 4 large wheels. These chariots were about 10 feet wide. With the 3 of them in the center, they took up almost all of the space in the room. When Wang Lin walked into the room, 3 beast souls appeared above their respective chariots. The beasts looked even more ferocious than their chariots and immediately began to roar at Wang Lin. These souls contained the power to cause one's soul to tremble. Their roars were also filled with penetrating powers, causing the entire cave to shake. One of the beasts had a triangular head and the body of an ox. It looked very vicious with a tail behind it. There was some resemblance of eyes, a nose, and a mouth on the tail. It wouldn't be wrong to say it had 2 heads. After seeing this beast, Wang Lin immediately searched through 2C's memories, but he was unable to find anything. However, there were many types of beasts in the universe, so it was not unusual to encounter beasts 2C didn't know of. The 3 beast souls looked very similar. The only difference between them was their size. The one in the center looked very large, while the 2 on the sides looked smaller. After the 3 beast souls appeared, their red eyes locked onto Wang Lin with an unfriendly gaze. They roared as they charged forward and tried to eat Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm as he took a step back. But the moment the 3 beast souls jumped forward, countless chains as thick as arms appeared on them. These chains even went through the beast souls and began to glow when they came within 3 feet of Wang Lin. The 3 beast souls suddenly let out painful roars as their bodies were forcibly dragged back by the chains and were locked onto the chariots. Only the larger beast soul in the center had managed to charge out another few feet forward before being painfully dragged back. But the 3 beast souls were very unwilling to give up and began to struggle. The cave began to tremble as if it could collapse at any time. Wang Lin calmed himself. Although he didn't know the names of these beast souls, he had learned how to control them from the piece of metal. He also knew that each of these chariots contained a beast soul, and that the chains prevented them from going more than 3 feet from the chariot. Looking at the 3 beast souls struggling, Wang Lin quickly formed seals according to information from the piece of metal. As he finished each seal, they quickly turned into black rings. After the 3 beast souls saw the rings, they began to struggle even more. Gradually, Wang Lin's movements became even faster and more rings appeared. Soon, more than 100 rings filled the room. When he pointed, all of them flew toward one of the chariots. Seal! All of the rings fell down like rain and wrapped around the chariot. The beast soul on the chariot let out a roar and revealed a frustrated expression. The rings wrapped around the beast one at a time. Then the chariot floated into the air. As it floated up, the size of the chariot changed. It slowly shrank until it was only the size of his palm and landed in his hand. Wang Lin took a look at it before placing it in his bag of holding. If he wanted to use these chariots, then he must be able to subdue the beast souls. However, he was currently not powerful enough to do that, so he could only use the method on the piece of metal and put the beast souls in a sleeping state. In truth, the heavenly treasure celestial would never have thought that a soul formation cultivator would get their hands on the god-slaying chariots. He believed that one had to be at least at the soul transformation stage to barely control them. After putting away the chariot, he turned to the one on the left and used the same method to seal the beast soul that was on it. Finally, there was only one chariot left. This one had the smallest beast soul, but it was still not something Wang Lin could control right now. After this beast soul saw its two friends sealed away, he continued to roar. If it was the heavenly treasure celestial from back then, he would still obey, but before this tiny cultivator that he could kill with one slap if he was at his full power, his pride refused to let himself yield. Wang Lin stared at this beast. He struggled on deciding if he should risk it or not. If he wins, then he could temporarily control this beast, but if he loses, he will be in danger. After pondering a little, he touched the beast trap on his hand. According to logic, this beast trap should work, but this beast's soul must have been a celestial beast when it was alive. One problem was whether or not this beast trap would even work. The other was that even if it did work, would he be able to withstand the amount of spiritual energy that would be absorbed? He pondered a bit before giving up on the idea of taking the risk and sealed this chariot too. Too bad I don't know how much power these god-slaying chariots really have, but seeing how confident that heavenly treasure celestial is, I believe they won't be too bad. Also, the beast souls sealed in these chariots are very powerful, so their power shouldn't disappoint me. Sadly, I'm too weak to use them right now. Wang Lin let out a sigh before moving his gaze to the treasure refining materials on the side. He quickly put everything inside his bag of holding and then carefully examined them. After that, he walked to the purple door and used the same method as before to raise the cave and walked out. Wang Lin thought, these god-slaying chariots are really amazing. They don't require any spirit stones to activate and solely use the power of the beast's soul trapped inside to activate. As a result, it can save a lot of spirit stones, but if these chariots required spirit stones to active then, they would probably require celestial jades. I just don't know if there is any effect on the beast's soul when activating the chariot. Under normal circumstance, there is no endless energy source in the world. The beast's soul is likely to be damaged after a certain amount of uses and could even disappear completely after many uses. Unfortunately, the heavenly treasure celestial didn't leave any information on that matter. Wang Lin looked at the sky and went into deep thought. I believe that the heavenly treasure celestial didn't have enough time before his death to leave all of the information inside the metal, so he only left the important things. This means that I have to personally do some research to understand more about these god-slaying chariots. Wang Lin thought for a while longer before touching his bag of holding and letting out a faint smile. The harvest for this trip to the celestial realm has been very good, but the danger has also been great. If anything had gone wrong during the collapse of that fragment, I would most likely be dead right now. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. That phrase is indeed true. Therefore, I will have to carefully consider Qi Hu's invitation. Wang Lin floated in the air as he carefully thought about it. Many techniques were flying through the air on a fragment in the southern part of the celestial realm. There were currently 3 people fighting over a celestial jade. 10,000 kilometers away from the 3 of them, a middle-aged man stood in a grassy field while drinking wine from a gourd. He shook his head and said, Ting Air, don't worry. I'll find you more celestial jades so that your body will remain the same for 1,000 years. This middle-aged man was from Suzaku, like Wang Lin. He walked on the plain while drinking. After a long time he stopped. Looking down on the ground, his face was filled with old memories as he said, Ting Air, do you still remember this place? Back then, this was where I met you, but now there is no one left. He let out a sigh as his right foot gently tapped the ground. In an instant, his body disappeared. He quickly descended into the ground until he arrived at a very large cave. Inside the cave was a tower that was surrounded by green gas. The middle-aged man took one step and walked through the green gas and into the tower. This tower had 3 layers. The inside was very simple and looked very similar to someone's home, but there was a certain sense of elegance. As this person entered the tower, his gaze became soft. He walked through the room and touched all of the furniture before sitting down and muttering, Ting Air, this was where I met you. His eyes revealed a deep sense of love as he gently took out a pagoda from his bag of holding. He rubbed the pagoda and it emitted a white light. After the white light disappeared, the body of a woman in white appeared in his arms. He let out a smile and said, Look, Ting Air, we are home. This woman was very beautiful. She had an aura about her that made her seem fairy-like. Her skin was white, but there was also a hint of red. If someone were told that she was still alive, they would believe it. For some reason, the moment she appeared, she seemed to fit right into the surroundings. It was as if this place belonged to her. The middle-aged man gently touched the dead woman's face. The affection in his eyes deepened as he muttered, "When I first laid my eyes on you, I knew you were going to be my wife. It can't be wrong. Ting-er, do you like this name? This is the name I picked for you." He muttered as he gently kissed the woman's forehead, revealing a fulfilled look. "For you, I gave up the right to become the sect head. For you, I betrayed my teacher. I don't regret it, I don't regret it at all. Who cares if they say I'm crazy? I'm not crazy." After caressing the woman's face for a long time, he stood up. "Ting-er, let us go upstairs. There is a dresser for you upstairs. How about you let your husband put makeup on for you?" The man carried the woman upstairs. At the side of the dresser, the man placed the woman down. As he picked up an eyebrow pencil, his eyes swelled up with emotions. He muttered, "Ting-er, are you happy?" "I am very happy." "Why are you not talking? Please talk. Are you not happy? Please speak. Please speak now. Why won't you speak?" The middle-aged man's voice became louder and louder. He threw the pencil aside as he shook the woman, and his voice became louder and louder. After a long time, the man suddenly became shocked. He quickly hugged the woman and muttered, "I'm sorry, Ting-er. Please don't blame me. I know I was wrong. I'll never yell at you again. No one can take you away from me. No one. If anyone dares to, I'll kill them. Kill, kill, kill." He took a deep breath, then kissed the woman's face a few times before smiling. "Ting-er, look. This tower was originally going to collapse, but I was able to maintain its condition because this is your our home. You must be tired. Rest a bit." The middle-aged man carried the woman to the bed. He sat on the side of the bed and looked at the woman with a gentle gaze. "Ting-er, when I first saw you, you were laying there like this. Nothing has changed since then. Ting-er, do you still remember? When I first came to the celestial realm, I came to find celestial spiritual energy, but I found you here. When I first saw you, I knew you were my wife, so I stayed here with you for a very long time." As he spoke, his hand reached out to the woman's hand. As he rubbed her hand, he said, "You are so perfect, perfect. You are mine. No one can steal you from me. Ting-er, tell me, you love me too, right? Compared to celestial spiritual energy, you are the real treasure." The middle-aged man smiled as he lied down beside the woman and muttered, "Okay, Ting-er, let us rest for the night. Tomorrow your husband will go find more celestial jades for you. Sleep. Don't be scared. I am here." Wang Lin flew in the air with a determined look on his face. The 1-month time limit was almost up, and he had made up his mind to go to the place Chi-Hu mentioned. Ignoring the 3 celestial swords, just that large coffin made of celestial jade was enough temptation. He believed that with a large amount of celestial jades, his push for the soul transformation stage will be a lot easier. Reaching the soul transformation stage had very different meaning for Wang Lin. Once he reaches the soul transformation stage, Situ Nan will be able to awaken. However, Wang Lin was only at early stage of soul formation and was very far from the late stage. It was unknown when he will reach the late stage, but he wasn't anxious at all. He knew that he couldn't be anxious for cultivation. Everything that will come will come. In addition to all of that, some of the celestial herbs were also very tempting for Wang Lin. If he were to bring those back to Li Muin, she would be able to make some top-quality pills. This would allow her cultivation level to increase even more. Unless a pill had a very powerful effect, Wang Lin wouldn't casually take it. After all, at his stage, it was mainly about his own comprehension. Pills weren't as important. But pills made from herbs from the celestial realm would be very different. After he made a decision, his body kept rising into the sky toward the vortex. He only needed to use the jade when entering the vortex to go to the meeting place. At this moment, at a fragment in the central part of the celestial realm, stood Chi-Hu. Before him was a transfer array. Qi, whose eyes were calm. He had waited here for 7 days. During those 7 days there were some rascals that came by, but they had all been killed by him. He was waiting for 2 people. Qi, who was 70% confident that they would be able to return with great rewards if those 2 came. He believed that those 2 would be tempted after seeing the jade coffin. After all, this temptation was something hard for anyone to resist. As a result, Qi, who wasn't in a hurry. Those 2 people were chosen by him after careful selection. Not only was the first person very famous, but they also had connections with his giant demon clan. As for the second person, Xianxia, Qi, who wasn't able to see through him. Although he was only at the early stage of soul formation, Qi, who still felt a sense of danger from him. After thinking for a long time, he decided to invite Xianxia. After all, the stronger they were, the higher chance they had to succeed. As for whether or not the other 2 would try to kill him for the treasures, Qi, who believed that he would able to make it out safely with his power. Time slowly passed. On this day, the formation before him suddenly lit up and slowly brightened up the area. This dazzling light had no effect on Qi, who. He calmly turned to the formation and secretly thought, "They came!" But he didn't know which one it was. Once the light from the formation reached a certain degree, it suddenly dimmed. Shortly after, an exquisite figure appeared. This woman looked very beautiful, but the coldness on her face was very daunting. Cold air enveloped the area and snow even began to fall around her. This scene looked very shocking. Qi, whose eyes lit up and he thought, "It's her!" He let out a laugh and clasped his hands. "Fellow cultivator Red Butterfly, I have waited for you for a long time." This woman was Xueyu's genius, Red Butterfly. She coldly looked at Qi, who as she walked out of the formation and said, "If what you said is false, I won't let this end so easily." Qi, who revealed a confident look and smiled. "Fellow cultivator Red Butterfly can relax. Since you came, I can tell you. This jade was personally made by my giant demon clan's ancestor, Shizu. He should have no reason to lie." "Shizu!" Red Butterfly's face relaxed a bit. This Shizu was a senior of her master and they had some connection. After all, there were only 2 clans on Suzaku that weren't native to the planet. The giant demon clan and Xueyu. Naturally, the 2 clans kept in touch with each other. It could be said that the giant demon clan was Xueyu's ally. Since it was personally recorded by Shizu himself, then I'll believe you and go with you on this trip. I don't want any treasures other than that celestial jade coffin. It must be mine. Red Butterfly's voice was very determined. Qi, who frowned and secretly thought that this Red Butterfly was too overbearing. Although he was interested in the celestial jade coffin as well, those 3 celestial swords were the things he had to get. If it was just 2 of them, it would be fine, but then there wouldn't be anything left for Xianxia if the loot were split between the 2 of them. Qi, who pondered for a bit before slowly saying, "Fellow cultivator Red Butterfly, this matter is not so easily decided. After all, besides the 2 of us, there is one more that will join us." Red Butterfly calmly asked, "Oh? Who is it?" Qi, who said, "Xianxia. Just like you and I, he also comes from planet Suzaku." "From planet Suzuka?" Red Butterfly was startled as she recalled the other 4. Just at this moment, the formation before the 2 suddenly lit up. When the formation reached its peak brightness, a figure appeared. "It's him." Red Butterfly's eyes lit up. Without a word, her hand moved like lightning and she sent a white handprint toward the formation. Bang, bang, bang. The handprint shot through the air like lightning. The figure that came out from the formation was Wang Lin. The moment he came out, he felt danger. So he quickly stomped the ground to shatter the formation and surrounded himself with a cloud of green smoke as he backed up. He waved his right hand and the beast trap flew out. With a roar, a ball of lightning appeared and shot toward the handprint. At the same time, Wang Lin waved his hand and the restriction flag appeared in his grasp. Restriction gas filled the area 10 meters around Wang Lin as his eyes locked onto Red Butterfly. "Go!" Under Wang Lin's order, the restriction gas turned into dragons that fearlessly charged forward with their ferocious mouths open. Red Butterfly's face became even colder as she tapped the ground with her foot and flew backwards. At the same time, she waved her right hand and an ice sculpture appeared. This sculpture looked the same as the half-human half-snake sculpture from before. Only this one's eyes were closed. The moment the ice sculpture appeared, a blue light shot out from the closed eyes. Bang! The powerful impact caused by the collision of the handprint and the ball of lighting created a wave of air half a person tall that pushed outwards. The blue light hit the ball of lightning, creating a series of crackling sounds as ice appeared on the ball of lightning. The ice began to spread at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, a frozen ball of lightning appeared in the air. The outside was blue and the inside was dark purple with lightning moving through it. It looked very beautiful. The blue light didn't stop and continued to move forward. The thunder toad let out a miserable groan as it attempted to spit out a second ball of lightning, but it was touched by the blue light and frozen in place before it could. Its stomach was bloated, but the ball of lightning was trapped inside. Even the ferocious dragons formed by the restriction gas were stopped by the blue light and showed signs of being frozen. This time, Red Butterfly had used one of her most powerful treasures. Her goal was to kill Wang Lin in one strike. When Wang Lin saw that his attack was stopped, he immediately back up again and pointed at his brow. One by one, wandering souls came out and surrounded Wang Lin as they howled. Wang Lin jumped into the air. At this moment he looked like a demon god descending. His eyes were filled with a strange light. Devour! With one word, the wandering souls became vicious and fearlessly charged toward Red Butterfly. The blue light didn't have much effect on the wandering souls. After all, wandering souls were already dead, and they possessed some natural resistance to spells. Chi-Hu finally reacted. He frowned and shouted, "Stop!" Red Butterfly's expression changed. She sneered as she quickly backed up. The wandering souls surged forward like a tidal wave, chasing closely behind her. Wang Lin unleashed his killing intent as he waved his restriction flag and a dozen more dragons were formed. They fused into one large lance and stabbed toward Red Butterfly. This lance was like a phantom as it moved like lightning behind the wandering souls. Red Butterfly backed up again. Her hand rubbed the ice sculpture, causing it to suddenly grow to the size of a person before her. She let out a roar and the eyes of the sculpture opened as if it were alive. The sculpture then shot out rays of blue light. Under this blue light, the wandering souls all let out miserable screams. Some of the wandering souls disappeared completely. The fearless wandering souls felt a sense of fear and didn't dare to move forward. However, the lance formed by the restriction gas broke through the blue light and charged forward. Wang Lin's body moved and charged forward. He followed closely behind the lance and shouted, "Red Butterfly, your parents didn't have anyone to send them off. You are unfilial." When the wandering souls saw that Wang Lin had personally charged forward, they didn't dare to not follow. They flew behind Wang Lin like the tails of a black peacock, adding to his presence. For one selfish desire you killed the four-sect alliance. You are heartless. The black lance broke through the waves of blue light like an unstoppable force, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Cracks even appeared in the space around them. The spreading of the cracks ripped the surrounding mountains to pieces. You tried to kill me without any reason. That is unjust. The frozen restriction gas broke free from the ice and joined the lance, making it even more powerful. At the same time, under Wang Lin's control, more and more restriction gas came out of the restriction flag to join the lance as it broke through the blue light, causing its color to become even darker and more fierce. Your teacher is still alive, yet you sold yourself to Suzaku. You are unfaithful. This lance was the most powerful attack the restriction flag could use after reaching the first stage of completion. It used all of its restrictions. Wang Lin descended from the sky with wandering souls surrounding him. This scene made it look like the sky was collapsing. The ground began to crack thanks to the expanding cracks in space. This gave the lance power from the earth. The combined power of the sky collapsing and ground cracking would even seriously injure a mid-stage soul formation cultivator. You are unfilial, unjust, and unfaithful. What kind of Tao are you cultivating? Your Tao heart isn't stable. I want to see how your cultivation level will rise in the future. Even Qi, whose body involuntarily took a few steps back and his eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect Sang Niu to have such a terrifying move. The unity of a person and their magic treasure. Qi, who was shocked. His eyes lit up, but he quickly suppressed his urge to fight. This person must be a genius of the Tsang family. If it were me, unless I used the treasure the family gave me, it would be difficult to escape this calamity. However, this red butterfly is at the late stage of soul formation. This Tsang Niu really is something. He knows that he must destroy red butterfly's Tao heart first. This Tsang Niu is indeed not simple. Red butterfly was too young after all. Compared to an old monster like Wang Lin, who has lived for over 400 years and has seen through human nature, her mental strength was still much lower than Wang Lin's. Wang Lin's words each landed on red butterfly's heart. A flash of anger appeared on her face as she continued to back away. Wang Lin continued to move forward while red butterfly kept backing up. Wang Lin knew that red butterfly's battle experience wasn't as good as his, so he took this chance to continue chasing and not give her any breaks. Killing intent filled red butterfly's eyes. As the genius of Xueyu, from the moment she was born, she had never had such a disgraceful moment. In the past, as long as she used the ice sculpture, even late-stage soul formation cultivators at her level would run away in panic. Also, even Suzaku paid a lot of attention to her, so it was hard for her to not have some pride. Wang Lin's lance caused her to feel shock. This lance wasn't all that powerful, but there was a mysterious energy within it. This energy almost felt like a sliver of divine retribution lightning. But she was still a late-stage soul formation cultivator. At this moment, her eyes lit up and her hand formed seals. She suddenly pointed at her brow and coughed out a mouthful of blood. A ray of red light suddenly appeared in the blood. The moment the red light appeared, it turned into a beautiful rose. The moment the flower appeared, the ice sculpture melted into a pool of water and moved below the rose. It was as if it had become nutrients for the rose, making it even more beautiful. The lance charged forth and collided with the rose. One of the rose petals fell off, and at the same time, Wang Lin's expression changed because the lance collapsed. Red butterfly's face burned a shade of unnatural red for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Even this powerful of a move wasn't able to kill this woman. Late-stage soul formation cultivators were indeed powerful. As his body backed up, the ruthless domain surrounded his body. Red butterfly stared at Wang Lin, who was backing up. She gnashed her teeth and said, "You are the first person to force me to use my life treasure. You can now die in peace." As she said that, she reached out with her hand and plucked one flower petal. Qi, who let out a roar as he flew into the air. "Stop, fellow cultivator Red Butterfly and Brother Tsang. Both of you were invited here by me. If you both continue, then don't blame me for ruthless." Wang Lin took a deep breath as he focused all his attention on resisting the invasion of the ruthless domain and coldly said, "Fellow cultivator Qi Hu, I'm not the one that started all this." Red Butterfly's face was cold as she looked at Qi Hu and said, "This has nothing to do with you. Stand down." Qi Hu's expression changed. He stared at Red Butterfly and let out a loud laugh. "Fellow cultivator Red Butterfly, what if I want to get involved?" Red Butterfly remained silent as she threw out the flower petal, and it slowly flew toward Wang Lin. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled and cracks appeared in the sky. The power of this flower petal had clearly reached the limit of this celestial realm fragment. Qi Hu shouted, "Red Butterfly!" Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he hit his bag of holding, and immediately another restriction flag appeared. The restriction flag left his hand and flew into the air. Divine retribution. Unless absolutely necessary, Wang Lin really didn't want to attract divine retribution lightning. With this, the fragment will collapse for sure, and Wang Lin didn't know if he would be lucky enough to escape it this time. The restriction flag flew into the sky and turned into a cloud of black fog that surrounded everything within 10 kilometers. Suddenly, thunderous roars filled their surroundings. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he moved his hands and completed a restriction in his hand. He only needed to throw it into the air to complete the restriction flag, thus causing divine retribution lightning to descend. Red Butterfly's expression changed. She looked at the restriction in Wang Lin's hand and then at the black object in the sky. She felt a powerful sense of danger, something she had never felt before. She had a feeling that if she allowed him to place that restriction, there would be disaster today. At this moment, Qi Hu's face became pale as he looked up at the black object while floating in the sky. He secretly sighed and thought, that Sang Niu still didn't use his full power. It seems like that black object is his real life-saving treasure. Qi Hu shouted, fellow cultivator Red Butterfly, both of you are my guests. If you insist on continuing to attack, then that means you're hostile towards me. I will naturally stand with Brother Tsang and fight back. Also, if I live to make it back, I'll definitely report this to Shizu. With that, an illusion appeared behind Qi Hu. The illusion was that of a 100 feet tall giant that stared at Red Butterfly with cold, green eyes. Red Butterfly couldn't help but become indecisive. She secretly thought that Sang Niu's technique was not simple. The illusion behind Qi Hu had already solidified. If she were to continue to fight, then this fragment would surely collapse. She hesitated for a bit before pointing to the air and commanding the flower petal to stop. Okay, Qi Hu, for you, I won't kill this person today, but that jade coffin must be mine. Qi Hu frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Lin began to laugh loudly. Red Butterfly, do you really think I can't kill you? Wang Lin let out a faint smile as he raised the restriction in his hand high up in the air and said, I only need to send out this technique in my hand and this fragment will collapse. Do you believe me, Red Butterfly? Red Butterfly's face immediately became ugly. Qi Hu clasped his hands and said, Brother Tsang, I'll make the decision. Everything we obtain this time will be equally split between us. How is that? Good. I'll leave it to Brother Qi Hu then. Wang Lin faintly smiled. In truth, he would like to not use the divine retribution lightning if possible. He only had one of these and, considering the structure of this fragment, it would be hard for even him to escape. In conclusion, it would be bad for him too. In addition, Wang Lin believed that the best opportunity to kill this woman would be back on Suzaku without all the limitations. Qi Hu turned around and said to Red Butterfly, Red Butterfly, please put away your treasure. Red Butterfly let out a light snort before waving her right hand, causing the flower as well as the petal to disappear. Red Butterfly stared at Wang Lin and said, Sang Niu, do you dare to battle me once we return to Suzaku? Wang Lin laughed and said, I'm willing to accompany you. Wang Lin crushed the restriction in his hand and the black fog turned back into a flag that flew back into his bag of holding. As for the Thunder Toad, it was also put away. However, it was heavily injured and looked very weak, making the killing intent in Wang Lin's heart increase. Red Butterfly looked deeply at Wang Lin. She couldn't help but admit that this person had the ability to fight against her. Qi Hu secretly relaxed a bit and bitterly smiled in his heart. If he knew that these two had history, then no matter what, he wouldn't have called both of them. Red Butterfly was normal, but Sang Niu could battle a late-stage soul formation cultivator while only at the early stage of soul formation. He was not simple. This type of person will definitely shine in Suzaku and might even be taken as a disciple of Suzaku. Qi Hu took a deep breath and clasped his hands. Okay. Red Butterfly and Brother Sang Niu, please follow me. The location in the jade is still far away from here. After he finished speaking, he turned and flew away. Red Butterfly didn't even look at Wang Lin as she turned into a red cloud and caught up to Qi Hu. She clearly wasn't willing to follow and stay behind. Wang Lin revealed a mocking expression as he followed behind them. Wang Lin secretly thought, in the end, her mind and heart are too unstable. Although reaching the late stage of soul formation in 100 years is indeed a miracle, there are still many problems. Her heart is too weak. It is just flying. What's the difference between being in front or behind? If I fight her with my current cultivation level, unless I use the restriction flag to trigger the divine retribution lightning, there is no chance of me winning. My life and death domain has a hard time affecting an almost completed ruthless domain. However, if I were to reach the mid-stage of soul formation with the control I would have of my domain, I would be able to affect her. At that point, even without triggering the divine retribution lightning, I would have a 70% chance of defeating her. Wang Lin's life and death domain was derived from the heaven's reincarnation cycle, but he was only at the early stage of soul formation, so he couldn't fully display its power. After all, he had only just started comprehending the heavens. But once he reaches the mid-stage of soul formation, his domain will reach another level, allowing him to compete with the ruthless domain. Wang Lin secretly thought, I wonder if she has reached a stage where she doesn't need to rely on techniques. Well, given her Tao heart, it is likely she hasn't. It seems I'm one step ahead of her in that department. After reaching the soul formation stage, Wang Lin had an increasing feeling that aside from some very mysterious techniques, almost all other techniques were useless. A soul formation cultivator could easily control the power of the heavens with a wave of their hand, so the most important thing was to understand how to use their domain. The life and death domain was very unpredictable. It focused on the word change. However, even just the word change was not easy to understand. After all, Wang Lin had only just started trying to comprehend it. When he gains the ability to condense all of his life and death domain into one technique, it can be considered mastered. With life and death in each hand to replace the reincarnation cycle of the heavens. As they flew, Wang Lin carefully recalled his battle with Red Butterfly. The three of them weren't normal people, so they all moved fast. Not long after, they arrived at the other end of the fragment under Chi Hu's guidance. There was a large mountain here. This mountain was shaped like a dragon with its head in the clouds. The clouds made the dragon's head look unreal. This was a rare immortal cultivation ground. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the mountain as he slowly said, Brother Chi Hu, why hasn't anyone else found the location shown in the jade? Please explain it to us. Chi Hu smiled and said, To tell you the truth, Brother Tseng, the reason I'm confident that no one has found the place is because it is not somewhere that can be accessed through the vortex. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a look of interest. Red Butterfly's eyes focused on Chi Hu. Chi Hu laughed. The fragment where the image in the jade shows is a very rare overlapping fragment. Wang Lin's expression slightly changed as he immediately understood. When the celestial realm shattered, the fragments scattered randomly, so there was a chance of some fragments overlapping, making them very hard to discover. Even when arriving randomly from the vortex, they would only arrive on the fragment on top. No one would expect there to be another fragment underneath it. According to this logic, it was pretty safe to assume that no one else had found it yet. Chi Hu laughed. Also, even the first layer isn't someplace that can be easily accessed. Due to the harsh weather conditions there, it is impossible to build a transfer formation. Even if someone arrives there by chance, they can't stay for long. Red Butterfly sneered. How did Lord Shizu find it back then? Chi Hu's eyes lit up and he said, Red Butterfly, this involves family secrets, so I can't say. Wang Lin looked at the dragon-shaped mountain and remained silent. Chi Hu's body moved and flew toward the mountain. Soon, the three of them arrived at the top of the mountain. Standing on the dragon's head, Chi Hu spread out his divine sense and said, 1 month ago, I came here to check and found that this transfer formation was still intact. Using this transfer formation, we can arrive at the fragment closest to our destination. With that, he stepped into an empty spot. The spot suddenly lit up and Chi Hu's body disappeared. Red Butterfly looked at Wang Lin. Her eyes lit up and then, without a word, she walked into the formation. After Red Butterfly's figure disappeared, Wang Lin calmly walked into the formation. Among the many fragments of the celestial realm in the southern edge, there was a fragment that was filled with raging cold currents and ice covered the ground. When Wang Lin walked out of the formation in the sky, he frowned. However, looking at Red Butterfly, she revealed a look of comfort. This environment clearly not only didn't harm her, it felt very good for her. Chi Hu seriously said, Fellow cultivator Red Butterfly, this is the path to the first layer of the fragment that is 300,000 kilometers to the east. This is a land of ice and we need your abilities to block out the cold. Once we pass this land of ice, it will be the void. I have a star compass to ensure that the three of us don't get lost. Brother Tsang, those soul-like things you control are very useful in the void, so please don't hold back. Once we are past the void, we will have reached the first fragment. After all, there's no transfer array there, so this is the only way to ensure that the three of us get there. Listening to this, Wang Lin finally understood that Qi who had invited him for his wandering souls. It seemed there was an obstacle that could easily be passed with wandering souls. Red Butterfly's body flew into the air and quickly moved eastward. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared into the distance. However, after flying several kilometers, Wang Lin looked back at the direction they came from and revealed a look of doubt. Even for the three of them, a 300,000-kilometer journey would take a while. On this day, the three of them arrived at 300,000 kilometers from the starting point. At this eastern edge of the fragment, the earth seemed to have been torn. Past the earth was the endless void. Floating in the void 100 feet from where the ground ended, there was an immense, blue glacier that was only connected to the ground by some ice pillars. This glacier was connected to the ground but was also floating in the void above the ground. Wang Lin frowned. After looking around, he said, "Brother Qi Hu, is there anything special about the first layer of the fragment? Are there any celestial spiritual energy gathering points there?" Qi Hu was startled. "The damage to that fragment is extensive, so there is no celestial spiritual energy remaining, and my ancestor Shizu didn't mention if there was anything special about it. Just that it is dangerous there." Wang Lin calmly looked into the distance behind him and said, "Since that is the case, I have no more questions." Red Butterfly's gaze swept past Wang Lin, but she didn't say a word. Her body moved and she easily passed the 100 feet distance, landing on top of the glacier. Qi Hu took a deep breath and followed as well. While he was in the air, Wang Lin also jumped, causing them to land right next to each other. The moment he landed, waves of cold energy entered his body through his feet. He quickly moved his spiritual energy around and the cold energy was expelled. Qi Hu smiled. "We will require Red Butterfly's technique here. Please don't hold back." Red Butterfly didn't say a word. She flew forward while Qi Hu let out a self-deprecating smile at Wang Lin. Red Butterfly flew very quickly across the glacier. The further they went, the colder it got, and the color of the glacier got darker and darker. Sometimes cold winds that pierced their bones would come from the distance. A while after the three had left, a middle-aged man appeared where the earth and the glacier connected. He took a drink from his gourd and muttered to himself, "Ting Air, once I get the celestial jade, we can leave. Although those three are from Suzaku like me, if they dare to fight over the celestial jade with me, I'll kill them." As he spoke, he slowly moved forward. The three of them quickly flew over the glacier. On the third day of flying, Wang Lin spotted a wall of blue mist that looked like it was devouring the heavens and the earth. This wall was closing in on them. Qi Hu's eyes lit up and he explained, "The cold mist of the glacier. This mist contains extreme cold energy. Red Butterfly, we are relying on you." Without a word, Red Butterfly hit her bag of holding and an ice sculpture flew out. The sculpture quickly turned into a large snow angel. The snow angel quickly flew forward toward the mist. The mist split apart the moment the snow angel sculpture touched it. This ice sculpture was like a hot knife going through butter as it split the mist apart. Qi Hu laughed. "Red Butterfly's snow angel ice sculpture is really amazing. I'm impressed." Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he carefully looked at the snow angel sculpture. Inside it, he could see more than 100 vessels moving as well as dim ones that hadn't been activated yet. Wang Lin secretly thought, "This must be an important treasure in Shuiyu. It has the same effect as that half-snake half-human ice sculpture." With the protection of the snow angel ice sculpture, their speed didn't decrease at all. The blue mist became thicker and thicker until a series of crackling sounds could be heard and a crack appeared on the ice sculpture. Red Butterfly frowned. She formed seals with her hand and pointed at the ice sculpture. Soon, the inactive veins began to move and joined the active ones. As more veins began to move, The cracks on the ice sculpture gradually disappeared and began to release a cold aura. Very far behind the three of them, the middle-aged man moved forward while drinking from his gourd. When the blue mist arrived near him, there was an invisible force forcing it to the sides. When the mist got really dense, the middle-aged man would occasionally spit out a mouthful of the liquor he was drinking. There would be a sizzling sound, like when hot oil comes into contact with ice, and the mist would quickly dissipate. Ting air, your body is 10,000 times colder than this mist. Your body is still better. When I hold you, I feel reassured. After a few days, the blue mist faded. In these few days, Red Butterfly had to use a total of 3 ice sculptures. Near the end, the mist got even denser. There was even a layer of purple mist that instantly shattered the ice sculpture. Red Butterfly had to call out her life treasure, that beautiful rose, to be able to withstand it. The spiritual energy in her body was exhausted and her face was pale. Her eyes would shift toward Wang Lin with a guarded look. Wang Lin was shocked. He thought that if he was by himself, there would be no way for him to get this far. Especially when he saw that purple mist. After merely being touched by the residual mist, he could feel half of his body chill to the bone. Even an ordinary late-stage soul formation cultivator would have a hard time getting through here. Only someone like Red Butterfly, who had an ice-based cultivation method, could safely pass through here. Chi, who must have considered this before asking Red Butterfly to join. Time slowly passed and they finally go to the other side of the blue mist. When they arrived at the edge of the glacier, Red Butterfly coldly said, "I have done my job. From here on out, I won't act anymore." Chi, who let out a laugh as he clasped his hands with sincerity. "Red Butterfly, you can count on us. Over the last few days, you used up a lot of spiritual energy, so you should get some rest." With that, he intentionally or unintentionally looked at Wang Lin and positioned himself between Wang Lin and Red Butterfly. Wang Lin faintly smiled. If Chi, who wasn't here, he would have tried attacking Red Butterfly. However, Chi, whose action meant that if he were to act, Chi, who would stop him. In addition, Wang Lin didn't believe that she would be weakened to such a state. It was obvious that she was purposely showing this to try to bait Wang Lin into attacking. Also, if her spiritual energy was all used up, then she would definitely have pills that could instantly recover it all. With Wang Lin's experience, how could he fall for such a childish trap? Chi, who slapped his bag of holding and a green light flew out. The green light immediately turned into a giant compass that floated in the void before them. Red Butterfly's beautiful eyes stared at the compass as she said, with a cold voice, "The giant demon clan's treasure, the star compass?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the compass. There were many complicated esoteric patterns on it. By just looking at it, Wang Lin felt his divine sense being sucked in, causing him to quickly withdraw it. In ancient God Tusi's memories, there was a description of the star compass and its production method, only many of the materials were already extinct. Chihu laughed. "If this was a real star compass, then I wouldn't even be able to control it. This one is only a forgery, so there are a lot of differences from the real one." Red Butterfly looked at the compass and silently nodded. "Red Butterfly, please go to the west side of the compass. The compass has a defensive barrier there so you can rest and recover. I promise that nothing will bother you during this trip through the void." As Chihu spoke, he turned to Wang Lin and smiled. Red Butterfly didn't say a word as she jumped onto the compass and sat down on the western end. Soon after she sat down, a green light screen surrounded her. "Brother Tsung, I need you to control the eastern end and use those souls of yours to scout the surroundings. If you encounter any abnormalities, tell me so I can avoid them. You must never spread out your divine sense in the void because doing so will bring about disaster. This is something my ancestor Shizu told me." After Chihu finished speaking, he landed at the center of the compass and sat down in the lotus position. Wang Lin pondered a bit before flying to the eastern position and sat down. Wang Lin looked at the northern and southern ends before saying, "Brother Chihu, this compass requires 5 people to operate optimally." "That is correct. If we could get 2 more people, then there would be no trouble during this trip, but there aren't enough treasures to split between 5 people. Chi Hu laughed before taking a deep breath. His hand formed seals, which he placed on the compass. Then he shouted, "Brother Tsang, if this compass breaks in the void, the three of us will have no chance of surviving. I hope Brother Tsang won't hold back. I must focus all of my attention on controlling the compass, so I won't be able to help. It will all depend on Brother Tsang." Wang Lin nodded. The restriction flag suddenly appeared and surrounded him in black fog. If Chi Hu or Red Butterfly were to attack him when he was dealing with things, then the restriction flag could protect him for a moment, giving him time to fight back. This kind of precaution was needed no matter what. Chi Hu's eyes lit up. He didn't feel offended. It was more that this was natural. After all, if it was him, he would do the same. He closed his eyes and activated his spiritual energy. The compass suddenly disappeared. They had already moved thousands of meters. This wasn't teleportation. They were moving at an extremely fast speed. The moment Chi Hu activated the star compass, a mysterious force surrounded the top of the compass. Under the effect of the mysterious force, Wang Lin could feel that his divine sense had merged with the compass. Not only his, but Chi Hu's and Red Butterfly's divine senses were here as well. The three people's divine senses were all within this mysterious force. Chi Hu's divine sense sent out a message saying, "Red Butterfly, Brother Tsang, don't be surprised. This is normal operation for the star compass. When the star compass is in use, we can't speak. We can only communicate through our divine senses. Brother Tsang, this is the star map. Once you have memorized it, send out the souls. Once you find abnormalities, please tell me." A map covered in countless dots appeared inside the mysterious force and was detected by Wang Lin immediately. He took one look before pointing at his brow. Suddenly, of the wandering souls came out and spread to the surroundings. This star compass is really amazing. It's a must-have treasure if I wish to travel among the stars. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will go find one. It is just sad that I lack the materials to make one even though I have the production method. Otherwise, it would be best to refine one myself. Wang Lin was very interested in the star compass. The speed of this compass was beyond belief. In the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared without a trace. There were thousands of wandering souls around the compass. They were like fish in water when they floated in the void. They slowly spread out to check the surroundings. Wang Lin didn't spread out his divine sense. He didn't need to because he had a connection with these wandering souls. Not long after, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. Wang Lin quickly sent out a message saying, "There is something abnormal 10 kilometers ahead." 10 kilometers ahead of them was a strange, octopus-like creature slowly swaying about with countless tentacles swaying with its body. One of the wandering souls got close. It was touched by a tentacle and immediately disappeared. Wang Lin took a deep breath and sent out a vision of this along with the message. Without a word, Chi Hu immediately changed the direction of the compass to move around it. As they passed by, one of the tentacles swept by the side of the compass. Bang! The compass started to shake violently and began to spin as they were flung north. Wang Lin could only feel a powerful force enter his body. He felt like his organs were hit by tens of thousands kilograms of force. Blood rushed to his mouth, but he was able to swallow it back down. The compass was still spinning and in the blink of an eye flew far into the distance. Chi Hu's face was red. Blood came out from the corners of his lips and his eyes were bloodshot. He let out a roar and after a long time finally stabilized the compass. His entire body looked like it was ready to collapse. His breathing was rough as he took out pills from his bag of holding and swallowed them. Red Butterfly also looked very disheveled. Her eyes revealed a rare look of shock. After an unknown amount of time, Chi Hu took a deep breath and sent out a message saying, "Thank you, Brother Tsang, for the early warning. The three of us would have died here today if it wasn't for you." Red Butterfly asked, "What kind of beast was that?" "I don't know what it is either, but something that can live inside the void of the celestial realm is not something we can handle. It only brushed past us and that was enough to almost kill us. Terrifying." Chi Hu still had fear lingering in his voice. Wang Lin slowly said, This beast is called Su. Chi Hu was surprised. Brother Tsang knows this beast? Wang Lin said, this Su is considered a minor destructive beast. It is born from devouring the earth and lives by feeding off yin energy. Even during ancient times, the ancient cultivators would need many people to defeat it. There was a description of that creature in ancient god Tusi's memory. That creature had 3 treasures. The first were the tentacles, which were top-quality treasure refining materials. The second was its brain, which could increase one's lifespan. The third was its core, which could give one the strength to lift 10,000 kilograms. The ancient god clan members liked the core the best. After all, their cultivation was all focused on the body. Wang Lin didn't share this information. Chi Hu said, Brother Tsang is really knowledgeable. I'm impressed. Red Butterfly snorted and said, with a cold voice, who knows if it is true or false? Don't make up a random name. Wang Lin calmly said, ignorant. You. Red Butterfly's eyes lit up. Chi Hu felt a headache. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Lin said, this creature normally has its tentacles withdrawn, and only has it spread out like that when it is looking for food. Brother Chi Hu, quickly fly north. When the creature hunts, it spreads out a red aura. It is not something we can resist. Chi Hu was startled. If they were to continue going north, they would be completely lost. He couldn't help but hesitate. In truth, he also had doubts about what Wang Lin said, but he wasn't going to point it out like Red Butterfly did. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He stood up and jumped off the compass. The restriction flag surrounded his body as he quickly flew north. Brother Tsang. Chi Hu was shocked. Red Butterfly coldly said, it's fine that he left. I don't believe he recognized that creature. Chi Hu frowned. Survival was more important. So he clenched his teeth and spread out his divine sense south. Shortly after, his expression changed as he saw a wave of red aura spreading toward them. Chi Hu was shocked. He steered the compass and flew north. Red Butterfly was also shocked. After spreading out her divine sense, her face became very ugly. After Wang Lin left the compass, he charged north. Although he didn't know the exact power of the red aura, it left a deep impression in ancient god Tusi's memory. That was why he didn't hesitate to leave the compass and flew away by himself. Chi Hu's face was gloomy as he steered the compass. He was flying quickly to the north, but that red aura was very dangerous and it caught up to them in almost an instant. Crackle. The moment a corner of the compass was touched by the red aura, it disappeared as if it was devoured. The compass shook greatly. Chi Hu coughed out a mouthful of blood, and even Red Butterfly's face became abnormally red. Chi Hu shouted, Red Butterfly, act. I must focus all of my attention on controlling the compass, so I can't use any spells to resist. He regretted not listening to Tsang Nyo's words. How else would they be in this crisis with the compass speed? Without a word, Red Butterfly pointed at her brow and the rose appeared again. She quickly plucked 2 flower petals and flicked them at the red aura. Bang bang. 2 earth-shattering explosions occurred, which pushed the red wave apart. Red Butterfly felt sweetness in her throat as she coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Using the power of the explosion, Chi Hu steered the compass out of the red aura. But they were not out of danger yet. An opening was created in the red aura by the rose petal, but now that opening was like a big mouth moving to devour the compass. Bang! The opening closed and the compass shook violently. Then more cracks appeared on it. Chi Hu felt like he was about to lose all the strength in his body and Red Butterfly's face was pale. Bang! The aura attempted to devour the compass again. This time it was only a hair away. Red Butterfly clenched her teeth. She plucked a stamen from the flower and flicked it toward the red aura. Bang bang bang. The intense explosion could even be heard by Wang Lin in the distance. He let out a cold smile and flew even faster. The mouth created by the aura was finally blown open again and the compass was able to break free from the red aura. The moment the compass escaped, it moved to the north like a shooting star. Red Butterfly's face was very ugly. The rose petals could be replenished, but there were only 3 stamens and it was very difficult to recover them. As Wang Lin flew, he suddenly stopped and looked behind him. After a while, he could see the compass coming in closer. Qi, who saw Wang Lin floating there and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. At this moment, Wang Lin's usefulness increased indefinitely and far surpassed red butterflies. He took a deep breath. The compass stopped by Wang Lin and he said, "Brother Tsang, come in and then we can talk." Wang Lin didn't hesitate and quickly sat down on the eastern end of the compass. This compass was now missing a corner. Only the east, west, and north corners remained. Qi, who felt awkward as he said, "Brother Tsang, I know I was wrong before. Is there anything else the beast will do after the red aura? How can we choose our direction after this?" Red Butterfly's face was ugly. She didn't say a word. Wang Lin calmly said, "Since we managed to escape the red aura, there shouldn't be any issues for now. Brother Qi, who should follow the map and try to get back on track." Qi, who bitterly nodded. He secretly thought that they needed to hurry. With the compass in this condition, it wouldn't last long. A few days later, Qi, who found a location on the map, and the compass quickly followed the map toward their destination. Along the way, Red Butterfly didn't say a word and let Wang Lin lead the way. Qi, who also no longer questioned Wang Lin and listened to whatever Wang Lin told him. There were many creatures living inside the void. Along the way, Wang Lin's world expanded a lot. He saw a lot of strange creatures from Tuxi's memory. Under Wang Lin's directions, the compass passed safely with only some scares but no real danger. They inched closer and closer to their destination. Traveling in the void took a very long time and those strange creatures weren't everywhere. At this moment, it had been more than 10 days since they last encountered danger. Wang Lin sat in a lotus position on the eastern end of the compass and would occasionally talk with Qi Hu about Tao. Both felt like they had gained a lot of knowledge. Qi Hu smiled. "My giant demon clan isn't native to Suzaku. My ancestors moved there thousands of years ago, so it is natural that our techniques are different than yours on some level." Wang Lin nodded to himself. Time quickly passed by. At this moment, Wang Lin was cultivating while keep a tab on the wandering souls until he suddenly opened his eyes. Through the wandering souls, he could see an object several meters wide floating in the distance. This floating object looked like a large rock with flashes of purple. Wang Lin's heart trembled. Golden purple stone. In Tuxi's memory, there was one necessary material for making a star compass, and that was the golden purple stone. If it was before he saw the star compass, he wouldn't be tempted. But at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He stood up and said, "Brother Qi Hu, please wait a moment. I saw a treasure refining material. Let me go get it first, then we can leave." With that, he didn't even wait for Qi Hu to reply and flew toward the golden purple stone. Wang Lin secretly thought, "When I was comprehending the heavens to reach the soul formation stage, I met a senior named Tian Yunzi. That person said that if I could leave Suzaku, I can go find him at planet Tianyun and he would take me as his honorary disciple for 100 years. His cultivation is godlike, so I must take this opportunity. I must get my hands on a star compass." His speed was very quick, so he arrived before the golden purple stone after a while. He looked at the large stone, took a deep breath, and put it inside his bag of holding before returning. After returning to the compass, Qi Hu asked what kind of material it was, but Wang Lin dodged the question with a smile. One more month passed. Wang Lin kept searching the surroundings, but was unable to find more materials. On this day, the compass suddenly began to shake violently as cracks spread throughout its surface. At the same time, a powerful force appeared and threw the three of them off the compass. "The damage to the compass is too much. It can no longer continue to fly. The three of us will have to rely on our own flying abilities. Luckily, we aren't far from our destination. At full speed, we should arrive in 3 days." Qi Hu let out a bitter smile as he waved his hand and the compass was put away. 3 days passed by quickly. Wang Lin saw land in the distance. This land was the first layer of the celestial realm fragment. There was nothing growing on the ground and there were countless bottomless holes. Spatial rifts, which would sometimes fuse and disappear without a trace, filled the sky. One could occasionally see collapsed buildings on the ground. After Qi Hu arrived, His eyes lit up and he said, "This is the place. Shizu once described the first layer to me." Then he lowered his head and silently calculated. His divine sense spread out as if he was searching for something. Wang Lin frowned as he looked around and suddenly said, "Since that location is at another layer, which layer is it, Brother Chihu?" Red Butterfly hadn't talked in many days. She let out a snort and said, "Useless question. Of course it's the second layer. It is already very unlikely for fragments to overlap once in the celestial realm." Wang Lin's eyes became focused as he coldly said, "Ignorant." Being called ignorant again caused Red Butterfly's eyes to fill with killing intent as she stared at Wang Lin. Chihu bitterly smiled as he quickly raised his head and said, "Brother Tsang, it is indeed the second layer, but my ancestor Shizu once speculated that there might be a third layer below." Red Butterfly was startled. Her eyes wavered and she remained silent. Wang Lin's expression didn't change. He still felt like something was wrong. Since a while ago he felt like someone was following them. This had nothing to do with his cultivation but a sense for danger he had developed from his years of killing. "I found it. Follow me." After a long time, Chihu moved and flew forward. Soon, the three of them stopped somewhere in the northeast. "This is the place. Shizu once left a plum flower mark here, and the method to find the mark." Chihu's face was filled with joy as he landed near a pit. Wang Lin lowered his head. The surrounding pits did indeed form the shape of a plum flower. Chihu jumped into the pit. Red Butterfly looked at Wang Lin before following in. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and couldn't detect the bottom of this pit. After pondering for a bit, he jumped in. Shortly after the three of them entered the pit, the middle-aged man with the gourd appeared near the pit. He took a drink, flipped his hand, and the pagoda appeared again. The woman in white's body flew out and was held by him. He looked at corpse, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "Tinge air, those juniors seem to have come for nothing. That jade coffin has already been used by me to make the pagoda. Unfortunately, that jade coffin was almost sucked dry by you in only a few thousand years. Ting air, rest assured. I'll go find more celestial jade for you. The third layer should have more celestial jade." With that, he kicked the woman's forehead and then suddenly frowned. He waved his hand and the woman's corpse and the pagoda disappeared as he looked at the sky. He saw the cracks in the sky connect together and a person walk out. This person had a head full of white hair and his face was filled with wrinkles. He charged out of the cracks with incredible speed. "Why did I even come to this damned place? I have checked almost every single fragment and still haven't found the body of a celestial." He sighed as he descended to the ground and saw the middle-aged man. "Hello, hello." The middle-aged man frowned. Out of all the people that came from Suzaku, this old man was the only one he dreaded. This old man had the same cultivation level as him. Both were at the mid-stage of soul transformation. But even with how long he had lived, he didn't know this person. There weren't many soul transformation cultivators on Suzuka, so he felt like he should have known every single soul transformation cultivator on Suzuka. He looked at the old man and without a word jumped into the pit. "Well, ignoring me? How rude." The old man rubbed his nose. He looked at the pit the middle-aged man had jumped into and was about to leave when his nose suddenly moved because he smelled something. The scent of death. Yes, this is the scent of death. I would never mistaken the scent of a celestial. It should be a female corpse, haha. A female corpse is even better. The old man's eyes lit up. He looked around and suddenly locked his eyes onto the pit the middle-aged man had gone into before charging in. The old man wore a happy expression and thought, "Now I can complete the sect master's task and leave this dog-shit Suzaku. Sect head is also strange. Our corpse sect has all kind of bodies, so why does he want the body of a celestial? I wonder what customer from what planet has such a unique taste." Wang Lin's group of three made their way down the pit at a very fast pace. They had been descending for an unknown amount of time with no end in sight, but a resisting force that was pushing up became stronger and stronger. "This is the place. Once we descend, we will arrive at the location recorded on the jade, but it is sealed by restrictions. However, with the three of us, We should be able to open it within 10 days. Qi Hu's voice was filled with joy. The more the three descended, the stronger the resisting force became. After the force reached a certain point, their speed began to slow down. After a long time, the resistance became even stronger. Wang Lin took a deep breath as covered his body with spiritual energy to act against it. He secretly calculated that they had already descended tens of thousands of meters with no end in sight. When he spread out his divine sense downwards, there was a mysterious force that prevented him from seeing more than 1,000 meters down. Wang Lin took a glance at Red Butterfly. The woman's body was releasing a blue light and there was no emotion on her face. As for Qi Hu, the axe mark on his forehead was rapidly flashing. Every time it flashed, the force around him decreased by a bit. It was very mysterious. Time slowly passed. After an unknown of time, Qi Hu, who was in front, shouted in joy, "We are here!" Wang Lin slapped his of holding and the restriction flag came out. Resisting the force with the flag, he charged forward and the three of them exited the cave at the same time. The moment they charged out, a burst of bright light blighted Wang Lin. He quickly surrounded himself with the restriction flag, blocking out the slight, and observed the surroundings with his divine sense. His expression suddenly became very strange. This place was not very large, only about 1,000 feet wide. At the center of this place there was indeed a pool of water. However, there was no jade coffin on top of the pool of water, so there was no need to talk about the 3 celestial swords on top of the jade coffin. As for the spirit herbs, there wasn't even a trace of them. Aside from having no treasures, it was exactly the same as the location shown in the jade. Qi Hu stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before him, his mind completely blank. He had spent all this effort. Even the compass had been trashed to arrive here, but he never would have thought. Red Butterfly sneered. She said, with a trace of anger, "Qi Hu, this is the place you were talking about? This is the place I wasted a flower stamen to enter? If you don't give me a proper explanation today, I will not let this go." Wang Lin looked around with a strange expression and couldn't help but bitterly smile. He was not as angry as Red Butterfly. After all, he lost nothing on this trip, and had even found the purple golden stone. Considering this, he profited. Thinking about this, he moved forward and began to carefully search the area. Red Butterfly's eyes were filled with anger. She also began to search, hoping to find some treasure. Qi Hu stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before him and muttered to himself, "How could this be? Impossible. Could it be that someone else found this place after Shizu arrived and took all the treasure? Yes, it has to be." He bitterly shook his head. He turned to Wang Lin and Red Butterfly, clasped his hands and said, "The two of you, this time it was me being reckless. I didn't expect it to turn out this way." Red Butterfly was about to lose control as she stared at Qi Hu and said, word for word, "Just saying you were reckless could recover my wasted flower stamen? Qi Hu, I think you already knew that this place was like this and on the way purposely borrowed my power. You must have another objective. If you don't clearly explain it, then don't blame me for not caring about our clan's relationship." Wang Lin calmly searched everywhere but found nothing. In the end, his eyes landed on the pool of water. Upon closer inspection, the pool was very deep and he wasn't able to see the bottom. After Qi Hu heard Red Butterfly's words, his expression immediately became ugly, but he held his temper and said, with a heavy tone, "Red Butterfly, once we return to Suzaku, I'll give you a proper explanation. However, you saying that I have another objective is completely false. I am the young master of the giant demon clan. Although I can't match you, I'm a man of my word." Red Butterfly sneered and was about to speak, but Wang Lin suddenly said, "Qi Hu, you said before that this place had a third layer?" Qi Hu was startled. His eyes lit up and he said, "Brother Zhang is correct. My ancestor Shizu once said that there might be a third layer." Red Butterfly coldly mocked him. "Shizu? Your Shizu also said that there were treasures on this layer." Qi Hu sullenly looked at Red Butterfly. After a long time he took a deep breath, walked toward Wang Lin, and looked at the pool of water. Wang Lin slowly said, If there is a third layer, this should be the entrance to it. Red Butterfly slightly snorted. She gently moved herself next to the pool of water and looked into it. Just at this moment, someone floated down from the tunnel above. He took one step and in a blur arrived in the air on top of the pool of water before them. A powerful force surrounded them. Chi, whose face immediately turned white, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then his body was thrown backwards. As for Red Butterfly, she let out charming groan as she quickly backed up with shock in her eyes. Wang Lin had already been on guard, as he had always felt like someone was following them. The moment the other person appeared, he quickly backed up. Although he was still affected by the pressure, he wasn't injured. Only his face became red and he was pushed back several meters. Eh? The person looked at Wang Lin and took a large gulp from his gourd. Chi, who shouted, "Five Elements Sect, Zhou Yi." The middle-aged man let out a smile and asked, "Little guy from the giant demon clan, you know me?" After Red Butterfly heard the name, Zhou Yi, her expression suddenly changed as she hid her look of disgust. Chi, who quickly and respectfully said, "Junior Giant Demon Clan's Chi, who greets Senior. Junior knows Senior's name since youth. He was born as the young master of the Giant Demon Clan. So he had been focused on by the family since early childhood. He had seen portraits of all soul transformation cultivators and above. The moment he saw the red gourd, he was able to recognize who it was. This Zhou Yi had a very weird hobby. After this hobby had been confirmed, Chi, who remembered him very well. The middle-aged man let out a faint smile. His gaze swept past Red Butterfly and landed on Wang Lin. This little guy was very quick to react. "It seems you had already noticed me on the way here." Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he respectfully said, "Junior only had a feeling but wasn't sure." The moment Chi, Hu and Red Butterfly heard those words, their expressions became weird. The middle-aged man said, "The jade coffin here was already taken by me. The three of you should leave." Chi, who bitterly smiled and quickly nodded. Red Butterfly's eyes lit up as she looked at the pool of water but remained silent. The middle-aged man revealed a faint smile and said, "There is a third layer. If you guys aren't afraid of death, you can try it. The entrance is this pool of water." Just at this moment, sonic booms could be heard from the tunnel leading to the surface as a figure came down. "Ha-ha! So crowded." The figure stopped in the air. It was the white-haired old man. The middle-aged man's expression became gloomy as he stared at the old man and asked, "Sir, what is your intention in following me?" The old man laughed. "I don't have any intentions. I'm just a bit interested in the third layer." "What, are you not going to let me in?" The middle-aged man let out a cold snort. He pondered a bit before taking a step down. Bang! The pool of water exploded as the water moved aside, revealing the tunnel below. The middle-aged man quickly entered the tunnel. The old man's eyes lit up and he quickly followed. Red Butterfly clenched her teeth. Her losses were great this time and she was very unwilling to leave without gaining something. Even if it was a forbidden place, she must at least try. With that in mind, she rushed into the tunnel. Chi, who looked toward Wang Lin and bitterly smiled. "Brother Tsang, do you intend to go in, or will you leave?" Wang Lin remained calm. He didn't respond but asked, "Brother Chi, who is Zhou Yi?" Chi, whose expression became weird. He hesitated for a bit but didn't speak. Instead, he sent a voice transmission saying, "Brother Tsang, that person is one of the few soul transformation old monsters in Suzaku. His cultivation level is very high. However, he has a nickname, Corpse Lover." Wang Lin was startled. "Corpse Lover?" Chi, who quickly said, "Don't say it out loud. If he hears you, you will die for sure." He clasped his hands and said, "Brother Tsang, I'm going down to see. How about we go together?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. The two of them quickly flew toward the tunnel under the pool of water one after the other. The tunnel under the pool wasn't very deep, and because of the two of them were moving fast, they quickly passed through it. When they exited the tunnel, they entered a world of crystals. This place was covered in white crystals. These crystals released powerful celestial spiritual energy, which was floating everywhere. In the distance, Red Butterfly was collecting celestial spiritual energy with a gourd. Chi, who also revealed look of joy as he quickly took out a green cloth bag. He shook the bag and large amounts of celestial spiritual energy entered it. At the same time, he landed near a chunk of crystal and hit it. Sounds of metal colliding could be heard, but the crystal didn't move at all. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took out the cleansing wood to absorb the surrounding celestial spiritual energy. The three of them didn't say a word as they focused all their attention on absorbing celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin's cleansing wood wasn't as good as the other two's treasures, so his speed was a lot slower. But before long, a loud boom echoed in the distance and Zhou Yi's voice reached them. "Old guy, don't push me too far. There is a lot of celestial spiritual energy around here. Yet instead of collecting it, you are following me. You have the scent of death on you, so of course I need to follow you." As the two spoke, two rays of light quickly flew toward the three of them and in the blink of an eye arrived before them. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he raised his right hand and grabbed behind him. A giant swirl suddenly appeared behind him, followed by a powerful suctioning force. The surrounding crystals began to crackle as countless cracks appeared on them. Pa pa pa. A large amount of crystals broke off and flew into the swirl. The old man's expression suddenly changed as he quickly moved his hands. A giant coffin suddenly appeared behind him. The coffin was reddish-purple, and only by standing on the coffin was the old man able to resist the suctioning force. The moment the two of them began to use their techniques, the surrounding celestial spiritual energy became chaotic. The old man stared at the swirl and laughed loudly. "Imperial spirit law, haha, so you are Zhou Yi, that corpse lover Zhou Yi. I was wondering why you had such a powerful scent of death on you." Then he slapped the coffin and the coffin released a sound like nails scratching the coffin's lid. This sound was very ear-piercing. It was as if it contained infinite power. At the same time, black smoke came out of the coffin, forming a large hand. The hand was completely dark as he reached toward the swirl. Bang! With a loud bang, the third layer began to shake violently. The ground began to shatter and countless crystals turned to dust. Spatial rifts opened up in the air like big mouths. Large amounts of celestial spiritual energy disappeared into the spatial rifts. In the blink of an eye, there was no more celestial spiritual energy left. Zhou Yi said with a gloomy expression, "Corpse sect, you must be the corpse sect's head elder. If the two of us were to fight, this fragment would collapse. If it was just a single fragment collapsing, then the two of us could escape thanks to our cultivation. However, I'll tell you this, there are a total of 6 fragments overlapping each other here. If one of them collapses, then all of them will collapse. At that point, even someone who has reached the ascendant stage wouldn't be able to escape." The old man's expression changed. His eyes lit up as he disappeared from the coffin. When he reappeared, he was behind Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly suddenly turned her head. The old man smiled at her. His smile was filled with darkness. "Little girl, I'm going to borrow your body for a bit." Suddenly, several lines of black smoke came out of his body and drilled into her body like little snakes. For the first time, Red Butterfly began to panic. She knew that struggling was useless, so she quickly raised her right hand, revealing a jade bracelet. Her voice was sharp as she shouted, "Senior, do you know this object?" The old man's eyes became serious. The symbol of the core disciples of Suzaku, the open peace bracelet. The small snakes had already drilled into her orifices and her face had turned slightly greenish-black as she struggled to say, "This bracelet is linked to my soul. If I were to die, it would explode. The celestial fragment would collapse as well, so you wouldn't be able to escape either. Even if you were able to escape, you would have no place left to live on Suzaku. This bracelet represents the status of a Suzaku core disciple. They will be able to find you through special means. At that point, you will be hunted by Suzaku." The old man frowned. He snorted and said, "Little girl, relax. I won't kill you." With that, he raised his head toward Zhou Yi and said, "Zhou Yi, I'm going to borrow this girl's body to fight you." That way, we won't have any attacks that will surpass what this fragment can withstand. You should go choose someone as well. Zhou Yi's expression was gloomy as he asked, "What exactly do you want?" The old man sneered, "You have the corpse of a celestial on you. My nose can't be wrong. I want that corpse. Even dragons can have sensitive scales. If someone touches it, it will anger the dragon." For Zhou Yi, his sensitive scale was that female corpse. Ting Air. Someone else is here to steal you. Everyone that wants to steal you must die. 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 Zhou Yi's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he stared at the old man. Then he pointed at Qi Hu and said, "You, come here." Qi Hu's expression immediately became ugly. He hesitated for a bit but didn't dare to resist. So he let out a sigh and flew toward Zhou Yi. A rainbow appeared due to an unknown technique from Zhou Yi that landed on Qi Hu's forehead, causing him to begin to resist. Zhou Yi calmly said, "Become my avatar once. Not only will you not die, but you will be able to experience my domain." Qi Hu hesitated for a bit before he gave up on resisting. His eyes glowed brighter and brighter as his cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed. "Haha, among these three little fellows, I chose the one with a natural 5-element body. You chose the ancient giant demon clan. The only one left is a useless normal person." Scram! The old man laughed as he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He shot the old man a cold look before turning around to leave. He didn't want to get involved with this mess. Since he was told to leave, he would just leave. Red Butterfly revealed a poisonous look as she suddenly said, "Say, Senior, kill him. If you kill him, I'll give up on resisting and fully support you. But you must promise my safety." The old man was surprised. He raised his head as his eyes lit up and looked like he was about to reach out toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm as he took out the broken restriction flag and sneered, "Red Butterfly, if you wish for this place to collapse, you can try." Restriction flag. The old man's eyes lit up as he stared at the small flag in Wang Lin's hand and took a deep breath. "It is only short one restriction from reaching a full 99 set. This person is not lying. Once it reaches a full 99 set, it will attract divine retribution lightning, but it will attract celestial retribution lighting here, which is even more powerful. Once that appears, no one here will survive, including him." The old man revealed a trace of dread in his face as he quickly withdrew his hand. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he stopped by the entrance to the tunnel, looking at the four of them from a distance. "Since I'm already here, then I'm in no rush to leave. Why not see how soul transformation cultivators fight?" Qi Hu's eyes became brighter and brighter until he finally let out a roar and stood up. Cracking sounds came from his whole body as it grew. He was now a 30-foot-tall giant. Many blue veins were popping out on his body, making the current him look like a demon god. Behind him was an illusionary figure. The figure gradually became solid, revealing itself to be Zhou Yi. As for Zhou Yi's original body, it was sitting in the lotus position with his eyes closed. Looking at Red Butterfly, her face was already covered by a blackish-purple color, and her face could no longer be seen bar her red eyes. The ribbon on her hair broke and her hair flowed in the air without any wind. Traces of the scent of death spread out from her body and spread out into the surroundings. An illusionary figure stood behind her as well. This figure was not of the old man but of a handsome youth. However, upon closer inspection, this youth had the same facial features as the old man. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by black fog. As for his original body, it was sitting in the lotus position on top the coffin with its eyes closed. Although the young man was surrounded by black fog, one could still see weird patterns on his body. This pattern was shaped like a one-horned monster. It looked very fierce. Qi Hu let out a roar as his body suddenly began to move. His large body was unexpectedly quick as it charged forward like lightning. He joined his hands to form one fist and a giant swirl appeared, followed by powerful suctioning force. The handsome young man behind Red Butterfly quickly moved his hands and Red Butterfly's hands followed. Death aura quickly gathered before her, forming a long bow. The moment Chi-Hu came roaring at her, the ghostly light in her eyes suddenly shone brightly as she pulled back the long bow's string. Bang! The moment she let it go, a ray of death aura formed into an arrow and slammed into Chi-Hu. Bang! The earth shook, but it didn't collapse. It was clear that Red Butterfly and Chi-Hu's attacks were still only at late-stage soul formation level. But the law of the heavens contained in these attacks were far beyond what soul formation cultivator could display. Chi-Hu's body backed up dozens of feet as he coughed out mouthfuls of blood. The illusionary image behind him immediately frowned and formed a seal. Chi-Hu moved along with him as he began a mysterious chant. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Then a mysterious aura came out from some of the spatial rifts and gathered before Chi-Hu. In the blink of an eye, a giant sphere formed before him. The sphere released a powerful pressure. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he watched the scene before him. The method of urging the heavens' power to move was clearly more powerful and more intricate than borrowing the heavens' power. The handsome young man's eyes lit up. The illusionary figure turned into smoke and completely entered Red Butterfly. She let out some unwilling and painful groans as her body began to tremble. But soon, 4 different colored spirit bodies appeared before her. From Red Butterfly's body came a man's voice saying, "Eh? Why is it missing an earth spirit?" The moment Wang Lin saw the 4 spirit bodies, his eyes lit up and he began to ponder. After the 4 spirit bodies suddenly appeared before Red Butterfly, Chi-Hu suddenly let out a roar and he revealed a painful expression as the axe on his forehead flickered rapidly. It flickered faster and faster until it left his body and landed on the sphere before him. Suddenly, the sphere shook and began to move in a strange way until it took the shape of a heaven-splitting axe. Every single pore on Chi-Hu's body spewed out blood, making him look like a person made of blood as he charged toward Red Butterfly. The illusion behind Chi-Hu slowly said, "My domain is craze, because I have gone crazy for love. I have reached the epitome of madness. This craze can shake the heavens and earth. Chi-Hu, I'm going to use your body to display my domain that hasn't been shown in over 1,000 years. Even if you die, you can die in peace." There was currently a strange domain appearing around Chi-Hu's body. The look of pain was no longer on his face. Instead, there was a crazed expression that would shock anyone. His eyes were filled with determination. He no longer looked at Red Butterfly but at the axe in his hand, and the determination only deepened. This craze didn't have to be for a person, it could be for an object. For Chi-Hu, it was his axe. His Tao heart at this point was also this axe. As long as the axe didn't shatter, his will to fight wouldn't be extinguished. This determination turned into a powerful fighting aura. At this point, Chi-Hu stood there like a giant ready to split the sky. The crazed domain contains persistence, an obsessive kind of persistence. Zhou Yi's domain is indeed strange. Although Chi-Hu is only at the soul formation stage, this fighting aura created by this persistent obsession feels like it could slay celestials. Wang Lin revealed a shock expression as he understood the true meaning of the crazed domain. The ghostly light in Red Butterfly's eyes shined even brighter as she pointed at her brow, causing her rose to appear. But her rose was no longer red, it was now black. Without any hesitation, she plucked the remaining 2 stamens and the remaining petals. Then she threw them at the 4 spirit elements, creating a powerful swirl. At the same time, a cloud of green smoke flew out of Red Butterfly's brow. The moment the smoke appeared, it turned into the handsome young man, and in one smooth motion he entered the swirl. The swirl immediately stopped moving and after a series of rumbling sounds fused with the handsome young man. There were some strange movements as the swirl turned into an evil-looking creature. The creature let out a grin and roared. Red Butterfly's body quivered. After the handsome young man left, the black smoke disappeared from her body. She took a few steps back. Her face was terrifyingly pale as she regained consciousness. As Chi-Hu arrived, he swung his axe down like a meteor. The creature raised one of its claws to match it. Bang! The axe was deflected and countless black flower petals fell from the creature's claw. Chi, whose eyes became vicious as he swung down again. Bang! The creature's claw shattered, revealing 2 stamens. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 attacks from the axe, the flower stamens were all destroyed, but the axe was also shattered by the attack of the creature's horn and turned into sparkling dust. However, the creature also dissipated and turned into nothing. At this moment, the old man sitting on top of the coffin coughed out a mouthful of black blood. His body slumped over and looked like there was no more energy left inside. Chi, who stared dumbfoundedly at his empty right hand. His faith came from this heaven-splitting axe. His battle intent was born from this axe, and his Tao heart was the axe itself. The axe collapsed, so the crazed domain that Zhou Yi had infused into Qi, who also dissipated. Qi, whose eyes became clear, but he immediately let out miserable groans. Pain. His body felt extreme pain. Qi, who fell to the ground head first. His face was completely pale without a trace of blood. Wang Lin stared at the scene before him and sucked in a breath of cold air. What is my Tao heart? Both Red Butterfly and Qi, who regained their consciousness. Zhou Yi's illusion also returned to his body and slowly descended. But just at this moment, a black claw suddenly appeared in the air and grabbed toward him. This claw was very close to Zhou Yi's body. The expression on his origin soul's face immediately changed, and it let out a roar as he rushed toward his body. He managed to enter his body as the claw came and moved slightly to the side, but he was still hit by the claw. Zhou Yi's abdomen was hit by the claw, which opened up a large wound, from which blood spewed out. This claw's target wasn't Zhou Yi's body, but his bag of holding. Zhou Yi's body had only been grazed by the claw, but as for the bag of holding, it was completely torn apart. Countless objects flew out of the bag, including the pagoda, which was grabbed by the claw before it quickly retreated. No! Zhou Yi's eyes were bloodshot. He ignored the wound on his abdomen and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Anyone that heard this shout would feel sadness. He didn't hesitate at all to give up on his body. His origin soul flew out and chased after the pagoda. Ting Air. I won't allow anyone to steal you from me. I won't allow it. Without his origin soul controlling it. His body fell and blood poured out of it as his face turned purple. His body plummeted to the ground. For Ting Air, Zhou Yi was even willing to let his body be destroyed. Thousands of years' companionship, their daily talks, and their times together year after year. All of these scenes flashed before Zhou Yi's eyes and he went insane. Ting Air was his sensitive scale. The origin soul followed like lightning, but just at this moment, the old man on top of the coffin suddenly opened his eyes. He jumped off and appeared before Zhou Yi, then started laughing. Zhou Yi, you are indeed powerful. If you are given 1,000 more years, you might even enter the ascendant stage. But you didn't know that this old man was the corpse sex head elder, and that I have 3 souls. You only killed one of my souls, so how could I be dead? As he laughed, the claw behind him turned into a young man. The overall features of the young man looked like the old man, and in his hand was the pagoda. Wang Lin stared at the scene before him and took a deep breath. His gaze suddenly turned to the weakened red butterfly. Zhou Yi's eyes revealed a crazed look as he stared at the old man like a beast ready to devour. Return Ting Air to me. Ting Air? Haha, Zhou Yi, you even gave a corpse a name. This is the corpse of a celestial. I'm afraid that when she was born, you were still in the reincarnation cycle. The old man laughed out loud. The young man behind him also laughed as he hit the pagoda and a ray of white light shot out. The female corpse appeared. A white dress whiter than snow. A strand of hair like a curtain. A sliver of fragrance that enchants the heart. The moment the female corpse appeared, even the corpse sex head elder couldn't help but take another look. His mocking words no longer came out. What remained was only shock. Red Butterfly was beautiful, but compared to this female corpse, she was far from a match. Wang Lin only caught a glance from a distance and his heart couldn't help but quiver. The corpse seemed to have a powerful attraction that made him have thoughts of stealing it. But his mind was very firm, so the moment that thought appeared, it was squashed by him. However, he was covered in cold sweat. How dangerous! He took a deep breath. Then, as he looked around, he saw that she who was no longer cultivating but walking dumbfoundedly toward the female corpse. However, after walking a few meters, he began to struggle as he regained his senses, revealing a terrified expression. Even Red Butterfly revealed a look of confusion, but she was female after all, so her eyes quickly cleared up. Wang Lin's eyes trembled as he locked on to Red Butterfly. The old man from the corpse sect withdrew his gaze. This girl must have been an important character in the celestial realm when she was alive. Even I was mesmerized by her. Ting Er. Zhou revealed an obsessed expression as he charged forward. The old man let out a snort as his hand formed seals. He then hit himself on the chest and spewed out a cloud of purple gas. This purple gas turned into chains that surrounded Zhou like a heavenly prison. Zhou, I'm using the corpse sex treasure, which is made for sealing origin souls, to take this girl's corpse. There is no way for you to escape. The old man's body backed up and the young man who looked like the old man tossed the female corpse into the air. The corpse was caught by the old man. Then the young man turned into smoke and entered the old man's forehead. The old man kept backing up and in the blink of an eye arrived next to the coffin. He quickly flew up toward the sky. Zhou Yi's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed, "No!" Bang! Bang! He rammed into the chains with all his power. The chains would flash a purple light every time he rammed into it, but his origin soul would tremble. However, he kept doing it like he didn't feel it at all. He rammed into the chains like a crazed beast who had lost his lover. Bang! Bang! As he rammed into the chain, the surroundings began to show signs of collapse and the ground began to crack. Zhou Yi's eyes were bloodshot and he revealed a terrifying gaze. A gaze filled with hatred. There was a hint of obsession, and for this obsession he went crazy. For this obsession he went insane. Give Ting Er to me. You really are a madman. Zhou, if you return to your body now, you can still save it. If you don't have a body, then you will die in the celestial realm. The old man from the corpse sect saw Zhou Yi's eyes and couldn't help but feel his heart tremble as he flew even faster toward the tunnel above. Seeing that the old man was about to enter the tunnel and leave, Zhou Yi's eyes looked like they were bleeding. He had already forgotten everything in his heart. In this world, the only thing that remained was the corpse that was moving farther and farther away from him. His Ting Er. Scenes of the times he had spent with Ting Er entered his heart. Having lost Ting Er, although his origin no longer had a heart, he could feel it in pain. The pain came from his soul, his origin soul. This pain was too powerful, too powerful. No! Ting Er. Zhou Yi's body suddenly began to burn. It then shattered into countless shiny specks that charged out from the chain. Burning your origin soul? You madman! The old man's face changed. Burning one's origin soul meant death. Zhou Yi was willing to die for a corpse. When a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator burns his origin soul, he gains power extremely close to a late-stage soul transformation cultivator's. The moment his origin soul got back together, he quickly charged forward. Like a man made of fire, he caught up to the old man who was next to the tunnel in almost an instant. Give Ting Er back to me. Each of his words were filled with emotion. Zhou Yi didn't use any techniques. He simply slammed toward the old man with his origin soul. But this made it even more terrifying. If it was a technique, there would be a way to break it. However, colliding head-on with the almost solid origin soul of a late-stage soul transformation cultivator could only be called terrifying for the old man. Kaka! Kaka! A large number of spatial rifts appeared in the sky and the ground collapsed. The fragment began to collapse. Qi Hu let out a bitter expression. Without a word, he jumped toward the entrance. Red Butterfly followed closely behind him. The old man's face changed greatly. At this moment, he pointed at his brow and the third soul came out. The young man appeared before him to block Zhou Yi. However, the moment the third soul appeared, it collided with Zhou Yi's body and was destroyed. Give Ting Er back to me. The fire on Zhou Yi burned even stronger. The craze in his eyes intensified. He looked like a fierce beast. Madman! The corpse-sex old man felt his skull go numb as he threw the female corpse down. He wasn't willing to lose his life here for a female corpse. Joey grabbed the female corpse. His eyes were filled with emotion as he let out a satisfying smile. Ting air. No one can take you away, no one. The collapse of the surroundings became even greater as the number of spatial rifts in the sky increased. Wang Lin had been locked on to Red Butterfly for a long time. At this moment his eyes lit up. Now is the time. Wang Lin's body charged toward Red Butterfly like lightning. Chi Hu saw this scene and opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. Escaping with his life was more important at the moment. Wang Lin was very quick. In almost an instant, he was only 300 feet from Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly's face changed greatly. Although her cultivation had recovered a bit, she had lost too many magic treasures. There were hidden injuries on her body, and she could no longer maintain the power of a late-stage soul formation cultivator. It could be said that this was the lowest point she had ever been in her life. She couldn't do anything but shout, "Sang Nyo, if you kill me, Suzaku won't forgive you." "Ha ha, Red Butterfly. A genius like you shouldn't be threatening me like that." Wang Lin laughed as he slapped his bag of holding, causing the restriction flag to come out. He shook the flag and restriction gas came out, coiled around Wang Lin like vicious dragons. "Condense." After Wang Lin shouted, all of the restriction gas gathered together to form the lance in Wang Lin's hand as he walked toward Red Butterfly. "Red Butterfly, didn't you want to fight me again?" The current Wang Lin looked like an angel as he lunged with his lance. Rip. A large spatial rift was opened up by the power of the lance. Whoosh. Wang Lin jumped over the 300 feet distance with the restriction lance aimed at Red Butterfly's head. "Sang Nyo, you are crazy? This place is collapsing. If you don't escape now, you will never make it out of here." Red Butterfly's expression changed greatly. She quickly took out a white flying sword to block the attack. She couldn't dodge and she couldn't teleport, so she had to block. Behind her was a spatial rift. Beside her was a spatial rift. She was surrounded by spatial rifts. If she were to get caught inside without a star compass or the courage to burn her origin soul, then the only path left for her would be death. Bang! The white flying sword shattered and the pieces scattered in all directions, mostly disappearing into the spatial rifts. Wang Lin's lance also shrunk quite a bit, but it was now even more fierce. "My life and death are none of your concern. It won't be too late to leave after I kill you." Wang Lin laughed, but his body trembled as Red Butterfly's ruthless domain suddenly arrived. This domain was very powerful. Wang Lin couldn't stop it, but he could resist it for a few breaths. As long as he kills her within those few breaths, the domain will collapse. Wang Lin had to kill Red Butterfly. This girl had tried to kill him multiple times. She will definitely be a problem in the future. Red Butterfly clenched her teeth. As the lance arrived, she raised her hand and used the white jade bracelet to block it. Ding! Wang Lin's lance collapsed again, turning back into restriction gas. It wasn't able to condense again. A powerful domain washed over Wang Lin, causing his mind to become confused. However, Wang Lin's determination was very powerful. Although his talent was average, his mental fortitude was not normal. During his youth, when he didn't know any techniques and was climbing the mountain back in the Hangyu sect, his mental strength was already enough to shock people. After 400 years of experience, it was now as firm as steel. Despite the domain affecting him, his body didn't stop. He flipped his right hand and 9 wood carvings appeared before him. Time! The 9 carvings suddenly became 9 puppets with blood veins moving within them. A wave of the time domain descended. Red Butterfly flew backwards after using the white jade bracelet to block the lance and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding area started to collapse even faster. The void had already started devouring some areas. Sang Nyo! I'm a core disciple of Suzaku. If you kill me, you will die a terrible death. Red Butterfly was scared. This time she was truly scared. The moment her body backed up, the time domain spread out from the 9 wood carvings. She shouted, Time domain. This time domain came from Qing Song of the Four-Sect Alliance. He was at the mid-stage of soul formation, so his domain already contained the ability to attack. Wang Lin's 2 fingers slashed down like a sharp knife ready to carve. Under the effect of the time domain, Red Butterfly's body couldn't help but slow down a bit. Red Butterfly's eyes were filled with hatred as she raised her right hand and recited some strange chant. Suddenly, the white jade bracelet released a bright light. Under this light, the time domain instantly collapsed and Wang Lin felt waves of pain coming from his finger. This feeling was the same as when he touched that celestial sword. The bracelet released a large amount of white light that gathered together to form a black hole behind Red Butterfly. The black hole revealed an altar-like place. This place was in Suzaku. Sang Nyo, I'll remember you. Yes, you. It is you who forced me to give up 1 level of cultivation to use this bracelet. I'll remember this. The hate in Red Butterfly's voice was intense as she quickly backed up and flew toward the black hole. The open peace bracelet, aside from its normal ability, had 1 extra ability, which was to open up a portal from the celestial realm back to Suzaku and allow the user to return safely. This bracelet was originally obtained by Suzaku from the celestial realm, so how it had this ability was not a mystery. It was also because of this that Red Butterfly wasn't really that afraid of anything. However, the price for using it was too great. Once she returns to Suzaku, her cultivation level will no longer be late-stage soul formation but mid-stage soul formation. Wang Lin was starting to lose control of the ruthless domain inside his body. Seeing that Red Butterfly was about to leave, he felt very frustrated. If it wasn't for that bracelet, she would have surely died today. Once she returns to Suzaku, it will be very hard to find an opportunity as good as this one to kill her. Wang Lin shouted, Red Butterfly, look at what this is. Wang Lin raised his right hand. Suddenly, a fan with only 2 feathers appeared in his hand. Red Butterfly's eyes suddenly locked on to the fan and expressed shock. Her feet unconsciously paused for a moment. Senior sister's fan. What Wang Lin wanted was this pause. He endured the ruthless domain in his body as he threw the fan forward and then his origin soul flew out. His origin soul flew out, grabbed the fan, and pulled off 1 of the feathers. The feather began to burn and turned into a shadow shaped like Wang Lin. However, the shadow had no features, just darkness. The moment the shadow appeared, Wang Lin's origin soul shouted, Explode! Boom! The shadow exploded and the destructive force charged toward Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly's face changed again and she quickly backed up. She was now inside the black hole. But at this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul arrived. Stay! Wang Lin's right hand reached out and viciously grabbed toward Red Butterfly. Just as Red Butterfly was about to resist, the shock wave from the shadow's explosion arrived, causing her to let out a painful groan and cough out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, Wang Lin's hand arrived. Wang Lin was giving it his all. He was completely ignoring the chance that his body would be damaged due to his origin soul leaving it. This attack contained the intent to kill. Red Butterfly raised her right hand to block the attack. A ray of white light shone from her body. This light was very dangerous to origin souls. Wang Lin could feel his origin soul weakening at a very fast pace. Rip! Wang Lin clawed down, and with a flash of Red Butterfly's right arm was torn off by Wang Lin. Wang Lin saw Red Butterfly without a right arm fall into the hole with her eyes closed. The hole then quickly folded upon itself and closed. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He grabbed the other feather with his origin soul and quickly returned to his body. After the black hole was closed, he returned to his body. Late-stage soul formation cultivators are too hard to kill. Wang Lin held the remaining feather and the right arm and quickly charged toward the entrance. He had used everything he had. He even picked the moment when her life-saving treasure was used up and she was at her weakest, but he was still unable to kill her. Although I haven't killed her, with this arm, I can use countless curses to ensure that she will forever remain at the soul formation stage. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he revealed an evil expression. My cultivation is still not enough. If I was at the mid-stage of soul formation, the result of today's battle would be different. Wang Lin sighed again. His battle with Red Butterfly wasn't long. It only lasted a few breaths. Madman! He really is a madman. The corpse sect old man who had thrown the corpse down cursed as he flew toward the entrance. However, at this moment, rumbling sounds came from the entrance and it collapsed. The old man stared dumbfoundedly at the entrance with a bitter expression on his face. Not only him, but even Qi, who was startled. When Wang Lin saw that the entrance had collapsed, he immediately turned around and rushed toward the ground. This fragment had many overlapping layers. Since he could no longer go up, he had to go down instead. While Zhou Yi and the old man were fighting, he used his divine sense to secretly search the area. Now that he had a target, he arrived next to a hole on the ground that hadn't collapsed yet in almost an instant. Without any hesitation, he charged in. The old man from the corpse sect turned around, spread out his divine sense, and charged toward the hole Wang Lin went down into. Qi, who touched his bag of holding. Inside it was the star compass, but it was too damaged to use and he didn't know how to repair it. Helpless, he followed behind the old man. The most important thing now was to protect his own life. Ting Er, look. The person that stole you is escaping. I said it before. Anyone that dares to steal you must die. Let me use the last of my life to kill this person. Then we can disappear together in this void. How about that? Strange. Why do I feel like I don't know you that well? It feels like I'm remembering something. It feels like I'm remembering something. Ting Er. Zhou hugged the woman with deep passion in his eyes. But this passion soon changed into confusion. He kissed the woman's lips and frowned before chasing after the old man from the corpse sect with confusion in his eyes. Wang Lin entered the tunnel and quickly descended. The sounds of the third layer collapsing gradually faded. Although all of the layers were going to collapse eventually, the fourth layer was the safest spot at the moment. As Wang Lin descended, he secretly thought, the only way to leave this place is with Qi, whose star compass. He continued to descend for a long time before he saw a light at the end. However, he didn't charge out but hugged the wall of the tunnel. A few breaths later, a figure quickly flew through the tunnels. The moment this person passed Wang Lin, he paused for a moment and snorted before flying toward the light. Shortly after, Qi, who also came down and was startled by Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately flew out and sent a voice transmission saying, Qi Hu, our cultivation levels are the lowest here. We need to be careful of that old man from the corpse sect. Qi Hu nodded. The two of them came out of the tunnel at the same time. The moment they came out, both of them were startled. What appeared before them was a very majestic group of palaces. The palaces went on for as far as the eye could see, and all of them were made of spirit stones. The central palace was the most majestic. Even from this distance, they could feel the pressure of the celestial spiritual energy. Qi, who sucked in a breath of cold air. Could the center palace be made of celestial jade? Wang Lin's divine sense was much more powerful than Qi Hu's. After sweeping the area, he was shocked as well. However, he found out that the central palace wasn't made of pure celestial jade. It had spirit stones mixed in. But even so, it showed just how powerful the owner of this palace was. A celestial king's palace. A very happy voice came from the distance. His face showed that he was completely shocked before he let out a loud laugh. I don't know which celestial king's palace this is, but considering how well preserved it is, it must have the corpse of a celestial inside. The old man laughed as he charged forward to enter one of the palaces. Just at this moment, Zhou Yi appeared with the female corpse in his arms. Right after he appeared, he began to walk forward. Although it looked like he was going slowly, it only took him 3 steps to arrive before the old man from the corpse sect. Zhou Yi stared at the female corpse and passionately said, Ting Er, after I kill him, let us go into the void. Okay? I can feel that I have began to weaken, however, I feel like I finally understand something. I seem to have remembered something from the past. I seem to remember who you are. The old man's expression immediately changed as he backed up. Zhou Yi raised his head, looked at the old man, and then suddenly slammed toward him. Being charged at by someone with the power of a late-stage soul transformation cultivator was a nightmare for anyone. The old man's expression changed again as he quickly dodged. The old man angrily shouted, "Joey, you madman! I even returned the corpse to you. Why haven't you dissipated yet? This place must contain other corpses as well. Go find them if you want. Why are you still chasing me?" Joey looked at the female corpse tenderly before kissing her forehead and closing his eyes. When he opened them, they were no longer filled with love but with clarity. Eyes as clear as this should never appear on Joey. It was as clear as the distinction between black and white. He took one step forward and suddenly there was a thunderous roar in the sky. During this thunderous roar, Joey turned into a burning meteor as he charged toward the old man. The surrounding sky began to roar as the collapse started again. However, it was much more noticeable in the sky this time around. Sounds of tearing echoed in the sky. It was as if there was an invisible hand tearing the sky open. "My domain is craze. My Tao heart is Ting Air. To die for Ting Air. I'm completely satisfied." Zhou Yi's voice came from the burning meteor. This meteor flew across the sky, creating sonic booms all the while. "I, Zhou Yi, have reached the end of my life, but I have no regrets." The old man's expression changed again as he cursed and immediately backed up. He knew that Zhou Yi was about to die. If he could stall for just a bit longer, Zhou Yi would dissipate. "I never thought that at the end of my life, thanks to my own origin soul burning, I would finally understand." Zhou Yi's voice contained a hint of resignation and a sliver of regret as he echoed across the sky. The sky suddenly darkened and a powerful pressure pressed down from the sky. Wang Lin's body didn't have any power to resist. He was pushed down from the sky and was rendered immobile on the ground. He looked at Qi Hu, who was even worse off. Qi Hu was unprepared for this pressure and was now pressed firmly on the ground without any power to resist it. Even the palaces on the ground were turned into rubble by this pressure, except for the central palace, but even that began to show cracks. Wang Lin's heart was terrified as he stared at the burning meteor in shock. Even with his mental strength, his body involuntarily trembled. "So this is Tao, unfortunately. This is the end of my life. Master once said that those who seek Tao are willing to die at sunset if they could gain the right path in the morning. So this is what he meant." A fist-sized red bead appeared on Zhou Yi's forehead, but it immediately crumbled and fused with the burning meteor. The flame around the meteor disappeared, revealing a figure of red light that stood between earth and the heavens. His face revealed signs of deep regret as his left finger casually pointed at the old man. The old man was about to dodge, but he found out that he couldn't move his body. His face became pale as he stared at Zhou Yi with shock. He bitterly said, "Ascendant. When I came to the celestial realm for the first time, I met you. The crazed domain was something you forced onto me. I know your goal now and I understand it all, but I don't regret it. If I were given another chance, I would choose to meet you again." Zhou Yi didn't even look at the old man. He only stared at the female corpse in his arms. He was once a very talented disciple in the Five Elements sect and had much more determination than a normal person. He cultivated the five-element method and passed the rest of his fellow disciples one by one until he finally became the disciple of the only late-stage soul transformation elder in the sect, and his cultivation level continued to increase. When he reached the soul formation stage, his master gifted him the rain cauldron, but no one could have expected how much he would change. In the celestial realm, he entered one of its palaces and saw a female corpse. From that moment on, he was enchanted by her and left his old self behind. In his eyes, this female corpse was his everything. For this female corpse, he left his sect. His master wasn't willing to kill his own beloved disciple, so after letting out 3 long sighs, let him go. Corpse lover, madman. All kind of rumors spread across Suzaku. However, none of this affected him. He didn't regret any of it. Borrowing the crazed domain, his cultivation became even more powerful, until he reached the soul transformation stage. His master failed to reach the ascendant stage and had reached the end of his lifespan. On the day his master died, Zhou knelt before the Five Elements sect. He knelt for 7 days. After that, he acted 3 times to save the Five Elements sect, but he was no longer one of its disciples. At this moment, all of these things appeared in Zhou Yi's heart. The old man had already given up on struggling. He didn't have any chance against an ascendant cultivator. The difference in domains could destroy everything. Zhou Yi's eyes were filled with clarity. Although they no longer contained the same tenderness, they were now filled with a powerful domain. He lowered his head, gently kissed the female corpse's forehead, and turned his gaze to Wang Lin and Qi Hu. In the end, his eyes fell on Qi Hu and he calmly said, "Little brother, help me take care of my wife, okay?" Qi Hu's body was grabbed by a mysterious power. He looked at Zhou Yi with a terrified expression. "This?" Zhou Yi frowned. Qi Hu smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't want this corpse at all. If the elders in his clan were to find out about this, it would affect him too much. But right now, this was a request from a dying ascendant cultivator. No one would dare to refuse. Qi Hu took a deep breath and said, "Junior is willing." Zhou Yi shook his head and said, "You are the giant demon clan's young master, so it is natural that you would be afraid to follow in my footsteps. Forget it." With that, his gaze turned to Wang Lin and he gently asked, "Are you willing to help me?" Wang Lin immediately felt the pressure on his body lessen. When he got up, he heard Zhou Yi's words and began to ponder. Zhou Yi looked at Wang Lin and said, "My wife requires celestial jade to ensure that her body doesn't change. Every 1,000 years, you will need 1,000 pieces of celestial jade. It's a bit difficult, but not too difficult. Are you willing to help?" Wang Lin pondered for a bit and said, "I don't dare to promise that I can obtain that much celestial jade." Zhou Yi smiled as he looked into the sky and said, "Good little brother. I won't let you help me for thousands of years for nothing." Wang Lin stared at Zhou Yi but didn't say a word. Zhou Yi reached out and grabbed with his hand. Suddenly, the palace on the ground that hadn't collapsed yet collapsed and pieces of celestial jade flew out of it. In the air, these celestial jades formed a pagoda. Zhou Yi looked at the female corpse one last time before throwing her toward the pagoda, and she disappeared inside. Zhou Yi pointed with his right hand and the pagoda shrunk. The shrunken pagoda flew into Wang Lin's hand. The moment he touched the pagoda, a mysterious force entered his body. There was now an extra imprint in his origin soul. "This pagoda contains my domain. If you find a cold place and place this pagoda down, it will form a barrier 100 meters wide. Unless someone has a higher cultivation level than my current self, they won't be able to pass the barrier without your consent." Zhou Yi smiled at Wang Lin as he pointed at his own brow. A red jade the size of his fingernail appeared and he flicked it toward Wang Lin. The moment this red jade appeared, the collapse of the fragment seemed to pause for a moment. This red jade seemed to release the power of the laws of the heavens. When Wang Lin saw this red jade, he felt the same feeling he had felt back when he was turning into Immortal and first touched the law of reincarnation. This jade contained a power similar to that, causing Wang Lin to take a deep breath. "This is the first gift I give you, an ascendant crystal. This item is useless to you right now, but if one day you are about to reach the ascendant stage, then this item can help you." The old man stared at the crystal with a strong desire for it on his face. He knew far too well the worth of this item. Although this item has no abilities at all, it forms when a cultivator reaches the ascendant stage. It contains their perception of the heavens. If he could obtain this item, then his chance of reaching the ascendant stage would increase by 30%. The only purpose of this item was to allow the user to have a second chance during the life and death choices in the attempt to reach the ascendant stage. Once an ascendant cultivator loses their ascendant crystal, their cultivation will continue to drop until they die. This crystal is almost no different from their life. Even Zhou Yi had just formed his. Qi Hu also stared dumbfoundedly at the ascendant crystal. He was the young master of the giant demon clan after all, so he knew more than most. He was able to recognize it at first glance and felt a deep sense of regret. Although he knew that Zhou Yi wouldn't ask someone to look after his wife for free, he didn't think that Zhou Yi would hand out a gift like this. If he knew this beforehand, he wouldn't have hesitated at all and agreed. Also, from what Joey had said before, this was only the first gift, meaning there was likely a second present, a third present. The regret in Chi whose heart had reached its limit. The expression on those two's faces made Joey very proud. He pointed at the old man, and the old man's body flew up into Joey's hand. Joey calmly said, "My second gift to you is this person, the head elder of the corpse sect. I can spare your life, but you must become a slave for 1,000 years. Are you willing?" Before absolute power, the head elder of the corpse sect only had to choose: live or die. The old man bitterly said, "My life won't even last another 100 years, so how can I be a slave for 1,000 years? You might as well kill me. If you want to die, then I can help you. With my remaining strength, I can refine you into a puppet. Although your cultivation level will drop, it will be considered my second gift." With that, Joey pointed toward the old man's forehead. He only needed to point at the old man's forehead and this corpse sect head elder would die. The finger slowly got closer. The old man's forehead was covered in sweat. The scent of death infinitely increased. Although he had less than 100 years left to live, if he could break through to the late stage of soul transformation, his lifespan would be extended. Also, with the corpse sect's methods, he had many ways to extend his life. The moment the finger came, he bitterly said, "I agree." Joey's right hand didn't stop but moved faster until it touched the old man's forehead. His other hand pointed at Wang Lin, and Wang Lin's body involuntarily flew toward him. A mysterious light came out from the old man's forehead, traveled through Joey, and made its way into Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately felt like he could sense all of the corpse sect head elder's intentions, and with just a thought, he could destroy the old man's soul. The head elder of the corpse sect let out a sigh as he rather unnaturally turned toward Wang Lin and respectfully said, "This old slave Sun Tai greets master." The bitterness in his heart couldn't be described. Chi who stared at the scene before him. The regret in his heart had already reached a monstrous level. A soul transformation slave, this, if I were to return to my clan with this, then I would no longer be the young master but the head of the clan. With this person in my hands, aside from inside the country of Suzaku, I would be able to freely walk the planet. I shouldn't have hesitated. Joey's body was reaching its end. It no longer looked solid. It seemed like he was ready to disappear. He looked around and eventually said to Wang Lin, "Take good care of her." Wang Lin took a deep breath and nodded. Everything had happened very quickly. Even now, he still couldn't believe what he had gained. Joey saw Wang Lin nod and smiled. At this moment, his body started to dissipate, starting from his feet. At the end, there was still a smile on his face. "Master, if there is an afterlife, I'm still your disciple." Just at this moment, the pagoda flew out of Wang Lin's hand and expanded. It released a white light and the female corpse came out on its own and floated in the air. This scene shocked everyone except Joey, whose body had already half dissipated. He calmly looked at her. "Ting Air, don't mess around. Go back." A mysterious voice suddenly came out of the female corpse. "You won't die." At this moment, a series of roars came from the sky. Thanks to the words of the female corpse, the fragment above them suddenly collapsed. An endless barrage of powerful winds descended from the sky and countless cracks immediately appeared on the ground. The female corpse slowly opened her eyes. Bang! Bang! The moment she opened her eyes, the ground suddenly shattered. It wasn't just the ground below their feet this time. The two fragments below collapsed as well. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with shock. He backed up immediately. He wasn't the only one that was shocked. Chi Hu's eyes were also filled with disbelief. Only the old man's eyes lit up. Then he seemed to remember something, and then his expression turned into one of deep fear. First Rain Sword appear. A ray of golden light came from deep down below them. As the golden light got closer, Wang Lin felt a powerful sword intent coming toward them. That female corpse stepped forward and grabbed the light. Suddenly, a sword hymn that pierced through the entire celestial realm rang out. The female corpse held the golden light and pointed at Zhou Yi's burning origin soul. Zhou Yi's origin soul was sucked into the golden light. Having protected me for more than 2,000 years, you worked hard. I give you the soul of a celestial sword. In 10,000 years, you will become a celestial saint. She turned around and coldly looked at Qi Hu and the old man. Finally, her gaze fell on Wang Lin. She looked at him carefully. Then she gently waved her hand and the pagoda flew toward Wang Lin. Then the golden light in her hand turned into a giant, golden dragon that took her and left through the void. At this moment, every single cultivator, no matter which fragment they were on, was terrified after they heard this sword hymn. Even those in life and death fights couldn't help but stop. On one of the centermost fragments of the celestial realm, a green-robed scholar suddenly raised his head, revealing his shining eyes. He whispered, "Rain celestial sword." That's right, only the rain celestial sword can let out such a sword hymn. Only, I don't know which one. A mysterious light appeared in his eyes as he jumped into the air. He closed his eyes for a bit and then charged toward the origin of the sword hymn like lightning. On a fragment in the northwest of the celestial realm sat a purple-robed old man. He looked at the sky with a serious expression. After pondering for a bit, he took one step and flew toward the sword hymn. Is it the rain celestial sword? If my Delu sword sect gets it, then our power will definitely increase several-fold. I have a celestial beast which I can use to take control of the celestial sword from the celestial sword spirit within the sword. He flew up and suddenly a two-horned qilin appeared in the air. He stepped on top of the qilin's head and the qilin shot two streams of hot air from its nose. The moment those two streams of hot air came out, the celestial fragment he was on collapsed. A large number of spatial rifts began to appear as the ground collapsed. The void began to devour the fragment, but none of it affected the old man. The qilin jumped into one of the rifts and disappeared. As for Wang Lin, both of the fragments above and below him had collapsed. Qi Hu was completely dumbfounded and his face was filled with panic. Wang Lin shouted, "Qi Hu! Star compass!" The spatial rifts were beginning to connect with each other and the ground had completely disappeared into the void. The void kept on closing in on them. Qi Hu immediately woke up and without a word took out the star compass. This compass was already badly damaged and another crack was added the moment it appeared. However, they couldn't be too bothered with it. Qi Hu jumped to the center of the compass. Wang Lin landed on the compass almost at the same time as Qi Hu and the location he picked was the eastern corner. As for Sun Tai, he looked at where the female corpse had disappeared and in a flash sat down next to Wang Lin. Sun Tai calmly said, "The star compass, one of the giant demon clan's prized treasures. Sadly, it is a defective product." Qi Hu bitterly smiled. He clenched his teeth as he controlled the compass to move toward the void. Sun Tai's eyes lit up as he said to Wang Lin, "Sang Niu, this void is very dangerous and this compass is too damaged to move very far. If you agree to release the seal, I can promise to safely return you to Suzaku. How about it?" The reason he called Wang Lin master was because Zhou Yi was there. He had to at least act like he agreed. Now that Zhou Yi was dead, how could he, a soul transformation cultivator, be willing to become a slave? Aside from death, this was the biggest disgrace he could face. He wished he could kill Wang Lin and refine him into a mummy. Sun Tai slowly said, "You don't have to answer me now, and this old man won't let you release the seal for nothing. I'll gift you 2 late-stage soul formation puppets. With them around, your safety in the future is secured. I can also gift you cultivation methods. Just say what kind you want, and I'll find a way to get them for you. In addition, I have celestial pills and medication. As long as you agree, we can work it out." Wang Lin looked at Sun Tai and calmly said, "With senior's cultivation, you of course won't agree to become someone's slave. This I understand. However, not to mention the fact that I don't even know how to release the seal. Even if I could, I wouldn't immediately release it." Sun Tai frowned and coldly said, "Little brat, do you really think you are my master?" Wang Lin calmly shook his head and said, "It is Senior Zhou Yi's will, not mine. Also, does Senior think I'm a child? I'm afraid that the first thing Senior will do after I release the seal is kill me." Sun Tai's face was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin. After a while, he let out a laugh, but his laugh was filled with evil intent. Speak. What would it take for you to release the seal? Wang Lin shook his head and smiled. I don't know the technique to release the seal, so how can I release it? Sun Tai suddenly stood up as he stared at Wang Lin and said, word for word. Little brat, if you refuse the toast of victory, then you'll drink the bitter wine of defeat instead. I'm the head elder of the corpse sect of Suzaku, a soul transformation cultivator. I refuse to bow to anyone, especially a junior like you that I can kill with 2 fingers. Also, don't think that you can kill me with your command. I can tell you that I don't just have 3 souls, but a 4th one as well. This 4th soul is inside the body in the coffin. You can cause the soul in this body to shatter, but when it does, my 4th soul will kill you. Wang Lin smiled as he realized something and said, for Senior to say all of this, you must have some other meaning behind it all, besides to tell me to release the seal. Senior must already know that this seal is not something I can release. Sun Tai stared at Wang Lin. After carefully looking at Wang Lin for a while, he said, good. No wonder you are someone who Zhou chose. You are smarter than most. I'll naturally look for a method of breaking the seal myself, but before that, you must take a trip with me. I'm gonna trap you somewhere. Only then can I relax. However, you don't have to worry. I swear that once the seal has been released, I'll compensate you. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he shouted, Sun Tai, I wonder, if I were to die, would your 3rd soul be affected? Don't worry, I won't let you die. Sun Tai sneered as he reached toward Wang Lin. The slave seal isn't stable. Use the pagoda to protect yourself. This was the last phrase Zhou Yi said to him before he dissipated. Wang Lin remained calm as he stared at Sun Tai and watched his hand come closer. Just as Sun Tai was about to grab Wang Lin, a white light shined from Wang Lin's bag of holding and the pagoda appeared. This white light contained Zhou Yi's ascendant-level craze domain. Sun Tai let out a painful groan as he quickly backed up. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Zhou Yi said that this pagoda could counter Sun Tai, but he didn't say anything about the 4th soul. He couldn't let Sun Tai know of this. Thinking of this, he held the pagoda in his hand and suddenly rushed out. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he sneered, Sun Tai. The domain on his pagoda normally only pushes people out and has no harmful effect. However, it is harmful for you. This is something Senior Zhou Yi secretly did to counter you. Sun Tai's face became gloomy. That light from the pagoda was very harmful to him. He knew that this was due to the seal in his body. He continued to retreat. Wang Lin continued to move forward as he coldly shouted, if it was any other sect I wouldn't know much, but since it is the corpse sect, I know quite a bit. The corpse puppet inside that coffin can't contain your 4th soul. It is most likely someone else's soul. Even if it is your 4th soul, it is a broken soul. Sun Tai's face was very ugly. His voice was hoarse as he said, if you don't believe me, you can try it. Wang Lin laughed as he stared at Sun Tai. He took a step forward and shouted, Sun Tai, do you really think I won't dare to try? With Senior Zhou Yi's cultivation, do you really think he would leave behind such an unstable disaster like you? With only one thought, you will die for sure. Even if you do have a 4th soul, Senior Zhou Yi already considered it. Seeing how your cultivation level isn't easy to obtain, I didn't want to kill you, but seeing that you want to rebel, then you should die. Sun Tai's eyes lit up. While he showed none of it on the outside, he began to doubt himself. It was true. Considering Zhou Yi's cultivation level, how could he leave behind any issues for this junior? Could it be that Zhou Yi somehow unknowingly factored in all of his abilities? Sun Tai's heart trembled. Sun Tai, do you not remember that the female corpse flicked the pagoda at me? Could you not see the hidden meaning behind it? Wang Lin's voice was even louder and was filled with a sense of majesty. He stepped forward with the pagoda in his hand, and at this moment he looked unstoppable. Sun Tai was convinced by Wang Lin's words. He was now scared and continued to retreat. What hidden meaning? Sun Tai's heart was in panic, but he didn't show any of it. Wang Lin let out a laugh and continued to move forward. You should eventually figure out the hidden meaning yourself. If you still don't understand it by the end, then that will be the end of your life. Sun Tai continued to back up. He moved even faster this time and quickly got far away. I won't lower myself to deal with a junior like you. If you dare to destroy my third soul, you will see how I will retaliate. With that, he quickly flew off into the distance and no longer talked about trapping Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood in place as he coldly watched Sun Tai disappear into the distance. Only after he was gone did Wang Lin finally relax a bit. This Sun Tai's cultivation level was too high. This type of slave was something Wang Lin would never want. It seemed even Zhou Yi didn't realize that Sun Tai had a fourth soul. Wang Lin secretly thought, even if he has a fourth soul, if his third soul were to die, his cultivation level would drop greatly. It might even leave behind a hidden wound. If that happens, Sun Tai won't be scared away by just a few words from me. He turned and flew toward Qi Hu and the compass. Wang Lin knew that what just happened was very dangerous. If he had hesitated for a moment, he would have been caught by Sun Tai. If I can destroy Sun Tai's fourth soul, then I can really take him as my slave. Wang Lin quickly returned to the star compass. Brother Tsang, that Sun Tai is the corpse sex head elder. You have to be careful in the future. Qi Hu saw what had just happened and Wang Lin's status increased in his mind. As the giant demon clan's young master, instead of making enemies, he wanted to become friends with heroes. Throughout their journey, Wang Lin had shown both his wit and determination. His cultivation was also very amazing, which made Qi Hu want to make Wang Lin his friend. Wang Lin smiled and said, "No need to worry. If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Zhou Yi told me that there would be great use in keeping him alive, I would have already killed him and used this pagoda to seal his fourth soul. There would have been no way for him to escape his fate." Wang Lin said all of this with a very calm expression. He knew that even if that Sun Tai had left, he would have used his divine sense to spy on them. Qi Hu was startled. He didn't ask any more as he focused on controlling the star compass and they disappeared into the void. Not long after they left, Sun Tai appeared. He stared at the direction Wang Lin disappeared to with an unsettling expression. Although I can't believe everything this junior says, 80% of it should be true. How would an early-stage soul formation cultivator be so calm when facing me otherwise? I was wondering why he wasn't willing to destroy my third soul. It seems Zhou Yi has already passed him a message. Now I only have to find out what they intend to use me for. Sun Tai pondered for a bit before flying forward. What kind of problem is this? I can't kill him or trap him. Why is it so problematic? If I force him too much, he might decide to go against Zhou Yi's words and destroy my third soul. Although I have the fourth soul, it is not fully grown yet. The death of the third soul will not only decrease my cultivation level, it will also decrease my lifespan. He let out a very frustrated sigh. The star compass Wang Lin and Qi Hu were on moved very quickly across the void. However, after a few hours, the cracks on the compass increased until it finally stopped and was unable to move anymore. Wang Lin still didn't move or say anything. Brother Tsang, this star compass can no longer fly. We will have to fly on our own. However, this void is too dangerous. Qi Hu jumped off the star compass with a bitter expression. Wang Lin casually looked at the star compass and said, "Brother Qi Hu, you only brought one star compass?" Qi Hu bitterly smiled. "Brother Tsang, the star compass is a very rare treasure. Even in all of Suzaku, there aren't many. Our giant demon sect only has one from back when we moved to this planet, but now it has been broken by me. When I get back, I'll be punished into closed-door cultivation for sure." Wang Lin calmly smiled and said, "Brother Qi Hu, although we haven't known each other for long, we have been through life and death together. I won't lie to you. I can repair the star compass." Qi Hu was startled. He was just thinking about what to do without the star compass. Not only would their speed slow down a lot, they also wouldn't have the map to guide them. It would take them a long time to leave this place by flying on their own, and there were countless dangerous creatures that lived in the void. If Brother Tsang can repair this star compass, then the two of us can definitely leave this place. Chi Hu didn't ask how Wang Lin knew how to repair this very rare star compass. Everyone had their secrets, and if Wang Lin didn't speak, then it would only be rude to ask. Wang Lin silently smiled as he looked at Chi Hu. Chi Hu immediately understood and quickly said, "Brother Tsang, I won't ask you to repair this star compass for nothing. If there is anything you need, just ask." Wang Lin shook his head. The material to repair the star compass is too precious, and it also requires a large amount of spiritual energy. If I repair the star compass, it will need to belong to me. I hope Brother Chi Hu can understand. Chi Hu's expression didn't change. He remained silent. This star compass was an important treasure to his family. Although it was useless now, to simply give it away would make him feel very frustrated. Wang Lin gently smiled. "If it is too difficult for Brother Chi Hu, I'm still willing to fix it for you as a token of my friendship." Chi Hu raised his head. He looked at Wang Lin and laughed. "Brother Tseng, is what you're saying true?" Wang Lin smiled. "It is true. However, I will need the star compass for something in the future, so when I need to borrow it, don't reject me." Chi Hu stared at Wang Lin and secretly wondered if what he was saying was true or if he was lying. However, he suddenly laughed and gave up on thinking about it. No matter if what Wang Lin was saying was true or if it was a lie, the meaning was still the same. If Xianxia is trying to force me or trick me, then even if I were to give him the star compass, I would not be happy. If that happens and I make it out of here alive, I will definitely find a way to take revenge. However, the way he is speaking is filled with sincerity. He does indeed consider me a friend. And Xianxia's cultivation is very shocking. He also received the Ascendant Crystal from Zhou, making him the person in my generation most likely to reach the Ascendant stage. If I make friends with him now, he might be able to help my clan in the future. Thinking about this, he regretfully said, "Brother Tsang, since you consider me a friend, how could I be stingy? If you were to try to borrow it in the future with the temper of those old guys back at home, there is no way they would easily lend it to you. So today I might as well gift it to you." Wang Lin smiled. He clasped his hands and said, "Thanks." Without a word, Chi Hu waved his hand and the star compass returned to his hand. He wiped away his imprint on the compass and handed it Wang Lin. "Brother Tsang, this star compass is now yours." Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "I will have to ask Brother Chi Hu to protect me. I'm going to refine it now." "You want me to protect you?" Chi Hu stared at Wang Lin with a serious expression. After a long time he nodded and said, "Brother Tseng, I, Chi Hu, really do consider you a friend, so please rest assured." Wang Lin didn't say anything as he sat down in the lotus position in the air. He slapped his bag of holding and took out the purple gold stone. After placing a few seals on it, he began to refine the purple gold stone. Without moving from the lotus position, Wang Lin released a large amount of wandering souls from his brow. Normal people couldn't see the wandering souls, but if Chi Hu attempts to attack him, the wandering souls will protect Wang Lin. After 400+ years of killing, Wang Lin would not easily trust anyone. After a long time, the purple gold liquid floated before him. The mix of purple and gold light was very pretty. If there was no star compass and he had to make one from nothing, it would simply require too many materials. Although this star compass was heavily damaged, it was much easier to repair it than to make a new one. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the purple gold liquid and fused it with the star compass. Then his hand quickly formed seals from the ancient gods' memories to quickly refine it. The complex symbols on the compass began to shine. As time passed, more and more symbols on the compass began to flash rapidly. Chi, who was still very alert with his divine sense spread out. He would notice anything happening within 100 meters of them. He didn't dare to spread it out too far, as there were far too many dangers lurking in this void. If he were to spread his divine sense out too far, it would only act as a light to guide those creatures that lived here. Chi, who didn't look at the seals and techniques Wang Lin was using at all. There was a 20-foot wide hole around Wang Lin that his divine sense was not touching. Since Xianxia has good intentions and trusts me, how could I, Chi who stands proudly as an honorable man, allow him to feel nervous? Also, that ascendant crystal is a gift from Zhou Yi, so there must be restrictions on it. Even if I were to obtain it, it would bring a lot of trouble in the future. The Tsang family has a lot of powerful members, so I can't cause this kind of disaster for my clan. Also, even if I were to use my clan's secret treasure, I feel like I would only have a 50% chance of winning, so it is better not to act at this point. Sun Tai was observing them from a distance. He was outside of their detection range. This Tsang Niu even knows how to repair the star compass. He is not simple. If I act now, I'm 70% confident I can restrain him before he can do anything. However, if I act without 100% confidence, it could result in me losing something I can't afford to lose. Difficult. This slave seal is simply too powerful. To be able to destroy my soul with just a thought. It makes it far too dangerous for me to risk it. His eyes revealed a look of hesitation. After a long time, he let out a sigh and gave up on this gamble. This third soul was his main soul. Unless he absolutely had to, it was not worth risking it. A few days later, the star compass before Wang Lin shined brightly. All of the strange symbols on it glowed brightly before dimming back down. Wang Lin opened his eyes. Chi Hu immediately noticed and looked over. Brother Tsang, are you finished repairing it?